The story begins with an event that took place several months ago. A girl was live streaming herself while baking sweetbread. She told her viewers that the smell was amazing, and the chat was filled with excited comments. She showed the camera how soft and bouncy the bread looked before ending the stream, leaving her audience eager for the next recipe. Satisfied with how it turned out, she called the session a success. Just then, her friend entered the room and asked if she was ready to leave. She reminded her that they had an appointment and that they were running late. The main character quickly changed into her outdoor clothes, apologizing for forgetting and asking if her friend planned to turn the guy down. Her friend reassured her that it would be fine. The boy was from their school, and she just needed to reject him politely to avoid any awkwardness. She even joked that he might turn out to be the perfect guy. Chohui, her friend, was used to getting a lot of confessions. She was beautiful, and people usually acted nice at first, but some didn't take rejection well. That was why the main character decided to come along, to act as her bodyguard. Ajin, the protagonist, waited nearby at a park and texted Chohui to let her know she was watching from a distance. She told her to call if anything seemed wrong. Although Ajin felt slightly reassured that the boy was a fellow student, she stayed alert. Chohui texted back, thanking Ajin and promising to finish the meeting quickly. Ajin simply replied, wishing her good luck. While waiting outside, Ajin noticed the weather had turned very cold. She looked through her bag for a hand warmer when a stranger suddenly spoke to her. A tall man had approached and asked if he could get directions. He wanted to know the best way to reach the cultural sports center. Ajin checked her phone and suggested he take a bus instead of the subway. The man told her not to rush and mentioned that there was a broadcast being filmed at the center. Before he could finish his sentence, Ajin interrupted, giving him the exact bus number. Then, without warning, he placed his hand on her shoulder and commented that she looked pretty up close. Ajin looked visibly afraid as the tall man continued speaking. He asked if she wanted to be an extra in his broadcast and told her to come with him for a camera test. He kept holding on to her and mentioned that she might meet celebrities at the filming site. Then he asked again if she was interested in going with him. His sudden shift in tone made her freeze. She couldn't speak or move. Fear took over, and she realized she was completely scared of him. Before she could react, another man stepped in and grabbed the tall man's wrist. The tall man struggled but couldn't break free. He demanded to know who the stranger was. Ajin felt a wave of relief. She recognized the new guy and noticed that he asked if she was okay. The tall man grew angrier. He started yelling, accusing the newcomer of interfering and telling him to let go. Instead, the newcomer twisted his arm and brought him to the ground. The tall man let out a loud cry as he hit the pavement. Moments later, the police arrived and took the tall man away. He shouted the whole time, claiming he wasn't a molester. Ajin, overwhelmed by everything, began crying. Through her tears, she said she would never fall for such a camera test scam. The man who helped her interrupted, telling her that if she couldn't use her hands, she should have used her feet. Then she recognized him. It was Park Junwoo, a top student from her school. Even though she didn't know many people at school, she knew of him. Still crying, she thanked him for stepping in. She said she thought she was going to die from fear and asked why he happened to be there. He simply smiled and replied that it wasn't any of her business. But now that he had saved her, he said she could do him a favor. She agreed right away because she didn't like being in debt to others. He laughed and said that all he wanted was to borrow her power bank. The request surprised her. She hesitated since it was her favorite item. He explained that he had been watching a basketball game when his phone battery died during the most important part. She tried to decline, saying she was about to go home and couldn't lend it out. At that moment, her friend noticed the two of them outside. Meanwhile, Junwoo kept pressing her, saying that if she didn't want to owe him, she should just hand it over. Inside the cafe, the boy sitting with Chohui asked her for an answer to his confession. But Chohui didn't respond. She kept staring through the window at the two people standing outside. After a brief pause, she stood up. She told him it wasn't the right time to talk about that, and that she needed more time to think. She gathered her things and explained that something urgent had come up. Then she told him she'd see him at school and left the cafe. Outside, Ajin was still asking Junwoo how much longer he needed the power bank. He said she should wait because he hadn't even plugged it in yet. Just then, Cho-hwee came over, grabbed Ajin by the arm, and told her it was time to go home. Junwoo watched the two girls as they walked off. He didn't quite understand what was happening. Cho-hwee gave him a quick smile as they left. She wondered if he might be connected to the boy who liked her, and if so, maybe he could be useful in the future. Cho-hwee kept pulling Ajin along without saying much. Eventually, Ajin asked what was going on. She wanted to know why Cho-hwee was in such a hurry, and reminded her that the power bank had been left behind. Cho-hwee smiled and said it was nothing serious. She explained that her mom kept calling and wanted her to come home quickly. Ajin gave her a hug and asked how things went inside the cafe. Choi replied that she would explain everything on the way home. The next morning, the girls said goodbye to each other before heading to their classes. They agreed to meet again at lunch. While walking down the hallway, Ajin realized she hadn't slept well. She kept thinking about her power bank. Maybe she should have left it at home. It felt almost like a family heirloom. In class, a group of girls stood by the window, saying that Junwoo was so handsome. They had enrolled in the school just because of him. Ajin walked past them and entered the classroom. She looked at Junwoo, who was surrounded by fans, and thought that the attention must be exhausting. But he didn't seem to care. She walked over and spoke quietly, asking if he remembered her and if he had the power bank. Junwoo stood up and said he had left it at home but offered to buy her a better one. Ajin panicked and told him that wasn't necessary. She said the old one was special and asked him to bring it the next day. As she looked at him, she began to wonder if he even realized it was broken and not working at all. Junwoo started to respond with a simple, "All right." But before he could finish, the teacher walked into the classroom. The teacher asked everyone to take their seats, noting that the bell had already rung. Later, when class ended and lunch began, Ajin and Cho-hwee sat together to eat. While they were eating, Cho-hwee asked if Junwoo had promised to bring the power bank tomorrow. Ajin said she had reminded him clearly, and he understood that he needed to return it. Choi then suggested that she could meet Junwoo after school to collect the power bank on Ajin's behalf. Ajin seemed surprised and asked if that would be too much trouble. Cho-hwee smiled and said it was no problem at all. She was happy to help. After school, the weather changed suddenly and it started to rain. On the bus, a few girls were glad they had brought umbrellas. Junwoo pressed the stop button to get off at the next stop. Choi happened to be on the same bus. She sat quietly, thinking about how she had always wanted to get closer to Junwoo. She never expected Ajin to be the one to help make that happen. As she stared at Junwoo's back, she wondered what she could do to speed things along. Her plan was simple. She hid her umbrella inside her bag and got off at the same stop as Junwoo. When the bus stopped, he opened his umbrella and stepped out. She followed him quickly and called out his name. As she caught up to him, Cho-hwee introduced herself as Ajin's friend. Acting cheerful, she told him that Ajin had asked her to come and pick up the power bank. Junwoo looked a little surprised. He said he had planned to give it back at school the next day. Choi smiled and insisted that Ajin wanted it back as soon as possible because it was important. Junwoo agreed and invited her to walk with him. They started walking together. After a while, Cho-hwee asked if his house was still far away since they had already been walking for a while. He stopped and told her to wait out front. That's when Cho-hwee noticed something strange. They had walked alongside a long wall the entire time. She asked if the wall belonged to his house. Junwoo simply confirmed it. Realizing the size of his home, Cho-hwee smiled to herself. She now knew he was rich, smart, and good-looking. In her mind, he checked all the boxes to be the perfect boyfriend. Trying to sound playful, Cho-hwee mentioned that she got caught in the rain and felt cold. She hinted that it might be nice to dry off inside for a little while. She made an effort to look pitiful, hoping he wouldn't turn her down. She added that she regretted not bringing her umbrella. Instead of inviting her in, Junwoo simply handed her his umbrella. He told her he'd be right back and that she could use it while waiting. Then he walked inside, leaving her standing outside. Cho-hwee was stunned. She stood still, unsure of what to say. Although annoyed by the situation, she accepted it. She thought to herself that if he had been too easy, It wouldn't have been interesting anyway. It had been a while since she felt this kind of challenge. The next day, at a convenience store, Ajin was feeling hungry. She had overslept and missed breakfast, so she decided to buy something small to last until lunch. She picked out a few items and went to the counter. The total was less than $5, but when the cashier tried to process her payment, he told her that her card didn't have enough funds. Surprised, Ajin realized she had already used up her allowance for the month. The line behind her started to grow. Embarrassed, she asked the cashier to charge only the banana milk instead. Even then, the card still didn't go through. The cashier asked if she had another card, and some people in line started to complain about the wait. Feeling more awkward, Ajin asked to cancel everything. Just then, someone behind her offered to pay. When she turned around, she saw Junwoo standing there. He paid for her items without hesitation. They left the store and started walking to school together. The atmosphere between them was a little awkward at first. Ajin broke the silence by thanking him and promised to pay him back the next day. Junwoo told her not to worry about it, reminding her that the matter with the power bank wasn't settled yet. She realized he wasn't as cold as he seemed. He had been thinking about returning the power bank the whole time. He joked that if he hadn't bought her the snack, he probably would have had to listen to her stomach growling all day. Meanwhile, Cho-hwee watched them from a distance. She couldn't understand why they were together, or why they seemed to be getting along. Later, back in the classroom, Ajin immediately asked Junwoo if he had her power bank. He told her that her friend had picked it up the day before. Relieved, Ajin smiled, glad to hear that Cho-hwee already had it. She planned to collect it from her later. After class, Ajin and Cho-hwee were walking upstairs together. Cho-hwee suddenly mentioned that she didn't have the power bank anymore because Junwoo had thrown it away. Ajin looked confused. Junwoo had told her the day before that her friend had taken it. Cho-hwee then asked directly if Ajin was choosing to believe Junwoo over her. Ajin replied with frustration. It wasn't about choosing sides. She just never thought Junwoo was the type to lie. She couldn't understand why he would say something different. Still feeling down about the power bank, Ajin was comforted by Cho-hwee, who reminded her that she knew how much that item meant to her. Ajin remembered the moment her father had given it to her for her birthday. That memory made the loss feel even heavier. Cho-hwee acknowledged how precious the charger was. But later, when she was alone in her room, she questioned why Ajin was so attached to something so cheap. It didn't even work well. That was the moment Cho-hwee decided to tell Ajin not to get close to Junwoo. The next morning, Ajin got ready to confront Junwoo, but she wasn't sure how to approach him. He didn't seem very interested in talking to her. Meanwhile, Cho-hwee grew tired of hearing Ajin talk about the portable charger. She questioned why Ajin cared so much about something from a person she barely knew. Choi reminded her that the charger barely worked and that she might never see the person who gave it to her again. Ajin responded by saying that Cho-hwee already knew how important it was to her, but Cho-hwee quickly changed the subject. She asked if Ajin could lend her a blanket, explaining that she had forgotten hers. When Ajin entered the room to get the blanket, she noticed a group of classmates gathered around her desk. Curious, she walked over and asked what was going on. One of the girls asked if it was Ajin's birthday. Someone had left a wrapped gift on her desk, but Ajin was confused. Her birthday wasn't today. She opened the box and was surprised to see a pink portable charger inside. It looked just like the one she had lost. Her name was even engraved on it. She wondered who could have left it. At first, she thought maybe it was Cho-hwee trying to cheer her up. But that didn't make sense. They had come to school together. Some classmates commented on how pretty the charger looked. A few of them wondered if there might be a note inside revealing who sent the gift. Just then, Junwoo entered the classroom and asked Choi to move aside so he could pass. She greeted him in a cheerful tone, trying to sound cute, but he ignored her completely. Cho-hwee noticed the cold response and realized Junwoo might be the only person in the school who didn't react to her charm. She figured it was because he only cared about studying. Still, she thought that was better than someone who flirted with everyone. Around Ajin, some classmates started whispering, wondering if she had a secret crush. Ajin quickly denied it, saying it wasn't like that. But even she was curious about who had left the portable charger. At his desk, Junwoo watched Ajin closely, paying attention to her expressions and reactions. Chohyue noticed his gaze and began to grow suspicious. However, she didn't think it was possible that he liked Ajin. To change the subject, Chohyue brought up the blanket. Ajin apologized for the delay, handed it over, and asked if they could meet during lunch. Before walking away, Chohyue glanced back at Junwoo again to see if he was still watching, but he appeared focused on his studies. Soon after, the teacher entered and announced that the next class would be first aid training. It would be a practical lesson on how to save lives. Everyone gathered at the school court. Ajin, while standing among the students, kept thinking about the charger. She wondered again who had given it to her. Could it really have been June? Even though Chohyue claimed he had thrown the old one away and Junwoo said he gave it to her friend, Ajin still had doubts. She wasn't sure who to believe. The teacher began the demonstration, showing how to do chest compressions. After performing a few rounds, he asked the class if they understood, then told them to split into pairs to practice. Ajin quickly turned to a girl beside her and suggested they team up, but the teacher explained that it needed to be a boy-girl pair. He said if two boys practiced together, they might damage the dummy. Ajin grew nervous. She didn't want to partner with Junwoo. But the teacher noticed her hesitation and said she could pair up with him since they were standing nearby. That wasn't what she wanted to hear. As they began the training, Ajin kept a little distance. Junwoo focused on the demonstration, practicing on the dummy. The teacher complimented his technique and then asked why Ajin wasn't participating yet. Junwoo invited Ajin to give the chest compressions a try. She started practicing, clearly nervous, but it didn't take long for Junwoo to notice she was barely applying pressure. He joked that the dummy was already dead. Embarrassed, Ajin insisted it wasn't true, but Junwoo continued teasing. He told her that if the dummy were a real person, they wouldn't have made it. Ajin explained she was just afraid of pressing too hard and accidentally hurting someone. Junwoo told her that was a common concern. He said that during real emergencies, broken ribs sometimes happen. That shocked Ajin. He explained that saving a life is more important than a few broken bones. They continued the practice. The teacher watched from nearby, happy to see them working together. Then another teacher called him over. It was starting to rain, and they needed to share the court with another class. Since they only needed part of the court for training, he agreed. Soon, the second class arrived. Among them was Chohyue, who immediately noticed Ajin and Junwoo practicing together. Following the instructions, Ajin pushed harder on the dummy's chest. The sensation made her uncomfortable, especially the sound it made. Junwoo laughed at her reaction and told her that wasn't the right technique. He offered to show her how. He reached out, grabbed her hand, and placed it on the dummy. But Ajin wasn't expecting it. She lost her balance and fell onto him. It almost looked like a romantic scene from a movie. The teacher quickly stepped in and reminded them to focus on first aid, not flirting. Everyone around them laughed, but Chohyue wasn't amused. She stood to the side, clearly irritated. She had warned Ajin not to get close to Junwoo. Later, back in class, Ajin tried to figure out why Chohyue seemed upset. She asked if she was feeling okay. Chohyue simply said her stomach hadn't felt good since the night before, and that the physical activity made it worse. Ajin offered to take her to the infirmary for some medicine and rest, but Chohyue refused. She said she just needed a short nap and suggested they go eat since lunch break was almost over. But in truth, Chohyue was thinking something completely different. She couldn't even stand to look at Ajin's face anymore. Chohyue couldn't take the situation any longer. She asked Ajin to go get lunch alone and pretend they were together. She claimed it was only because she didn't want Ajin to skip a meal. Ajin was touched by the gesture. She agreed to go alone and told Chohyue not to worry. She should just rest and take her medicine. But in truth, Chohyue was thinking about how to create distance between Ajin and Junwoo. She hoped the charger hadn't come from him. At the cafeteria, Ajin felt a bit awkward sitting alone. Eating by herself made her uncomfortable. But before long, Junwoo and his friend showed up and asked where Chohyue was. Without waiting, Junwoo pulled out a chair and sat next to her. Ajin was surprised. Then he handed her his sausages. His friend looked annoyed. The sausages were the best part of lunch, and he had wanted them for himself. Ajin assumed Junwoo was doing all this because he still felt guilty about the lost charger. Trying to lighten the mood, Junwoo joked that she needed to eat more and get stronger, especially after falling on top of him during training. Ajin was embarrassed. She quickly said that she only fell because he had pulled her so suddenly. Junwoo's friend grew suspicious. It wasn't like Junwoo to talk to girls, let alone share his food. Ajin kept eating but couldn't stop thinking about how to bring up the new charger. Still, part of her was glad she didn't have to eat alone. Realizing this made her feel uneasy. She tried to convince herself that she was fine on her own and didn't need anyone. After a while, Junwoo's friend stood up to get more food. Meanwhile, Ajin stayed focused on her plan to talk about the charger. Junwoo seemed confused, watching her continue to eat without stopping. The next morning, Ajin left the house late and nearly missed the bus. She caught it just in time before it pulled away. As expected, the bus was crowded and there were no empty seats. That's when she spotted Junwoo sitting quietly. The memory of falling on top of him came rushing back, and she immediately felt embarrassed. To make things worse, Ajin remembered how Junwoo had joked about her falling on him during lunch. Embarrassed all over again, she made a silent decision. She'd ignore him completely. Pretend he didn't exist. Pretend she didn't hear him, see him, or even remember the sound of his laugh. The bus driver suddenly announced that there had been an accident ahead. Traffic was backing up, and more passengers were expected to board at the next stop. The front of the bus started getting crowded. Passengers began shuffling to the back to make room. Ajin stayed where she was. She didn't want to move closer to Junwoo, but the driver wasn't having it. He scolded her, telling her to move back like everyone else. Junwoo, watching the whole thing, let out a chuckle. That laugh, it made her cheeks burn. Humiliated, she inched her way toward the back, doing her best to act invisible. Junwoo pointed to the space near him and casually said, "You can stand here." "There's room." Reluctantly, she took the spot. She told herself she was only doing it to avoid another scolding. Junwoo thought for a moment. Maybe he should offer her his seat. But before he could, the bus made a sharp turn. Everyone staggered, struggling to keep their balance. Ajin lost hers entirely. She stumbled, right into Junwoo's lap. The silence between them shattered. Her eyes went wide. His did too. In a panic, she scrambled up, but in the rush, her head smacked against his chin. They both winced in pain. "Sorry," she blurted out, red-faced. "I didn't mean to fall on your thighs." Junwoo managed a soft smile, trying to hide his own fluster. He'd caught a faint, sweet scent from her hair, something soft and familiar. "It's okay," he said. "It happens." They both avoided eye contact after that. Finally, the bus rolled to a stop outside the school and everyone began filing off. Ajin and Junwoo walked behind the others, keeping a small distance between them. But she couldn't wait any longer. Now was her moment. She took a breath and turned to him. "Hey," she said. "Was it you who left that charger on my desk yesterday?" Junwoo glanced at her, and she hurried to explain. "I mean, I didn't think it could be anyone else. So, thank you. It's really pretty." He looked surprised for a second, then smiled. A real one. "I'm glad you liked it," he said quietly. "I bought it for you. I figured it was the least I could do." Ajin blinked. "Wait, so you didn't throw the old one away?" Junwoo shook his head. "Number it was already pretty much broken, so I just thought I'd get you a better one. I felt responsible." She stared at him, puzzled. That didn't match anything Cho-hwee had told her. So, why did Cho-hwee say he'd thrown it away? Ajin's thoughts tangled, and somewhere deep down, something began to shift. Ajin decided not to press further. Instead, she smiled and thanked Junwoo again, saying she'd definitely used the charger a lot. As they spoke, across the street, Cho-hwee was watching. Seeing the friendly atmosphere between them made her increasingly jealous and irritated. In her mind, Junwoo should be interested in her, not Ajin. Frustrated, Chohui quickly messaged the guy who had confessed to her earlier. She asked to meet up, which caught him off guard but made him excited. He thought she might finally be giving him a chance. She also asked him to bring a friend, claiming that her own friend was really into him. It was all part of her plan to create the perfect setup and to get closer to Junwoo. When the day of the meetup arrived, Junwoo was standing in front of the movie theater, waiting for his friend. He sent a message asking if he was on the way. That's when he heard a voice calling his name. It was Chohui. She walked up to him with 2 drinks, coffee and soda, and offered them casually. Junwoo looked confused. He asked why she was there and why she brought drinks. Chohui explained that they were about to watch a movie together. Junwoo replied that he wasn't watching any movie with her. His movie was about to start, and she should leave. While he tried calling his friend to understand the situation, the friend, Jong, picked up and quickly apologized. He explained that he had agreed to go out with Chohui's friend because he liked her. But to make the meetup work, Chohui had suggested that Junwoo could pair off with her. Jong said that Chohui thought it would be more natural if they watched the movie as 2 separate pairs instead of a group. Junwoo looked even more confused. He told his friend that Chohui was already there with him, but before he could finish, Chohui grabbed the phone and ended the call. She admitted everything. She told Junwoo that she had planned this and liked him. She even said the story about picking up Ajin's charger had been a lie. She had made it up just to get a chance to talk to him. Now, she stood in front of him, waiting for a response. It finally dawned on Junwoo. Everything had been a setup from the beginning. Chohui had orchestrated the entire situation. Before he could say a word, she asked him what he thought of her. She said she wanted him to get to know her better. He didn't respond to the question. Instead, he calmly asked for his phone back. Chohui refused. She told him that if it was because of Jongmin, she'd make things right. She'd reject him. Then she looked at Junwoo and asked again, more directly this time, what did he feel for her? He stayed quiet. For a moment, it felt like she had won. She believed his silence meant he was seriously considering her feelings, maybe even moved by them. She was convinced he'd say yes. But then he broke the silence. His voice was steady and firm. I don't like you. Those 4 words hit her like a slap. Her smile faded instantly. It didn't make sense. No one had ever rejected her before. She wasn't used to hearing no. Shaken, she tried to recover her composure. Her instinct was to cry, to pull him into guilt. Tears welled up in her eyes as she asked, how can you reject me without even thinking about it? But Junwoo didn't flinch. He told her there was nothing to think about. He was sure of how he felt. He asked again for his phone. She still didn't return it. Instead, she pleaded, asking him to take more time, to give her a chance. But he was done. His patience had run out. He pushed her hand away and warned her not to touch him. If you want to keep the phone, then keep it, he said coldly, turning away. Stunned, she stood there, alone outside the cinema, furious and humiliated. She wasn't used to losing. Not like this. Her pride couldn't handle it. She called out after him, one last time, trying to draw him back. Take your phone. He turned around slowly, his eyes filled with frustration. I don't like you. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not interested in you, he said. The only thing I want is for you to reject Jongmin properly and apologize. That was the end of it, or so it should have been. As Junwoo walked away, Chohui stood frozen. She looked down at the drinks she was still holding. And then, in a sudden outburst, she dropped them to the ground. The coffee splashed everywhere. She screamed, pretending the coffee had burned her. And as she predicted, Junwoo turned around. He ran over, concerned, asking if she was okay. Chohui clutched her wrist and cried harder. It hurts, she sobbed. Junwoo didn't say much. He simply took off toward the nearest pharmacy and came back minutes later with bandages and burn ointment. She sat down while he quietly treated her fake injury. Inside, she was thrilled. Even if he didn't love her, he was still showing her kindness. And in Cho Hui's mind, that meant there was still a chance. A small opening. A crack she could slip through. Because in her world, attention was currency. And she wasn't done playing yet. For the first time, Cho Hui felt like she was truly falling for someone. As Junwoo focused on wrapping her hand, she mentioned that her heart was racing, because he was holding her hand. He quickly stood up, let go, and said he was leaving. Cho Hui believed he was just embarrassed and didn't know how to handle his feelings. Before he walked away, she handed him his phone and quietly apologized for her earlier behavior. He didn't say anything. He just turned and walked off. She stayed behind, completely love-struck, convinced he was shy and flustered. But she was mistaken. Later that day, at Cho Hui's house, Ajin arrived in a rush. She was worried about her friend's injury. Cho Hui, still lying down, asked her to lower her voice. She said she had a bad headache. Ajin noticed the bandages on Cho Hui's hand were done poorly. She asked to take a closer look, but Cho Hui quickly pulled her hand back. She remembered Junwoo bandaging her earlier and didn't want to reveal anything. Ajin assumed her friend was just in pain, but Cho Hui explained she didn't want anyone touching the burn. Inside, she reminded herself to be more careful. She couldn't let her real feelings slip. Then, Cho Hui quickly changed the subject. She asked about the delicious smell coming from what Ajin had brought with her. It was a small bun. Ajin had made it after hearing about her friend's injury. She brought it as a gesture of care. Cho Hui smiled and said she loved Ajin's homemade buns. She suggested they go to her room, eat, and watch Netflix. Of course, Cho Hui planned to keep acting sick to make Ajin do everything for her. She claimed her hand still hurt and asked Ajin to set the table. While setting things up, Ajin noticed the trash bin was in the way. She moved it aside, but something inside caught her attention. She looked closer and spotted something pink, her old portable charger. She picked it up and saw her name engraved on it. Confused, she turned to Choi and asked why her charger was in the trash. Choi, distracted and admiring her bandaged hand, realized too late. She had forgotten to take out the trash. And now, the evidence was sitting right in front of them. Ajin kept thinking about the situation. She couldn't understand why the charger had ended up at Choi's house if Junwoo hadn't thrown it there. Choi didn't know how to respond. She looked at Ajin, silently trying to come up with a way out. Eventually, she said that she had found the charger in Junwoo's trash. She explained that she had been passing by his house, saw something pink in the bin, and realized it was a portable charger. She claimed that she took it because it felt wrong to leave it there. According to her, it was too cold-hearted of Junwoo to throw it away, so she decided to keep it for her friend. But the explanation didn't hold up for long. Ajin remembered that Chi disliked touching anything dirty. That detail didn't add up. Chi tried to keep the story going. She said she only took it because she knew how important it was to Ajin. She insisted that even though she hated doing something like that, she had done it out of care for her friend. She added that she hadn't returned it earlier because she couldn't remember where she had put it. She also said she felt hurt being questioned by someone she cared about. Ajin, still unsure but wanting to believe her, gave Chi a hug. She accepted the explanation and thanked her friend for doing something difficult just to help. The issue was dropped and things returned to normal. The next day at school, the teacher announced a new assignment. Students would have to work in pairs. To avoid any problems, the teacher explained that the pairs had already been assigned. The class didn't like the idea, but the teacher asked them to check the list before complaining. Everyone rushed to the paper, eager to see who would be Junwoo's partner. It turned out to be Ajin. Some students said she was lucky. Junwoo was known for being smart. A few of the girls felt jealous. They had wanted to be his partner too. Ajin, however, wasn't excited. She still felt awkward being around Junwoo after everything that had happened. She walked up to him and asked when they should start the assignment. Instead of waiting for her to speak, Junwoo took the lead. He said they needed to set a time soon since the school schedule was tight this semester. They agreed to meet on Saturday. When Saturday arrived, the weather was clear. Spring flowers were blooming, and Ajin thought it might be nice to hang out with Chi after finishing the assignment. She arrived at the cafe a little early and found a seat. The place was busy and full of people. She began organizing her things on the table while waiting for Junwoo. As she adjusted her setup, her hand bumped into her cup. It nearly tipped over. She caught it at the last second, but the sudden movement caused a mess. Holding the cup in one hand and her laptop in the other, she felt like she was going to drop something. At that moment, Junwoo showed up. He reached out and caught the cup before it hit the ground. Ajin was surprised to see him arrive at exactly that moment. She also felt a bit embarrassed. He told her to go wash her hands and said he'd call someone over to clean the table. She hesitated. She felt responsible and wanted to clean it herself. But he was already walking toward the counter, repeating that she should just wash up. While washing her hands, she got a message from Chi. Chi said she wouldn't be able to meet that day because of a modeling job. Ajin was impressed. Her friend always seemed to be doing something cool. Inspired, she felt motivated to do her best too. When she returned to the table, the mess was gone. Everything was clean and in order. Junwoo had even brought her another drink. It looked like a banana smoothie. She thanked him. He noticed and commented that she always seemed to be drinking something banana-flavored. She said it was simple. She just really liked bananas. Then he sat down next to her, not across from her. She wondered why. He said he wanted to sit there so he could keep an eye on her, just in case she got clumsy again. She felt a little embarrassed, but told him that even though she wasn't great at studying, she always pulled her weight in group projects. She said she wouldn't be a burden. He smiled at that and told her to open her laptop. Then he said he was impressed she remembered to bring it. Sometimes it felt like Junwoo only showed up to tease her. Still, Ajin appreciated that he had helped her. Elsewhere, Choi finished her modeling job. She thanked the team and headed out. She didn't want to go home yet. It was still early and she had nothing to do there. She started thinking about who she could invite to hang out. That's when she noticed several unread messages from Young Min. He had been trying to reach her. She had told him she was sick to avoid going to the movies with him. Now, she debated whether she should explain or just be direct. In the end, she sent a message saying she liked someone else and didn't want him to contact her anymore. It was a harsh message, but she sent it without hesitation. With no other plans, she remembered that Ajin had mentioned the cafe where she would be doing her assignment. Choi decided to go there. That's when things took a turn. She arrived at the cafe and spotted Ajin sitting with someone. The guy's back was to her, so she couldn't see who it was. She hadn't expected the assignment partner to be a male classmate. Before walking over, she paused to fix her appearance. She checked her reflection and applied a bit of lip gloss. Meanwhile, Ajin was quietly impressed. Junwoo was writing the entire assignment in English. He didn't even need a translator. He worked quickly and confidently. Then his phone rang. It was Young, who was clearly upset. He had just been rejected and needed someone to talk to. Junwoo looked annoyed. He seemed to guess that Choi hadn't handled the situation gently. After the call, he told Ajin that something had come up and he needed to leave. Most of the work was already done. He told her she just needed to finish the design part. Ajin understood and told him to go ahead. She said not to worry. She would handle the rest. She felt motivated to do a good job, especially since he had already done so much. Choi was still nearby, pretending to check her makeup in the mirror. She overheard Junwoo talking on the phone again. He said he was heading to another friend's house to meet Young Min. Only then did she realize the guy sitting with Ajin had been Junwoo all along. Instead of saying anything, she sat down at a nearby table behind Ajin. She waited in silence while Ajin kept working. Eventually, the protagonist stood up and headed to the bathroom. While Ajin was away, Choi saw a chance to cause trouble. She thought that if the project files disappeared, Junwoo wouldn't get a good grade. That would likely make him upset with Ajin. She tried to open Ajin's laptop, but it was locked with a password. Her first guess was Ajin's birthday. It didn't work. She kept trying different combinations. After a few more failed attempts, she hesitated but decided to try one more. To her surprise, the password turned out to be her own birthday. She paused. Realizing Ajin had used her birthday made her feel something unexpected. It was a reminder that her friend really did care about her. Because of that, she changed her mind. Instead of deleting the whole file, she removed everything except the first and last page. Then she arranged the screen so that when Ajin returned, she'd just send the email without double-checking the content. Choi felt excited thinking about how surprised Ajin would be when the mistake was discovered. The next day, the teacher began class by talking about the assignments. She said some groups hadn't submitted their work, even though she had made it clear that missing the deadline would affect their grade. Then, she started reading out the names of the students who didn't turn anything in. Ajin and Junwoo were on the list. They were both shocked. The entire class began to whisper and react. Everyone knew Junwoo was one of the top students in English. It didn't make sense that he hadn't submitted the assignment. People started guessing that the issue might have been Ajin's fault. Ajin quickly spoke up. She said she had sent the assignment and asked the teacher to check her email again. The teacher confirmed that a file was sent, but there seemed to be a problem. She asked if Ajin had reviewed the document before sending it. Ajin opened the file to see what was wrong. She was stunned. Only the first and last page were there. Junwoo's entire portion of the project was missing. The class started to laugh and make comments. Some said they must have spent all their time on the design and forgotten to do the actual work. Ajin began to panic. She realized that Junwoo's grade might suffer because of this. She couldn't understand what had happened. She was sure she had checked the file before sending it. Feeling embarrassed, she asked the teacher if there was any way to get more time and resend the assignment. Junwoo finally spoke up. He apologized to the teacher and said there had been a mistake. He explained that he had just resent the assignment file. Ajin was surprised. She hadn't known he still had a copy of the files. The teacher accepted the explanation, more or less, but said they needed to be fair to the other students who submitted their work on time. So, she asked Junwoo and Ajin to present their assignment in front of the class. Ajin became nervous right away. She wasn't prepared to speak. Junwoo told her not to worry. He said she only needed to handle changing the slides. Even though she trusted he would do well, she still felt uneasy. She knew this was all happening because of her mistake. As soon as Junwoo began the presentation in English, the class grew quiet. Everyone was impressed by how clearly and fluently he spoke. The teacher seemed pleased. She had expected him to do well. Even Ajin was surprised. She knew he was good at English, but not that good. When the lunch bell rang, the class rushed to the cafeteria. Ajin called out to Junwoo before he could leave. She told him how impressed she was by the way he spoke, especially without any preparation. She added that now she understood why everyone had been jealous that she was paired with him. Then, before he could reply, she quickly apologized. She said she had checked the file before sending it and didn't know how the problem happened. She told him she wanted to find a way to return the favor. Just as Junwoo began to say it was fine and that she didn't need to worry, Young appeared. He interrupted and called Junwoo to go eat lunch with him. Junwoo left with Young, leaving Ajin alone in the classroom. Even though Junwoo told her it was okay, Ajin couldn't stop thinking about how to make it up to him. Meanwhile, Choi was walking around the school looking for Ajin. She wanted to see how upset Ajin was. She assumed Junwoo must have blamed her and that she would be feeling miserable. When she finally found her, Choi smiled and asked how things were going. To her surprise, Ajin seemed cheerful, much more than she had expected. Ajin explained everything that had happened. She talked about how Junwoo had saved the presentation and how well he had spoken. She said they would probably still get a good grade. Now she was trying to decide which snack to buy to thank him. Choi listened, but she was clearly irritated. Her plan had completely backfired. In the school courtyard, Young was talking with Junwoo. He said things weren't going the way he had hoped. Junwoo asked what he meant. Young explained it was about Choi. They had talked the day before, and things seemed fine. He had felt better afterward. But today, those feelings had come back. Even when he tried to avoid her at school, his heart still raced when he saw her. He said it was the first time he had ever felt that way. Even knowing she liked someone else, he thought maybe there was still a chance. Junwoo disagreed. He told Young not to get his hopes up and said he was just imagining things. But Young didn't listen. He said Junwoo didn't understand love at all. Since the school trip was coming up, he planned to use that time to get closer to Choi. Junwoo remembered when Choi had confessed her feelings to him. He told Young to drop the idea and focus on studying. He reminded him that if his grades dropped, he'd lose his phone. Young didn't care. He said love was more important than school and that Junwoo wouldn't understand because all he did was study. Young added that Junwoo didn't have anyone he wanted to see the spring flowers with. That comment made Junwoo pause. For some reason, he thought of Ajin, specifically how impressed she had looked during the English presentation. Meanwhile, someone else wasn't happy about how close Junwoo and Ajin were getting. Choi was starting to regret everything she had done. Her efforts to sabotage Ajin hadn't worked. In fact, it seemed like she had only helped bring the two of them closer. Ajin didn't even seem to care about Choi's warnings to stay away from Junwoo. That made her even more irritated. Later, Choi came home, tired and with a headache. She just wanted to rest. But as she opened the front door, she heard raised voices. Her father had shown up. He was asking her mother for a divorce. The argument in Choi's house continued. She couldn't understand why her father even came around anymore. Every time he did, it ended in a fight. This time was no different. Her father said he had found someone else. That was why he wanted a divorce. Choi felt overwhelmed. Things at school were already hard enough, and now she had to deal with this all over again at home. Her father, angry and aggressive, raised his voice and told her mother to sign the divorce papers. He said that, in the end, she would do what he wanted, whether she liked it or not. Choi had heard enough. She asked him if he planned to leave the other woman too. She questioned what the point of the divorce even was. Her father didn't like being challenged. Without saying anything more, he slapped Choi across the face. That moment said a lot about the kind of man he was, and gave some insight into how Choi's thinking had become so twisted. Her mother stood up then. She told him he had no right to lay a hand on their daughter. She told him to leave and said she wasn't giving him the divorce. Eventually, he left the house. Choi's mother tried to comfort her, but Choi pulled away and said her father wasn't even human anymore. She told her mother to just sign the papers. She said that after everything, after being hit, it made no sense to protect him. Her mother, still holding on to some hope, told her not to say that. She reminded her that, no matter what, he was still her father. That only made Choi angrier. She yelled at her mother, saying she was worse than her father for letting things get this far. Then she stormed into her room and locked the door. Inside, she sat down and started thinking about her life. She wondered how she could ever change it. But her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed a box of sweets on her desk. Ajin had sent them, along with a note saying how much she cared about her friend. That made Choi even more upset. She knocked the cookies onto the floor in frustration. To her, everything always worked out for Ajin, but nothing ever seemed to work out for her. In that moment, she made a decision. All the anger and hate she had been holding inside would now become a plan to destroy Ajin. Later that night, at Junwoo's house, he was in the middle of a private lesson with his tutor, but he couldn't concentrate. His mind kept going back to the moment with the spring flowers. He wondered why, at that time, he had thought of Ajin. His tutor noticed he was distracted and asked if something was on his mind. The tutor commented that it was the first time he had seen Junwoo this distracted. Junwoo brushed it off and said he was just spacing out. But the tutor pushed a little further. He asked if maybe Junwoo was interested in someone. Before he could answer, Junwoo's thoughts drifted again, to Ajin. For the first time, he blushed while thinking about her. The tutor reminded him to focus and continued with the lesson. Meanwhile, at Ajin's house, she was in the kitchen, baking cookies. She planned to give them to her friends during the school trip the next day. Her parents came home from work. They told her not to stay up too late since she had a big day tomorrow. Ajin said she was almost done and would go to bed soon. They smiled and said her friends were lucky to have someone like her. Her father, happy to see her in a good mood, gave her some money. He told her to enjoy the trip and maybe buy a few small gifts. Back in her room, Ajin started packing. She decided to bring her portable charger. Looking at the 2 chargers she now had, she remembered something from a year ago. It was during camp at Y University. In the dorm, Ajin had tried to convince the other girls to stay the night. It was their first day of camp, and she thought it would be fun. But the others weren't interested. They said they only signed up for the extra credit and didn't want to spend the whole night there. They also mentioned that Ajin had been scolded in class earlier for dozing off, and she didn't seem to care about her grades anyway. The group agreed to leave together. Ajin, not wanting to be left alone, decided to go with them. Later, they tried to sneak out quietly in the dark, but they were caught when the hallway lights came on. The instructor's assistant had been waiting and stopped them. Ajin was caught off guard. She was impressed by him. Calm, direct, and sharp. In that moment, she blushed and realized she might be feeling something new. Maybe for the first time, she was experiencing what people call love at first sight. Back then, Ajin didn't know where she got the courage. But she remembered walking up to him and asking for his phone number. They started talking almost every day. But everything changed when he got a girlfriend. Even though she had never confessed her feelings, it still broke her heart. She realized then that to him, she might have just been a student he met during camp. And in that moment, something else became clear. The portable charger wasn't a gift from her father after all. It had been from him, her very first crush. She smiled as she looked at the charger. She wondered how he was doing now. Back in the present, the scene shifted to Y University. Her former crush was standing on campus, surrounded by a group of girls. They were congratulating him on getting a teaching internship. They asked him where he would be working. He told them, Soren High School. So that was the little spoiler for what's coming next. Now, it was finally the day of the school trip. The students were complaining, saying they wished they were going to an island or somewhere farther away. Ajin wasn't focused on that. She was only worried about one thing, where her friend Choi was. She called her and asked to meet before they left. There was something she needed to give her. When Ajin turned around, she saw Choi approaching. She was all dressed up, wearing a crop shirt. It was clear she hadn't come to the trip just to relax. She had come to be seen. Ajin scolded her, saying the outfit showed too much skin. Choi pulled away and told her to stop tugging at her clothes. She said she was fine the way she was. Just then, the crowd grew quiet. Everyone turned to look at Junwoo. Even Ajin and Choi paused, surprised at how good he looked in casual clothes. Some girls rushed over to him. They complimented him and asked if he had already chosen a seat for the train ride. Meanwhile, Junwoo's friends were getting ready for the trip in their own way. They had brought alcohol and were already talking about inviting some girls to hang out later. Choi immediately paid attention. She wanted to get closer to Junwoo during the trip. The boys mentioned that the room they planned to use for the hangout was going to be Ajin's. Choi stepped into the conversation and called out to Youngmin. He was caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to speak to him. She said she didn't mean to interrupt, but their night sounded fun, and she wanted to join. Youngmin, clearly excited, said yes right away. He thought it was amazing that she wanted to be there. Soon after, the students began settling in on the train. They found their seats, took pictures, and laughed with their friends. But Choi didn't feel comfortable. She didn't understand why everyone was taking so many photos. After all, it was just a train ride. She shrank back into her seat, trying to avoid being in any pictures. Earlier that morning, before she left home, her mother had handed her an envelope full of money. She said it was from her father, for Choi to spend during the trip. Choi got angry. She threw the envelope aside, saying there was no point in giving her money now, not after everything he had done. But, as always, her mother only said that she shouldn't speak badly about her father. In another train car, Ajin was feeling too warm. She had worn a long-sleeved shirt and now regretted it. She tried calling Choi to ask if she wanted to go to the vending machine with her, But Choi was asleep, so Ajin decided to go alone. When she reached the vending area, she saw Junwoo already there, getting a drink. He noticed her and asked if she wanted something. She looked at the options and pointed to the green apple drink he had just taken. She said it looked good and that she'd get the same. But when she reached for one, she realized there were none left. The last one had been the one Junwoo was holding. Without thinking twice, he offered it to her. He said it was meant for Youngmin, but since Youngmin was sleeping, she could have it. Ajin asked if he was sure. He said it was fine. She smiled and took the drink. For a moment, Junwoo didn't respond. He just stood there, watching her. He seemed to forget what he was about to say. But then the quiet moment was interrupted. Another student rushed into the train car and accidentally bumped into Ajin. She lost her balance, and it nearly caused another one of those classic almost kiss moments. Junwoo apologized quickly as they both recovered from the sudden jolt. Ajin felt a small pain in her eyes. Her glasses had been bumped during the accident. Junwoo noticed the scent of green apple again. She looked at him, now without her glasses, and asked if he was okay. Instead of answering, he quickly pushed her away. Ajin didn't understand why he did that. The moment reminded her of the first time they met, in the park. Back then, he had saved her from a strange man and asked why she didn't use her legs if her hands were full. She also remembered what Choi had told her, that Junwoo had thrown her portable charger in the trash. Without thinking, she asked him why he was always so mean to her. Junwoo realized then that she had misunderstood everything. It was clear she thought he disliked her. On impulse, he said something unexpected. He told her he actually liked her. Ajin froze. She didn't know how to react. Nothing made sense. She tried to figure it out but couldn't. She asked him why. Why would he like her? Before she could come up with an answer, he started laughing. He said her expression was incredible. Then he added that he liked her because her reactions were always funny. Ajin misunderstood completely. She got angry and embarrassed. She cursed at him and hit him. He said that hurt. She told him he deserved it and walked away. He called out to her, but she ignored him. He stood there, confused. He didn't understand why she was so upset. Meanwhile, Ajin was in tears. She thought it wasn't fair. Even if he was the top student, he didn't have the right to treat her like that. She didn't want to feel like a joke or a toy. She remembered the day they met at the cafe. Back then, he had helped her and offered her a new drink after she spilled hers. In that moment, she had thought he was kind. Now she wasn't sure what to believe. If his confession had been a lie, she didn't know how to handle it. She couldn't tell if he was just playing with her or if he had meant what he said. Later, at the trip destination, the students gathered to take a group photo. The teacher told them to behave, not to cause trouble, and reminded them to meet back at the same spot by 6 o'clock. Everyone agreed and then split off in different directions. Choi, unaware of what had happened on the train, was walking around looking for Junwoo. But before she could find him, she was stopped by 3 guys, locals, by the looks of it. They started hitting on her. Choi quickly realized they were just playboys and tried to ignore them. She kept walking, but they didn't back off. One of them asked for her phone number and casually put his arm around her to stop her. Trying to stay calm, Choi offered to give her Instagram instead. She said he could message her anytime and she wouldn't ignore him. Still, he insisted on getting her number. Choi kept offering her Instagram ID, hoping that would be enough to get him to let go. Now surrounded and unsure of how to get out of the situation, she started to feel nervous. And the truth was, she didn't even want to give them her Instagram. Right then, Ajin showed up. She shouted that the teacher had told them not to talk to people outside their school. Then she grabbed Choi's hand and ran. The guys didn't follow, but it didn't seem like they were going to forget what happened either. Ajin and Choi kept running, not looking back. Ajin was furious. She couldn't believe those guys tried something like that with her friend. She didn't even realize what moments like these meant, how her loyalty always showed up when it mattered. To ease the tension, Choi made a joke. She said Ajin didn't need to talk so formally about those guys. They were probably only a year older and might even be on their own school trip. She laughed about it. Ajin was surprised at how relaxed Choi was. She said they didn't look like they were still in school. In fact, they looked way too tired and worn out for their age. Both girls laughed and kept walking, letting the moment pass. Later that night, back at the lodging, the girls in Ajin's room were waiting. They were wondering where the rest of their group was. Ajin asked who exactly they were waiting for. Just then, the door opened. Youngmin walked in with his friends, and they were carrying a suitcase, most likely full of drinks. Choi came in with them, and behind her was Junwoo. The girls weren't thrilled to see Choi. Ajin, still unaware, hadn't even noticed that Junwoo was there. He hadn't come for the party. He didn't even like these types of gatherings. He had only come to apologize to her. When Ajin finally noticed Junwoo in the room, her mood changed. She felt a little discouraged. Meanwhile, the other girls were excited. Everyone settled down, chatting and snacking on chips. But the tension between Junwoo and Ajin hung in the air. They began talking about what game to play. Youngmin suggested playing Truth or Dare. Just as they were about to begin, a loud noise came from outside. Other students were knocking on the door, asking what was going on inside the room. The girls inside quickly tried to come up with a plan. They decided to pretend they were all asleep. Some people threw blankets over themselves. Others ran into the bathroom. Ajin ended up under a blanket. Someone opened the door. It was the instructor. He looked around, saw the lights off and people lying down, and assumed everyone was asleep. After a moment, he left. Ajin stayed still under the blanket. Her neck started to feel stiff. She thought Choi was next to her, pressing down on her head. She whispered for her friend to stop, but someone told her to stay quiet. Then her phone alarm went off, lighting up the space under the blanket. That's when she saw who was beside her. It wasn't Choi. It was Junwoo. They both froze, faces close, just looking at each other. Neither of them moved until the alarm stopped ringing. Then, silently and awkwardly, they both turned their heads away. Ajin's heart started racing. She wanted to disappear. She tried to think of a way to get out without anyone noticing. She convinced herself that Junwoo would probably push her away again, just like he did on the train. And then he'd laugh at her. For some reason, she had it in her head that he didn't like her at all. They stayed quiet, still hidden, until someone said the coast was clear and the lights could be turned on. As soon as the room lit up, Youngmin stepped on something. It was Ajin's glasses. Junwoo sat up and pulled the blanket off both of them. Ajin noticed that he looked angry. She didn't understand why. She hadn't asked to be in that situation. And even though she didn't like how close they'd gotten, she was even more confused by the look on his face. Why was he mad? If none of this was her fault. In reality, Junwoo wasn't angry. He was just embarrassed. He had only come to the room to apologize for what happened on the train. He hadn't expected to end up under a blanket with Ajin, inches from her face. He got up and went to check if she was okay. But when he looked at her, she seemed frozen in shock. It wasn't just from the awkward moment. It was because Youngmin had stepped on her glasses and broken them. Youngmin quickly apologized, flustered. But in his nervousness, he said her name wrong. Instead of Ajin, he called her Adek, a name that sounded more like a puppy. The entire room burst into laughter. Youngmin looked even more embarrassed. Not only had he broken her glasses, but now he had also messed up her name. Ajin tried to brush it off. She said it was fine and that she would just go to the doctor tomorrow to get new glasses. With that, they all went back to what they were doing before. The game. The first person to pick a paper was Choi. Her task was to give a snack to someone she wanted to get closer to. She chose Youngmin. He looked surprised. He hadn't expected it. The boys immediately started complaining, jealous that Young had been picked. Ajin watched quietly. She was impressed. Choi seemed to be improving in how she dealt with people. But Choi had a different plan. She hadn't picked Young to be nice. She wanted to make Junwoo jealous. but he didn't react. Choi, however, convinced herself that his blank face meant he was extremely jealous, but trying not to show it. To take it a step further, she added that Young-min was very cute. Poor Young-min, completely unaware, was thrilled. He thought things were going great. Next, they spun the bottle again. This time, it landed on Ajin and Junwoo. Jung-min asked them a question. "Are you interested in anyone in this room?" Everyone leaned in, curious. Ajin and Junwoo both looked at each other. They didn't say anything. They just stared for a moment, thinking the same thing, but not saying it out loud. Then they quickly looked away. Ajin was thinking that maybe she wasn't actually bothered. Junwoo hadn't come to tease her. He came to apologize. And Junwoo was thinking that maybe she didn't hate him after all. The rest of the group started whispering. They found it strange that neither of them answered. Why did they look at each other like that? What were they thinking? No one knew, but everyone could feel the tension. And the question still hadn't been answered. Since Ajin and Junwoo took too long to answer the question, they were told to draw punishment slips. Ajin picked one that said she had to take a photo of the professor's room door. Junwoo picked a slip that said he didn't have to do anything. But since neither of them had answered, the group decided both of them had to do Ajin's challenge. Their friends warned them. If they got caught, they shouldn't mention the game. And they shouldn't come back to the room either. Ajin looked uneasy. She wasn't comfortable being alone with Junwoo. Her friends tried to encourage her. Choi offered to go in her place, but Young-min quickly stopped her. He said that wasn't allowed. Everyone agreed to stay quiet and get back inside before anyone got caught. Ajin said goodbye and left with Junwoo. Choi stayed behind, irritated that she couldn't take Ajin's spot. Some of the students in the room started commenting that Ajin looked prettier without her glasses. Choi couldn't believe it. She stood right there, yet no one seemed to notice her. She wondered if everyone had gone blind. Wanting attention, she grabbed someone's hand and dragged them back inside to keep the game going. Meanwhile, Ajin and Junwoo were on their way to the professor's room. Junwoo was deep in thought. He wanted to use the moment alone to apologize for what happened on the train. He pointed out a lit window across the way. It was probably the professor's room. He said it would be faster to take the shortcut through the garden. But Ajin barely heard him. She just wanted to leave. She felt cold, uncomfortable, and anxious. She said they should go down and take the garden path. Just as she turned to move, Junwoo called her. He began talking, trying to bring up what had happened earlier. But before he could finish, a hall monitor appeared. They heard the voice call out, asking who was there. Without thinking, Junwoo grabbed Ajin's hand. They ran. Quickly, they slipped into a nearby room and hid behind a wall. The monitor looked around, saw the open window, and closed it before walking away. The two of them stayed still, barely breathing, afraid of being caught. But they kept holding hands. Junwoo was the first to speak. He quietly asked if she thought the professor had already left. That's when Ajin noticed their hands. She quickly pulled hers away. The awkward silence returned, and Junwoo apologized. But the monitor heard them talking and came back to check. Ajin started to panic. If they were caught, they could lose points. Junwoo stood up and told her to stay hidden. She asked what he planned to do, but before he could answer, the door started to open. He opened it first and walked out, pretending to be on the phone. The hall monitor paused. But when he saw it was Junwoo, he relaxed. Junwoo was the top student at the school. The monitor smiled, thinking it had just been some troublemakers. He asked Junwoo what he was doing there. Junwoo apologized and said he knew he wasn't supposed to be out late. He explained he had been talking on the phone. The monitor told him it was fine. Ajin, still hiding, watched the whole thing. She noticed how different the tone was with Junwoo. How respectful the monitor was. Even so, Junwoo would still get a small penalty point for being out late. The monitor asked if he had seen anyone else around. Junwoo calmly said no. He nudged the door closed with his foot, blocking the view into the room where Ajin was hiding. Ajin realized what he was doing. He was protecting her. If they got caught together, rumors would definitely spread. Even so, she felt guilty. He was getting a penalty because of her. And she knew, for someone like him, grades mattered a lot. The monitor finally left, reminding him to head back to his room soon. When the coast was clear, Junwoo told her it was safe to come out. Ajin stepped out slowly, looking guilty. He asked if she was okay. She said she wasn't scared. There was nothing wrong with her expression. She just felt bad that he got penalized because of her. He told her not to worry about it. Then he said they should finish what they started and take a photo of the professor's door. Ajin was surprised. She had assumed he would give up on the task after getting a penalty. Ajin suggested that maybe they should just go back to the room. But Junwoo smirked and asked if she was too scared to finish the mission. She looked irritated and replied that she wasn't scared. She was just worried about him. That made him laugh. She didn't understand why. She asked if he thought she was funny. She told him he was always teasing her, and if he didn't like her, it would be easier to just ignore her. The tension returned. He didn't say anything right away. She waited, confused by his silence. Then, without warning, he gently placed his hand on her head. He told her that even if he joked around, he would never mistreat her. He said he didn't hate her. That was the reason he had come all the way out there. He turned and started walking ahead. He told her to hurry up, or they might get caught again. Ajin stood there for a second, taking in his words. Maybe something was finally changing between them. She followed closely behind him as they made their way to the teacher's office. Her steps were quiet, her body trembling in the cold. When he turned back, he caught sight of her shivering. Without hesitation, he slipped off his jacket and placed it gently over her shoulders. The warmth steadied her, and though her heart still raced, she found herself a little more at ease. Yet doubts clouded her mind. She couldn't believe his small act of kindness, brushing it off as a prank. Her flustered reaction broke through in frustration, but instead of taking offense, Park Junwoo only laughed. To him, her outburst looked strangely amusing. With a playful smirk, he turned and walked ahead, his laughter echoing softly as she trailed after him, still caught between anger and confusion. They arrived at the teacher's office and quickly snapped a picture, proof of the door's number to show the others waiting inside. But when they returned, all eyes shifted toward Ajin, still wrapped in Junwoo's jacket. Whispers began to spread, teasing comments sparking louder than she could bear. She explained hurriedly that he had only lent it to her because of the cold, but no one seemed to believe her. The noise grew heavy, filling the room with restless chatter until Junwoo himself could no longer stand it. He slipped away quietly, leaving behind the chaos. They pleaded for him to stay, but his decision was firm. One by one, the group began wishing each other goodnight. Yet, in one corner of the room, a quiet sorrow lingered. Cho-hee sat alone, sulking, her heart heavy with disappointment. She had longed for just a moment to speak with him, but he was gone too soon. That night, Junwoo lay restless, unable to surrender to sleep. His thoughts circled endlessly, drawn again and again to the same person, Kang Ajin. The image of her without her glasses played over in his mind, her face softer, her presence strangely endearing. He caught himself, uneasy with the thought. Cute? He shouldn't think of her that way. And yet, no matter how he tried, his mind would not let her go. Eventually, he drifted into sleep, his mind still restless from the thoughts that had kept him awake. In his dream, it felt as though he was back at school again. And there she was, Kang Ajin. She stood trying to fix her hair, fumbling as she searched for her headband, unaware that it was already in her hand. The sight made him smile. He went closer to her and showed her the headband on her wrist. She was grateful, but he made a remark that made her feel he was teasing her. She started to shout at him, but before he could do anything else, the dream began to fade. The scene slipped away, and soon he found himself back in his room. It had only been a dream, shaped by the thoughts that had followed him into his sleep. He told himself not to think of her again, but no matter how he tried, her presence lingered. The next morning, the teacher returned with a new pair of lenses for Ajin so she could use them during the school trip. At the same time, Choi Jung-min was scolded for his actions. He felt bad and offered his apology, though Ajin wasn't too upset. In truth, she had always wanted to change her lenses. Though the situation had been rough, it almost felt as if he had helped her in an unintended way. Later, Ajin held Junwoo's jacket in her hands. She gave it to Jung-min, asking him to return it. But as Jung-min looked around, he spotted Junwoo running an errand. He called Ajin back and placed the jacket in her hands again, insisting that she should give it to Junwoo herself. Reluctantly, she accepted and went after him. When she caught up to him, Junwoo stopped and turned, but her eyes dropped to his shoes instead. His shoelace had come undone. Without a word, she bent down and tied it neatly. Junwoo shifted, clearly uncomfortable with the gesture, but Ajin didn't stop. She did it quietly, as if it were the most natural thing to do. His friend standing nearby could only watch the small act and was struck by it. To see her take the time to do something so simple, yet so thoughtful, left an impression. It was in these little moments that Ajin's kindness showed the most. After tying his shoelace, Ajin carefully placed Junwoo's jacket on top of the box he was carrying before running off. Though his friend made a casual remark about her looking cute, Junwoo quickly dismissed it outwardly. Deep down, however, he knew the truth. She was cute. But it was a thought he would never admit, not even to himself fully, and certainly not to anyone else. Back at the field, Cho-hee sent a message for Ajin to come over. Her chest tightened with jealousy as she noticed groups of students happily taking pictures together. Then, her phone rang. It was a wealthy man she had met a few weeks earlier. She disliked speaking to him, but there were things she wanted that only he could provide. With practiced ease, she feigned interest and told him about an expensive handbag she wished to own, claiming her wealthy friend had just bought one. Amused, he agreed to buy it for her. A smile spread across her face as she hung up, immediately browsing online for designer bags. Her distraction was interrupted by another notification. The delinquent she had run into the day before had sent her a message. Irritation stirred, and she began crafting a sharp, dismissive reply. But before she could send it, a loud commotion echoed from the front of the field. Curious, she stood and made her way forward, where a crowd had already gathered. Among the chaos, she saw that one of Ajin's classmates had fallen. He had been tripped deliberately, the handiwork of Jandi, the notorious class bully. At once, Ajin rushed in, helping the boy to his feet, her movements quick and full of concern. To Cho-hee, it felt unnecessary, nosy even, and she was ready to turn away in irritation. But then she noticed Junwoo. He stood close by, his attention locked on the scene unfolding before them. Hoping to draw his eyes, Cho-hee tried to appear vulnerable, pitiful even. Yet her efforts went unnoticed. Junwoo's gaze never wavered, his focus entirely fixed on one person, and it wasn't her. It was Ajin. The realization cut deep, filling Cho-hee with a quiet, bitter jealousy. Cho-hee's heart tightened with jealousy. The sight of Junwoo's eyes fixed on Ajin gnawed at her, and she couldn't let it go. She pulled Ajin aside, leading her to a quieter corner away from the crowd. In her mind, there had to be a reason. Something that happened during the mission that made him look at Ajin in such a way. With a carefully crafted smile, Cho-hee pressed for answers. Ajin, however, only recalled a simple moment, explaining that nothing special had happened aside from Junwoo lending her his jacket, which she had already returned. Cho-hee studied her closely, suspicion flickering in her eyes. She couldn't bring herself to believe it, convinced there was more than Ajin was willing to admit. She silently vowed to uncover the truth, no matter what. Meanwhile, Ajin's innocent heart misread the situation. Believing Cho-hee's sudden intensity meant something was wrong with her, she sighed in quiet relief, certain it wasn't anything more. As they walked back together, Cho-hee's phone buzzed. A message lit up the screen, someone checking in on her. She responded quickly, arranging a hangout later. The small smile that curved her lips afterward hinted at something more. a plan quietly forming in her mind. That evening, all the students gathered as their teacher made an announcement. The atmosphere was calm until Cho-hee suddenly slipped over to Ajin, whispering in urgency. With a lowered voice, she explained that she needed help. She claimed she couldn't go to the convenience store herself, that her clothes were stained, and she needed Ajin to buy sanitary pads for her. Without hesitation, Ajin rose to her feet and hurried off, unaware of the eyes watching her leave. Junwoo had noticed. From where he sat, his gaze followed her figure as she disappeared into the night. Concern tugged at him. It wasn't safe for her to wander out alone. Outside, Ajin searched for the convenience store, her steps uncertain in the dark. She didn't realize she wasn't alone, that someone had begun trailing her. When at last she found the store and turned into the corner that led to it, a figure stepped in her path. His voice was casual, but his stance blocked the way. He claimed to know her as Cho-hee's friend. Ajin tried to move past, but before she could, another hand tapped her shoulder from behind. She turned quickly, only to see two more figures standing there. A chill ran through her as fear crept in. She recognized them immediately. They were the same delinquents she had seen speaking with Cho-hee the other day. Their expressions left no doubt about their intentions. They told her she had offended them, and now she would have to pay the price. The boy in front of Ajin placed his hand on her shoulder, preparing to drag her away for a so-called chat. Before he could take a step, a sharp interruption cut through the moment. It was Park Junwoo. With practiced strength, he gripped the boy's wrist and twisted it until a harsh crack filled the air. The sound startled the others, and one of his friends rushed forward in retaliation. But Junwoo met the attack effortlessly, a single kick sending the boy crashing down. The ease of his movements left everyone stunned. Even Ajin stood frozen, unable to look away. Junwoo's eyes found hers, his gaze steady for a brief moment. But danger still lingered. From behind, another figure lunged, striking out while Junwoo was distracted. The words that followed were sharp, invoking Cho-hee's name and catching him completely off guard. That pause was enough. The blow landed hard, sending pain rushing through him. Ajin's chest tightened with fear. She wasn't strong enough to fight back, and panic clouded her thoughts. All she could do was stand there, trembling, unsure of what to do next. Back on the field, the atmosphere was strikingly different. Students gathered beneath the night sky, candles glowing warmly in their hands. Their laughter and chatter filled the air, light and carefree. But Cho-hee could not share their ease. Her phone calls to Ajin went unanswered, her worry deepening with every failed attempt. She had only asked them to scare her, nothing more. She wanted to unsettle Ajin. But as unease spread through her, doubt began to creep in. If things had gone too far, there would be consequences. And if the truth surfaced, the one to bear the weight of it all would be her. The next day at school, the cafeteria was filled with hushed whispers as news spread quickly among the students. Park Junwoo was in the hospital after being ambushed on his way to the convenience store. Rumors exaggerated the incident, claiming it had been a 17-on-1 fight. The sheer number made Ajin choke on her food in shock. Though the story was blown out of proportion, the weight of worry pressed heavily on her chest. Even the general atmosphere of the cafeteria was uneasy, with most of the students appearing agitated. Ajin's appetite disappeared almost entirely. A heavy sense of guilt gnawed at her, convincing her that she was somehow responsible for what had happened to Junwoo. Unable to continue eating, she left her tray and went to dispose of her plate. Even her teacher had noticed her lack of food intake and urged her gently to eat more, but Ajin's mind was far away from meals. Her thoughts lingered solely on Junwoo, though she kept her true concern to herself. Just as she turned after dropping her plate, Jungmin appeared. He had been looking for Cho-hee, intending to have a meal with her. Yet, even amidst the growing chaos, Cho-hee had been nowhere to be seen. When Ajin, still unsettled, shifted the conversation to Junwoo, the seriousness etched on her face drew Jungmin's mischievous side. Wanting to tease her, he deliberately spoke in a way that unsettled her more, suggesting vaguely that Junwoo's arm had been badly injured and that the police could not identify the attackers because of the darkness of the night. The weight of those words made Ajin's expression crumble further. She sank deeper into guilt and sadness, imagining Junwoo's pain and believing once again that it was her fault. Her reaction nearly made Jungmin burst into laughter, but he restrained himself. To laugh openly would have drawn suspicion, so he hid it behind a composed face. Yet, Ajin caught a flicker of amusement in his expression. Puzzled and anxious, she tried to decipher it, but Jungmin only leaned closer to her, whispering that it was a secret. The cryptic remark worsened her unease, pressing her emotions to the brink. She looked as though she might break into tears at any moment. Feeling suffocated, Ajin left the cafeteria and wandered into the school field, where she called out for Chohee. Chohee came running, though not out of concern for Ajin, but rather for her own hidden reasons. Ajin, exhausted and dejected, sank down and poured out everything that had happened the previous night. As Chohee listened, she feigned anger and asked whether the incident had been reported to the police. Ajin recounted that the authorities could not identify the culprits due to the darkness. That revelation drew a small, satisfied smile from Chohee. Inwardly, she was relieved. The shadows of the night had concealed her involvement, leaving no trail that could lead back to her. Ajin couldn't see the smile on Chohee's face as she lay on her shoulder, pouring out her heart. That smile never left Chohee's lips, even as Ajin spoke of her worries. To Ajin, it was a moment of sorrow, but to Chohee, it was quiet satisfaction. Junwoo would probably hate Ajin now, and the thought only deepened Chohee's delight. She had long wished to drive a wedge between them, yet fate had made Ajin do it herself. Ajin lamented endlessly, her voice trembling with regret. She asked what she should do, drowning in guilt, never realizing that the one she trusted most was savoring her pain. Chohee feigned concern, but dismissed Ajin's hope of apologizing, whispering that nothing would change, that Junwoo would only blame her. The words sank deep and Ajin's sadness grew heavier. She blamed herself over and over, lost in despair, until Chohee began to wonder why her friend was so shaken over Junwoo. Then, as though a memory struck her, Ajin suddenly stood. She was ready to leave, but Jungmin's words from the cafeteria came rushing back. Without hesitation, she confessed what she had heard. Junwoo would never be able to use his arm again. The truth escaped her lips in a rush, and before Chohee could react, Ajin ran off. Her steps carried her to the convenience store, the weight of guilt pressing harder with every breath. She bought milk, her thoughts consumed by Junwoo. If he was suffering because of her, then she had to do something. Anything. She clutched the milk tightly, ready to go to him. But just as she turned to leave, fate intervened. Junwoo walked in. Her heart jolted. She turned away instinctively, hoping to escape unseen. But his eyes found her, and recognition struck. She froze as the air shifted. Awkwardness clung to her as he drew closer, as if the distance between them vanished in an instant. Without a word, he led her to a seat inside the convenience store. And just like that, the moment she dreaded was here. Now, they stood facing each other in silence. She handed him the milk, and his heart lifted at the small gesture. As he tried to open it with his injured left hand, she quickly took it back and opened it for him. Her eyes lingered on his face, filled with quiet worry. He noticed the concern etched in her expression, and though he tried to brush it off with a playful thought, the truth weighed heavily between them. She wanted to apologize, but the words never left her lips. Fear held them back. Instead, she admitted she had learned about his arm from Youngmin. When he asked what she knew, she told him everything. Since his friend had already spoken, he decided to play along. He claimed his injury was so severe he could not even lift a straw. The moment those words reached her body trembled, her heart tightening with fear. Realizing he had taken the joke too far, he was about to soften his words, until she said something that stunned him completely. With trembling resolve, she declared that she would take responsibility for him for the rest of her life. The weight of those words struck him, catching him entirely off guard. He wasn't expecting her to say something like that. Even the silence around them seemed to reject her words. He couldn't believe she had actually taken him seriously when he claimed he couldn't even lift a straw. Nervous and flustered, she lowered her head and continued, insisting that she would help him with rehabilitation since she heard about his condition from Youngmin. Only then did he realize why she had been acting so strangely, and he couldn't help but wonder what exactly Jungmin had told her. Without thinking, she reached out and touched his arm, then quickly pulled back, apologizing as though she had done something wrong. Still, she promised that he should focus only on his recovery, and that she would be the one to take care of him. Her words triggered a memory in his mind. Flashes of the previous night, when she had tried so desperately to protect him. Suddenly, she broke down. Tears welled in her eyes, and before long, she was crying openly in front of him. He was left puzzled and heavy-hearted. He regretted not telling her right away that he was fine. Now her sobs were loud enough to draw the attention of those nearby, and all he could do was try his best to console her. The school trip was already coming to an end. The students had arrived at their final destination, and the teacher reminded them about their assignment: to submit at least 10 photos. Almost immediately, everyone got to work, snapping pictures with friends and scenery. Junwoo, too, tried to take a photo, but with his injured arm, it was nearly impossible. Before long, several girls crowded around him, eager to help. Their attention only suffocated him more. He rejected their offers, looking for a way to escape. Then, his eyes caught sight of Ajin watching him quietly from a distance. She looked nervous, almost frozen, but it was clear. She was keeping the promise she had made to care for him. Junwoo quickly made up his mind. He announced that he was heading to the bathroom and walked off, hoping she wouldn't follow. On his way, he came across Youngmin. Without warning, Junwoo tapped him on the shoulder, startling him so badly that he nearly jumped out of his skin. Junwoo questioned him about what he had told Ajin. Jungmin, brushing it off, explained himself like it was nothing serious. Junwoo insisted that he should tell Ajin the truth, but Jungmin simply shook his head. In his mind, Junwoo was the one who needed to say it. With a sigh, Junwoo scratched the back of his head and told him everything that had really happened at the convenience store. Now Jungmin understood. But as he watched Junwoo fumble over the subject, acting so out of character, he couldn't help but smirk. It was strange. Junwoo had never behaved this way with anyone else. Then it clicked. Junwoo liked Ajin. Smiling to himself, Jungmin shrugged it off. He said he didn't have the time to deal with it and walked away, leaving Junwoo to handle it on his own. Junwoo let out a tired sigh. This was going to be more stressful than he had thought. The school trip had finally come to an end. The train station buzzed with restless students as they carried their luggage and settled into their seats. Junwoo stood in the middle of the commotion, staring at his own heavy bag, wondering how he would manage to lift it onto the rack. Before he could figure it out, Ajin appeared behind him and, with a lighthearted ease, helped him with the luggage. Junwoo immediately regretted not bringing a smaller one, but there was no turning back now. As the students shuffled around to find their places, Ajin chose the seat beside him. She explained it was because Jungmin had asked her to switch, wanting to sit with Chohee. The thought unsettled Junwoo, not because Ajin was now next to him, but because Jungmin still clung to foolishness, chasing after Chohee even after being rejected. The train doors closed with a sharp hiss, and soon the rhythmic motion carried them away from the station. The noise of chatter died down, replaced by the steady hum of wheels on the track. Junwoo sat silently, rehearsing the words he wanted to say. He had promised himself that during this ride, he would finally reveal the truth about his arm. But just as he gathered the courage, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Turning slightly, he saw Ajin fast asleep, her head resting gently against him. The sight caught him off guard. She had promised earlier that she would watch over him, yet here she was, dozing off before he even spoke. Her head tilted to the side, but Junwoo instinctively steadied her, making sure she rested comfortably. Then her lips began to move faintly, as though she were speaking through a dream. It almost looked as if she were eating in her sleep, but then the words slipped out. Soft, barely audible, yet unmistakable. Even in her dreams, she spoke of taking responsibility for him. A strange warmth stirred within Junwoo's chest. She wasn't even conscious, yet she still thought of him. For a moment, he allowed himself to believe her words, that she truly meant them. He could only hope that when she awoke, she would not take them back. It was Monday. The students filled the classroom, their voices overlapping in random chatter. Then, the teacher walked in. Instantly, the room fell into silence, each student sitting up straighter as order returned. She announced that changing seats would be good for a fresh start. Everyone was asked to pick a slip of paper, each carrying a pair of names. Whoever matched would become seatmates. Ajin unfolded hers, the name written, Elsa. Just then, a voice rang out behind her, calling out his partner, Park Junwoo. Soon, everyone settled into their new places. The math teacher entered and the lesson began. Ajin leaned forward, taking notes with unusual focus. Junwoo noticed. She never took math this seriously. She told him she was writing for his sake, so he wouldn't miss out on notes. Junwoo thought it unnecessary, but she kept going. Her effort made him smile, quietly to himself. When the teacher left, Ajin dropped her head on the desk, drained. Math class was usually her chance to nap. But this time, she hadn't. And now she was starving. Junwoo called to her, asking if she could buy him something from the cafeteria. She was exhausted, but she had promised to take care of him. So she went, and returned almost right away. He looked at the milk she brought and shook his head. The wrong one. She stood ready to go back and exchange it, but he stopped her, told her to eat it instead. Junwoo couldn't eat bread without milk. From the desk in front, Jongmin spoke up. He'd heard Junwoo clearly say, banana milk. Junwoo brushed him off, telling him to focus on his science notes. That's when Ajin thought it over. Maybe he had done it on purpose. Maybe he had asked for the wrong milk so she would have it. Her stomach growled. She accepted it gratefully, eating at last. After the meal, Ajin decided to help Junwoo with his notes. He leaned back with that familiar, teasing smile, pointing out that her handwriting wasn't good enough. His book was even folded at the edges, and he asked her to arrange it properly. That was when Ajin realized his true intention behind offering her the meal. It wasn't kindness at all. He had planned this from the start. A little blackmail. The next teacher came in, beginning a lesson on stars. The classroom quickly sank into silence, but the silence was heavy. The subject was too dull for most of them, and one by one, students began to drift off. Ajin's eyes slowly closed as well. Junwoo, on the other hand, noticed her head drooping. Without a word, he closed the book in front of her and simply watched her as the lesson went on, his expression unreadable. Finally, the bell for mealtime rang. The teacher left, and the students burst out of the classroom like a flood of energy. In the girls' toilet, Cho-hee stood with her phone, typing messages to Ajin. But her notifications kept lighting up with interruptions. This time, it was from the wealthy guy who had called her during the school trip. He called again, reminding her about the bag he had promised to buy her. The reminder made her mood shift instantly. Hope flickered in her eyes as she spoke to him with a sweeter tone, pretending to like him more than she really did. The call ended, and at that moment, Ajin's reply finally came in. Ajin told her she wouldn't be able to have lunch together. Cho-hee's expression hardened. Frustration welled inside her. She needed answers about Junwoo, especially what happened after the school trip. She stormed out of the toilet, her thoughts circling. But then, Junwoo's voice caught her ears. She turned sharply and froze. There was Ajin, walking beside him, carrying his tray toward the cafeteria. They were talking casually, as if it was nothing unusual. Annoyance twisted into anger. Two boys rushed past her, one bumping into her shoulder hard. She barely noticed. Her eyes remained fixed on the pair walking away. Ajin had gone against her again. She had clearly told her not to get involved with Junwoo, but Ajin never listened. And now, Cho-hee's anger burned hotter than ever. At the cafeteria, Ajin picked up a tray for herself and another for Junwoo, balancing both as she joined the meal line. The server smiled warmly and commended her for being such a thoughtful friend, which made her cheeks flush red. Because of this, the server ended up serving her a generous portion of food. When they sat down to eat, Ajin avoided Junwoo's gaze and began eating quickly. Junwoo's lips curled into a small smile. He felt genuinely relieved and glad to see her eating well. Between bites, he told her that he would be heading somewhere after their meal. To her surprise, he led her to the library. Giving him a little space, she wandered a few steps behind. Suddenly, he called out to her in a clear voice. The students nearby turned their heads in shock. It wasn't common to see Junwoo openly calling out to a female student. She walked over to him, and he handed her a book, recommending she read it for their earth science class. Gratitude and curiosity welled up in her chest. Did he come to the library just for her? Before she could linger too much on the thought, he began explaining how she should approach the book, his voice calm and steady. He moved off to search for another book while Ajin stood frozen, holding the one he had given her, reading its title in awe. Time slipped by faster than she realized. Suddenly aware of how short their break was, she hurried around the library searching for him. She finally spotted him struggling to pull a book from a shelf. Determined to keep her promise of helping him, she rushed over and reached out in front of him, tugging the book loose bit by bit. But the moment she stood there, so close, Junwoo froze. The faint scent of her hair drifted toward him, unexpectedly warm and inviting. His hand hesitated before reaching past her for the book. That was when Ajin realized just how little space was between them. Her heartbeat quickened. The silence between them was broken by the sharp ring of the lunch bell. At the exact same moment, her phone vibrated. Her mother's urgent voice came through the line. Grandma had fallen ill, and she would not be able to take Ajin to the dentist tomorrow. Ajin sighed softly but quickly told her mother not to worry, and to go see Grandma instead. While she was still speaking, Junwoo began walking out of the library without a word. Hastily ending the call, she ran after him, calling his name. For the rest of that day, Ajin made sure to stay by Junwoo's side, quietly helping him however she could. The next day, which happened to be a weekend, Ajin was at the hospital, ready as ever to finally get rid of her braces. No wonder she hardly smiled. She had already promised herself that she would buy a chocolate cake on her way home. The dentist called her in and began working on her teeth, assuring her that it wouldn't hurt much. But Ajin wasn't concerned about the pain. She only wanted the braces out. Before long, the doctor was done, and her teeth looked as good as new. While she was speaking with the nurse at the reception, someone walked in demanding to see his dad. The voice sounded familiar. Ajin turned, and her eyes widened when she saw Junwoo. They both froze for a moment, surprised to find each other there. Junwoo's gaze lingered. He noticed she looked a little different. Just then, his father came out and spotted them talking. Curious, he asked, and quickly realized they both attended the same school. With a bright smile, his father asked Ajin how Junwoo was at school, since Junwoo rarely spoke about it at home. Ajin, nervous but honest, replied that he was popular, especially among the girls. She was about to say more when Junwoo quickly pulled her away. Watching the scene, his father and the nurse exchanged knowing smiles. Amused, his father even decided to offer Ajin's next treatment for free, since she seemed so close to his son. As they reached the elevator, Junwoo turned to her and asked what she was doing at the hospital. Ajin explained that she had been visiting for the past 3 years, and now she clearly saw the resemblance between him and his dad. Beaming, she asked if he noticed anything different about her expression. Junwoo did notice, but he denied it, shaking his head. Her smile faltered and she turned to leave, a little disappointed. But Junwoo called out to her. Scratching his head awkwardly, he avoided her gaze. Since it was evening, he asked if she would have dinner with him, at least to celebrate her new look. Besides, he had something he wanted to tell her. Ajin blinked, caught off guard. She hadn't expected him to ask her out to dinner. She agreed, and Junwoo took her to a restaurant. He told her to order anything she wanted, but she chose just curry. He was a little annoyed. There were so many expensive dishes on the menu. But at the same time, he was happy when Ajin explained that she couldn't eat curry because of her braces. Just then, the server brought a tray of pork cutlet to their table. The meal was free since they were being filmed live. Ajin didn't mind at all. She looked at the pork cutlet with such joy that Junwoo couldn't help but notice. Seeing her smile so brightly left him confused. He had never seen her like that before. After eating for a while, Ajin asked him when he would get his cast removed. Junwoo thought maybe she was tired of taking care of him, but she explained that she also wanted to celebrate him, just like he had done for her. That eased him, and he quietly took a sip of water. She noticed he wasn't eating the pork cutlet and asked why. Their conversation carried on like that, but he still didn't touch the dish. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Choi Jung-min and his friend ran into a mall to escape the heavy rain. Just as they were about to move forward, they noticed someone ahead. Cho-hee, walking with an older man. They were laughing together, and the man even put his arm around her. What Jung-min and his friend couldn't see was the look of discomfort on her face. Jung-min, feeling jealous, thought the man was her boyfriend. His friend encouraged him to go ask her directly, so he did. When Cho-hee saw them, she froze. She didn't want to be seen as dating an older man, especially because of Junwoo. She couldn't let him find out. So when they asked, she quickly said the man was her cousin. The man looked surprised at her answer, but Young-min seemed relieved. He and his friend greeted the man politely. Then Young-min asked Cho-hee to hang out with them. Realizing they might ruin her plans, Cho-hee quickly pulled them aside to talk. The man, however, didn't take her behavior lightly. He wasn't the type to let things go easily. Cho-hee guided them toward the elevator, quickly fabricating a story that her cousin had just returned from Korea and that they had much to catch up on. When suspicion rose again, she denied it more firmly, insisting on her tale until they finally accepted it. She urged them to go ahead and watch the movie without her and bid them farewell. Only when the doors to the elevator had closed did she allow herself to breathe, her chest rising with quiet relief. She had narrowly avoided being caught. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, their meal had come to an end. Or rather, hers had, as Junwoo barely touched it. They rose and stepped outside, only to be met by the heavy curtain of rain pouring down over the streets. He suggested they take a taxi, but she refused, unwilling to let him spend more money on her after already treating her to a meal. With determined steps, she moved toward the bus gate on her own. But before she could go further, he stopped her and asked her to help him remove the jacket he was wearing. Confused, she complied, wondering at his intention. Then, in a sudden gesture, he draped the jacket over both their heads, shielding her as he pulled her close. Without hesitation, he ran with her through the rain, his frame taking the brunt of the rain so she would remain as dry as possible. The moment felt unreal to her. He was there beside her, soaked and shivering, yet his concern was only for her comfort. Each stride pressed the truth deeper into her chest, that someone was willing to face the downpour simply to ease her burden. They finally reached the bus station. She wanted to thank him, but the words stalled on her lips, tangled in an unfamiliar embarrassment. The bus arrived and she prepared to leave, torn between the desire to go and the wish to stay. Sensing her hesitation, he quietly chose to accompany her. He didn't wait for her to respond. He simply followed her into the bus, and soon it pulled away from the stop. The passengers around them spoke in low voices, but the two of them stayed quiet, lost in their own thoughts. After a moment, Ajin decided to break the silence. She asked if the bus really led to his house. He said no. The answer surprised her, and a small thought crept in. Had he entered the bus just because of her? The idea left her unsure of what to say next, and the silence between them grew even heavier than before. When her stop drew near, she pointed out her house to him through the window. The bus came to a halt, and they both exchanged quiet farewells. Junwoo, however, seemed weighed down by their parting, as though it left a small ache behind. As they walked away in opposite directions, their minds lingered on unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, back at the mall, Cho-hee was chasing after her so-called rich appa. He strode angrily toward his car, but she clung to him, asking why he had suddenly left her in the middle of shopping. He shook off her hand, his voice sharp as he reminded her of what she had just done. calling him her cousin in front of her friends. To him, it felt like humiliation, like she was ashamed of him. He ordered her to get into the car. Cho-hee hesitated, her suspicion growing. Perhaps he wasn't as wealthy as he liked to appear. With a bitter tone, she told him she wanted to end things, admitting she had been thinking about it for some time. But he refused, saying he wouldn't accept her decision. Then, almost too calmly, he revealed a photo on his phone. Cho-hee's eyes froze on the screen. Whatever was there, he had prepared for this moment, knowing what she might do. Now it seemed the proud and confident Cho-hee had been cornered. Could it be that she, of all people, was being blackmailed? A few weeks later, Ajin and Junwoo were seen having a casual conversation. They had clearly grown closer, their words flowing more easily than before. Both were drinking banana milk, though it wasn't Junwoo's favorite. Ajin asked him what he thought of it, and when he smiled and complimented the taste, her excitement shot through the roof. Her eyes lit up like a child's, and Junwoo couldn't help but stare at her for a moment. Then, almost casually, he told her to come with him to the hospital when he needed to change his cast, reminding her that it also meant buying him a meal afterward. Without much thought, Ajin agreed. To her, it wasn't a big deal, but Junwoo noticed how naturally she said yes. Meanwhile, in a quieter place, Cho-hee was mopping the floor, her face pale and her shoulders heavy with defeat. The boy she was supposed to break up with had turned things against her, trapping her in a corner she couldn't escape. Now she was forced to obey him. Her mind replayed the scene from that night, the night he showed her the picture of her father with another woman. The shame, the anger, it was unbearable. She wanted to tear both of them apart for ruining her life. Desperately, she had begged him not to tell anyone about her father's secret. This wasn't the life she wanted. Her chest ached as she recalled Junwoo carefully bandaging her injured hand that day. That was what she longed for. Gentleness, not the situation she found herself in. The next day at school, the usual chatter filled the air. A few students crowded around a phone, laughing at a show, when one of them shoved another, causing the phone to slip from his hands and hit the ground. The screen lit up with a picture that drew quick attention. Ajin and Junwoo sitting together. Cho-hee, who happened to pass by, froze when her eyes caught the image. Her chest tightened. They looked close. Too close. A storm of jealousy and rage boiled inside her. She clenched her fists so tightly that her hands shook, her nails digging into her palms. Ajin never listened to her, always doing whatever pleased her. And now, maybe Ajin was planning to leave her behind completely. The thought was unbearable. One of the boys tried to strike up a conversation with her, drawn in by her beauty. But Cho-hee didn't even notice him. Her whole focus was locked on that phone. Her face was pale, her eyes burning. She returned the phone silently, her movements stiff, then turned and walked away. The boys exchanged uneasy looks. Her expression wasn't just angry, it was frightening. Something about her looked deeply wrong. Her anger simmered as she walked, each step fueled by memories of Ajin, each recollection twisting her mood further. She longed to confront Ajin, to get some reassurance that she and Junwoo were truly nothing to each other. As if in answer to her thoughts, Ajin appeared suddenly from a corner, explaining in a hurry that she had to accompany Junwoo to the hospital, so following her home wouldn't work that day. That only made Cho-hee's frustration boil higher. Before Ajin could ask what was wrong, an older woman appeared, asking for help carrying some supplies to the art room. Both girls complied, moving the items together, and once inside, Ajin suggested they rest briefly before leaving. But Cho-hee had other plans. Feeling unwell, or at least pretending to, she told Ajin she would head home first. Ajin said goodbye, reminding her to take care. Once Cho-hee stepped outside, she executed her own scheme. With a swift motion, she locked the door behind her, trapping Ajin inside and preventing her from leaving at will. The quiet click of the lock echoed ominously, leaving Ajin unaware of what Cho-hee had just done. Ajin was finally done arranging the room. Every book, every piece of paper, every chair had been set in its proper place, and she stood for a moment, taking in the sight. A quiet sense of accomplishment washed over her, but it was quickly replaced by an uncomfortable chill that made her body shiver. The air felt strangely heavy, colder than before, and soon her breath turned uneven. She began to cough, her chest tightening as though something invisible pressed down on her lungs. She reached for the door, hoping to step outside for air, but when she tried to open it, the handle refused to turn. Confusion struck first, followed by a slow wave of dread. She pulled harder, rattling it again and again, but it wouldn't budge. Her coughing paused for a moment, shock overtaking her body. A thought quickly formed in her mind. Maybe the security guards had not realized she was still inside. Perhaps they had locked the door without checking. That had to be it. Still, the silence that followed her thoughts made the room feel colder. Ajin's mind drifted to Junwoo. He must have been waiting by now, expecting her to keep her word. The promise they had made lingered in her heart like a weight. She hated breaking promises, especially to him. Each second trapped in the room made her chest heavier, and the thought of him waiting in confusion filled her with unease. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Junwoo was busy planning ahead. His fingers brushed across his phone screen as he searched for places they could go after the hospital. A part of him wanted to make the day special for her, to ease whatever pain she carried. His choice eventually settled on the cinema. Perhaps a movie would make her smile again. The thought of her laughing or leaning back in comfort eased his own worries. But time slipped by, and Ajin did not return. Junwoo glanced at the clock, then at the doorway, his patience slowly turning to concern. It was late. Too late. For a moment, he even assumed she had gone home, but the sight of her school bag beside him proved otherwise. His brows furrowed. Something wasn't right. What could possibly be keeping her? His train of thought broke when he heard footsteps approaching the classroom. Relief sparked in his chest, but when the figure entered, it was not Ajin. It was Cho-hee. She carried herself with an unusual swiftness, and before Junwoo could ask, she explained that Ajin had something urgent to do and had gone home in a rush. She even urged him to head to the hospital with her instead. Junwoo frowned. Her explanation didn't sit well with him. If Ajin had truly left, why was her bag still here? Cho-hee must have noticed his suspicion because she quickly grabbed the bag and shoved it into a locker, exhaling a shaky breath as though narrowly avoiding discovery. She added another lie, claiming Ajin had asked her to keep it for her. Junwoo wasn't convinced. Something about the whole scene felt off. He stood abruptly, his decision already made. If Ajin couldn't come, he would go to the hospital alone. But Cho-hee refused to let him. She rushed after him, her frustration boiling over. It stung her pride that he dismissed her so easily. She was Han Cho-hee, and yet he brushed her aside as if she meant nothing. The sting of rejection burned inside her chest, sharper than she expected, while Junwoo walked away with nothing but cold determination. Back at the art room, Ajin's body trembled as the cold seemed to seep into her very bones. The air around her was unnaturally icy, as though the room itself had been abandoned by warmth. Each second dragged longer than the last, and with no footsteps or voices echoing down the hallway, she realized no one was coming near the art room. The silence only worsened the sensation that she was trapped in a forgotten corner of the school. Her teeth began to chatter, and she hugged herself tightly, trying to create even the faintest comfort against the chill that surrounded her. But the harder she tried, the more unbearable it became. Unable to withstand it any longer, she forced herself toward the locker in desperation, hoping she would find a blanket, or perhaps anything soft enough to shield her from the biting air. Her hands shook as she pulled it open and searched frantically, but the shelves were empty, offering nothing to soothe her. Disappointment settled heavily in her chest, but then her eyes landed on something that made her pause. A plaster statue stood quietly in the corner, its blank white features frozen in place. And yet the longer she looked at it, the heavier her heart felt. A memory whispered at the edge of her mind. Stories she had overheard, ones she had always brushed aside as silly warnings. They spoke of plaster statues and their hollow, unmoving eyes. They said that anyone who stared into those empty eyes for too long would meet a mysterious, unexplainable death. As the words replayed in her head, fear prickled along her skin. Her breathing grew uneven, and she tried to look away, telling herself it was just a superstition, something children invented to scare each other. Still, the thought clung tightly to her, refusing to let go. She stepped closer, pressing a hand against the cold plaster as though the solid surface might calm her racing heart. But just as her fingers rested there, a small movement caught her attention. Her gaze darted down, and horror seized her when she realized what it was: a spider crawling across the surface. Ajin's whole body recoiled at once. She despised spiders, always had, and the sudden sight of it made her scream. The sound echoed sharply in the empty art room, breaking the stillness like glass. In panic, she stumbled back and rushed toward the door. Her fists pounded against it over and over, her pleas spilling into the quiet corridors, though she knew no one could hear her. She begged for someone, anyone, to come. The silence that answered her only deepened her dread. Her throat ached from crying out, but still, no footsteps approached. Darkness had begun to settle outside, and the shadows creeping into the room made everything worse. The art room felt less like a classroom now and more like a trap, a place where she might remain unnoticed and forgotten. Her heart twisted painfully as a memory from years ago returned with unshakable force. At coding camp, her so-called friends had locked her inside a closet, leaving her in the suffocating darkness. She had cried then too, overwhelmed by loneliness and fear, until finally someone had come. A hand had reached out and freed her, pulling her back into the light. That person had been her unexpected savior, a quiet reminder that she was not entirely alone in the world. But now, in this moment, it felt like history was repeating itself, only crueler. What if this time no one came? Tears blurred her vision as she sank against the cold door. She whispered silent prayers in her heart, desperate for an answer, for a miracle that might release her from the grip of fear. And then, just when she thought she could no longer bear the weight of loneliness, she heard it. The soft click of the door unlocking. Light spilled into the room as it opened, and she looked up in disbelief. Her breath caught when she saw him. The same person from her memory, the one who had helped her at coding camp. His presence was steady, almost unreal, as though her desperate wish had been answered exactly as she had hoped. He stepped toward her, calm and unwavering, and gently draped his jacket over her shivering frame. The warmth of it wrapped around her like an anchor, pulling her back from the edge of despair. She could only stare, shock painting her features, wondering how fate had once again brought him to her side. Even when she returned home that night, the memory replayed in her mind again and again. She could hardly believe it had truly happened, and the thought pressed heavily on her heart. It all felt too surreal, as though she had dreamed it, and at any moment she might wake up and discover it was nothing but her imagination. The next evening, Ajin and Cho-hee walked home together beneath the soft glow of the setting sun. The air was cool, and the faint sounds of traffic hummed in the distance as Ajin, still shaken yet relieved from the ordeal of the previous day, began to recount what had happened to her. She explained how she had been locked inside the art room, how the hours had stretched endlessly, and how despair had begun to weigh her down. Cho-hee listened carefully, nodding at all the right moments, but her expression was calm, almost too calm. She feigned ignorance, acting as if she had no idea what Ajin was talking about, even going so far as to ask with innocent curiosity how she had managed to escape. Ajin's tone brightened slightly as she explained that her first love had been the one to help her out. The name came softly, but it carried a heavy weight. Mr. Gwang Hyun. At the mention of the name, Cho-hee's memory stirred. She remembered vividly the time when Ajin had discovered that he already had a girlfriend, and how heartbroken she had been. Ajin had cried without ceasing, her emotions raw and unrestrained, and Cho-hee had been forced to spend days trying to console her, calming her down and putting her back into some stable frame of mind. That moment had etched itself into Cho-hee's thoughts, a reminder of how deeply Ajin's feelings for him once ran. Now, Ajin's eyes glimmered with excitement as she explained that he was no longer just a distant memory, but was now an intern at their school. She spoke about it with a spark of joy, a glow of renewed hope. The mere thought of him being nearby seemed to lift her spirits higher than they had been in weeks. This, however, did not dishearten Chohee. It thrilled her. A thought began to take shape in her mind. If Ajin's attention shifted toward her first love, then the delicate bond she had with Junwoo might weaken. This could be her chance, the perfect opportunity she had been waiting for to drive a wedge between Ajin and Junwoo for good. She smiled faintly, masking her true intentions as she encouraged Ajin. She suggested that this time she should do better with her first love, even if it meant making bold moves to win his attention. She even hinted at seduction, though she framed it in a teasing manner. Ajin, shocked by the suggestion, dismissed the idea immediately, but Chohee brushed it off with a light-hearted laugh. Inside, however, her excitement grew. This situation could turn out to be exactly what she needed. Helping Ajin win her first love would ultimately be for her own sake, as it would neatly untangle Junwoo from Ajin's side. The following day, the school buzzed with an unusual liveliness. Whispers filled the hallways, eager voices overlapping as students shared the same rumor. A new teacher had arrived, an intern who was said to be strikingly handsome. The anticipation of the students grew with every passing moment, many of them hoping that he would be assigned to their class. The atmosphere was electric, filled with curiosity and nervous excitement. Amidst all this chatter, Ajin sat at her desk, holding on to something small yet precious. In her hands rested the drink that Mr. Gwanghyun had given her the previous day. To others, it was just a simple drink, but to her, it was a treasure. She held it as if it were fragile glass, cherishing it in silence. The memory of their hands brushing against each other lingered in her thoughts, replaying over and over again in her mind. A faint blush crept onto her face, and she became completely lost in that memory. So much so that she failed to notice Junwoo calling out to her from nearby. When she finally realized his presence, she looked up to see him standing before her. He had heard from Chohee that she had been busy the previous day, and he showed her his hand as if to remind her. Ajin, thinking nothing of it, simply assumed Chohee had run into him while on her way home. She brushed the thought aside, offered him an apologetic look, and smiled brightly when he accepted it. For Junwoo, however, something about her demeanor felt different. He noticed the sparkle in her eyes, the absent-minded way she kept drifting back into her thoughts. It was unlike her usual self. He sensed that something had changed, though he could not place what it was. A quiet unease crept over him as he wished he knew a way to draw her closer to him, to take her attention away from whatever was occupying her heart. The moment of truth arrived when the homeroom teacher entered the class. The chatter subsided into silence, and every student waited eagerly. Then, the intern teacher was introduced. When he stepped through the doorway, the room seemed to shift. Kim Gwang-hyun. The name resonated in Ajin's heart, and her breath caught. The students, especially the girls, erupted with excitement, whispering to each other about his appearance and charisma. Even Ajin's usual composure slipped. Her face lit up in an unusual glow, one Junwoo had never seen directed at anyone else. Junwoo sat in silence, watching with growing discomfort. He noticed the way Ajin's eyes followed the man, the way her expression softened with admiration. When the man gave a small wave in her direction, Ajin nearly beamed. As the lecture began, she leaned forward, taking notes with a seriousness that startled him. It was rare for her to be so attentive, so eager to learn. Junwoo stared at her, the realization pressing into him slowly but firmly. Something about this man had stirred her, and it made him feel unsettled in a way he could not explain. Jealousy was there, but he did not recognize it for what it was. All he knew was that he did not like what he was seeing. The hallway buzzed with whispers as students moved into the classroom. One girl found herself wishing every day could be art class, just to catch a glimpse of the new teacher. Once class began, Mr. Kim instructed everyone to pair up and draw what they observed in their partner. The room erupted with questions, laughter, and the soft scratching of pencils, but most eyes couldn't help but stay on him. A girl even asked if she could sketch him instead. Pairs of students bent over their papers, pencils dancing across the page. Some teased their friends, others giggled quietly, but all were caught in the swirl of curiosity and concentration. Mr. Kim passed by a group where 3 students praised a boy for his sharp, detailed drawing. At another desk, Junwoo and Ajin sat facing each other, their papers slowly filling with lines, each attempting to capture the other's features. Ajin scribbled quietly, her eyes tracing Junwoo's face. For the first time, she noticed the long lashes framing his eyes, a detail that caught her completely off guard. For a few stolen moments, the noise of the class faded, leaving just the 2 of them in their quiet world of paper and pencils. Her admiration for him grew even as her pencil moved across the page. Maybe, just maybe, he really was handsome. Finally, Junwoo lifted his pencil, a faint smile curling his lips. She flinched, wondering how he could be done so quickly. Eager to see his work, she leaned forward, her curiosity bubbling. Another student drawn to the scene tried to peek as well, knowing Junwoo's reputation as one of the school's best students. Mr. Kim's eyes fell on the group, and he stepped closer, wondering what had captured their attention. The boy opposite Junwoo loudly commented on the drawing, drawing the attention of nearby students. But before anyone could react, Mr. Kim gently took the paper from Junwoo's desk. It wasn't Ajin's face at all. Junwoo had drawn an apple instead. The class erupted in laughter. Ajin's face turned red with frustration, but Mr. Kim reminded him gently that the assignment was to draw one's partner, not whatever they wanted to eat. Ajin clutched her own paper, determined that Junwoo wouldn't see it. Instead, she showed it to the surrounding students, who gasped in admiration, praising her talent and even suggesting she could be a comic artist. Her cheeks warmed and she shyly brushed off the compliments, though Mr. Kim noticed every subtle gesture. Voices spilled from the school as Junwoo called for her drawing, but Ajin held it close, shaking her head. Outside, the city skyline glowed against the night sky, tall buildings stretching into darkness. At dinner, a friend poked at the neatly arranged apple slices on Junwoo's tray. Chewing slowly, he said the apples were delicious and asked if it was the season for green apples. Junwoo explained that he loved them, which was why his mom always bought green apples. His friend asked why he liked green apples because most people preferred red. He searched for a reason to explain further, but found none. Finally, he shrugged and said there was no reason at all. He just liked them that way. That weekend, Junwoo arrived at Jungmin's house. He waited patiently as it opened. Jungmin waved at him from inside, happy that he had finally arrived. Junwoo handed over a pack of drinks, explaining how much stress he went through just to find that particular drink. Jungmin smiled confidently, saying he knew Junwoo could handle it. He ushered him in and explained that they still had 10 minutes left. On getting to the room, he revealed the perfectly prepared room for their plans. Junwoo frowned slightly, questioning if this setup wasn't too much for just a basketball game. Jungmin waved it off. Everything had to be ready. He insisted. He handed Junwoo some popcorn, saying a day like this called for treats, while balancing a drink and the remote in his other hand, grumbled about the new internet provider. As Junwoo watched, his thoughts wandered to Ajin, wondering if she knew Mr. Kim from somewhere. Junwoo absent-mindedly squeezed the popcorn, his thoughts drifting far from the room. Shaking himself out of his reverie, he asked Jungmin if he thought the trainee teacher was handsome. Jungmin paused thoughtfully before admitting that he was indeed quite handsome. Stretching to grab another piece of popcorn, he added that the teacher looked like he belonged in a coffee commercial. Junwoo frowned, recalling the teacher introduced himself the first time they met. He grabbed his drink, his mind lingering on Jungmin's admission. Jungmin's sudden yell snapped him out of his thoughts. The game was just about to start. Junwoo leaned back, annoyed at the lineup, while Jungmin remained fully absorbed, chewing eagerly and keeping his eyes glued to the screen. They waved the team flags they had brought, clearly Jungmin's idea. Jungmin cheered excitedly whenever a player made a layup, while Junwoo stayed calm, holding the team flag. When a pass went astray, Jungmin dramatically flopped onto Junwoo's shoulder, mock crying. Drinks and empty popcorn scattered across the table as the game went on, evidence of their excitement. Jungmin stretched and mentioned his throat was dry from all the popcorn, offering Junwoo some cold water, but he shook his head, insisting he was fine. Just as Jungmin was leaving, his phone buzzed on the couch. Junwoo was shocked when he saw the name on the screen, Cho Hui. Jungmin flinched, surprised that she was calling. Apparently, Jungmin messaged her earlier about meeting up. He had something to say to her. She mentioned she was free, and they agreed to meet her at the cafe immediately. Junwoo asked why Cho Hui had called so suddenly, but Jungmin was in Wonderland. His cheeks warmed as he held the phone and reflected on the courage it had taken to talk to her. Junwoo was shocked he actually contacted her again after his warning. Without hesitation, Jungmin dashed into his room to change and emerged moments later, announcing that he had important business to attend to and had to leave immediately. Junwoo asked if he was being serious, but Jungmin nodded confidently, insisting he had a good feeling about asking Cho Hui out today. Junwoo asked him to wait. He had something to tell him, but Jungmin was already in a hurry, suggesting they watch the rest of the game later, stepping away before Junwoo could say more. Sitting back on the couch, Junwoo thought about how Cho Hui had asked him out previously. His fingers fidgeted over his phone, unsure if he should tell Jungmin, but he reasoned that her feelings might have changed by now. His eyes lit up as a new message appeared. It was Ajin, surprising him completely. She was checking up on him. At the cafe, Jungmin entered nervously, clutching a flower he bought on his way. He tried to stay calm, convincing himself that everything would be all right. The cafe attendant admired the flower, assuring him that his girlfriend would love it. Jungmin mentioned that she wasn't actually his girlfriend, but hoped she would like it. Across the room, he spotted Cho Hui and called out to her, sweat dripping from his face. He handed her the flowers and confessed how he felt about her drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Cho Hui responded with a classic facepalm gesture. She motioned for him to sit down. He was too loud and everyone was staring. Jungmin muttered, "All right," trying to calm his nerves and wondering if he had overdone it. When the waiter arrived with hibiscus tea, Jungmin gulped nervously, questioning whether he had ordered appropriately. He was so nervous at this point. Cho Hui sipped her tea slowly, hands resting gently on the table, before admitting plainly that she liked Junwoo. Jungmin's eyes widened in shock at her confession. She continued, revealing that she has had a crush on Junwoo for a long time and even confessed her feelings to him. And judging by his reaction, she guessed he hadn't told him. Jungmin was stunned at this point, staring down at the table. Then she bluntly mentioned that she can never date Jungmin. Those words shattered his heart. Elsewhere, in the city, Junwoo leaned against a wall as nearby girls whispered and admired him from a distance, whispering within themselves that he was good-looking. He didn't pay any attention to them. He was fully focused on the game, which was now streaming on his phone. He remembered how excited Jungmin had been before leaving the house and felt a pang of guilt for his friend. Junwoo lowered his eyes, replaying Cho Hui's words when she confessed she liked him and let out a deep sigh. He couldn't stop thinking about it. Ajin approached out of nowhere, looking adorable, and asked what he couldn't stop thinking about, but he only murmured a distracted, "Hey," mentioning she had arrived early. She extended her hand, showing him what she had brought. He asked what it was, and she mentioned cheerfully that it was a tart she had baked herself, and asked if he liked stuff like that. Junwoo accepted it politely, thanking her and remarking that his mother sometimes made the same baked once in a while too. He was even more surprised when she mentioned it was a green apple tart. She scratched her head, explaining that she remembered his green apple drawing when thinking of what to make. She felt bad for not visiting him in the hospital, and this was her way of apologizing. Junwoo cleared his throat, assuring her that he didn't mind, and asked if that was the reason she had wanted to meet. She said it was, and that she wanted to give him as soon as possible because she just made them, telling him to eat before it got cold. She paused, promising she would see him at school tomorrow. He was surprised she wasn't staying, but she explained she had business to attend to. She revealed that the claw machine added her favorite bread doll and said she had to get it no matter what. Junwoo stood silently, unsure of what to do. He wanted to move, then finally decided to go after her. Inside, Ajin placed both hands on the claw machine, her eyes narrowing with intense focus. She muttered that she was so close, shaking her head in quiet frustration. Junwoo leaned from the corner, observing her calmly, urging her to stop since she had already used up all her money. But she refused to give up, clenching her fist with stubborn hope. She bent forward slightly, her breath unsteady as she called out his name. Then, shot up, eyes wide with desperate anticipation, and asked for him to lend her some money. Junwoo stared back at her, arms crossed as he imagined she was joking or something. Nearby, a couple argued in defeat. The girlfriend's frustration echoed as Junwoo noticed something on the wall. Suddenly, he moved decisively, telling Ajin to follow. She trailed behind, confused, until he stopped at the basketball court, insisting that he was going to play. Ajin tilted her head in disbelief. She didn't know he was into basketball. She thought all he did was study. Just then, her gaze lifted to the bold banner above the court which Junwoo asked her to read. She immediately realized they could equally win the bread doll here. Junwoo explained with a smile curving on his lips that he played basketball whenever he felt frustrated. Ajin's lips parted slightly. She recalled the first time they met. He had borrowed her battery pack to see a basketball game. He handed her the snack box, asking her to help him hold it before preparing to play, and she encouraged him, watching as he slipped a note into the slot. He cast her a sideways glance as the game was about to begin, catching the hopeful light in her eyes, and the faintest smile curved his lips. The countdown blared, making Ajin flinch, followed by the sound of rattling balls which filled the room. Junwoo gripped the first ball, stance calm, but focused. Holding it high, he aimed carefully and released it. The ball soared smoothly through the hoop. Ajin's eyes widened in awe. She couldn't believe it went in. He grabbed another ball with both hands and threw it with precise accuracy, another perfect shot lighting up the scoreboard. The numbers climbed steadily, glowing brighter with each throw. He bent low again, movements sharp and clean, releasing yet another ball with perfect control. Whispers rippled through the crowd, their attention fully on him, and Ajin pressed her hands to her mouth, thrill sparkling in her gaze as she imagined the bread doll. The score rose higher and higher, surpassing every expectation. Her heart pounded as she shouted encouragement, reminding him that he had 20 more points to go. Junwoo's expression hardened, body moving with an unwavering rhythm as he grabbed the last ball. With the same unbroken focus, he made the shot. Her voice rang through the noise, pure and unrestrained. "Go, Junwoo." The last ball fell cleanly into the net, just like that victory claimed. He handed her the prize, her precious bread doll. As they walked home, Ajin hugged the bread doll tightly, her joy spilling over in every movement while Junwoo's eyes lingered on her, softened by the glow of her happiness. She held the bread doll close, saying she had only brought a tart for him but would return with something better. She thanked him repeatedly while Junwoo remained silent, quietly watching her. Junwoo tried to speak as Ajin continued admiring her cute bread doll, then brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. Her finger pointed forward, guiding them toward the bus stop, and they paused by the sign, discussing which bus they would take. As she turned to leave, her smile remained sweet. She said she had fun and promised to see him at school on Monday. Junwoo's voice, however, halted her. She turned toward him, still smiling. Junwoo stood still, one hand buried deep in his pocket as he asked if she knew the trainee teacher. Her smile faltered. The question caught her completely off guard as she wondered how he knew and why he was asking all of a sudden. She stepped forward hesitantly, then admitted that he was actually her first love. Junwoo froze, the weight of her confession settling over him. His chest rose slowly as he stood opposite her. "Our art teacher is your first love?" he asked, voice steady. Carrying the question further, he asked if she still had feelings for him. Unsure of how to respond, Ajin sank onto the bench, saying she wasn't sure. She added that he had a girlfriend, and no matter her feelings, he would never notice a high school girl like her. Junwoo sat beside her, telling her she sounded like she still liked him. Her hands tightened on the doll. She said it wasn't that. "He has a girlfriend." His fingers intertwined nervously, thoughts restless and searching as he mentioned that he was curious about how she felt. Nothing else. Back at school, Junwoo walked down the hallway, heading for his counseling session. He scratched the back of his head, regretting what he said to Ajin the other day. He wondered if she felt embarrassed and what she would say after her counseling session. He rattled the door open, and Mr. Kim was there, calm as ever, holding a record in one hand and a cup in the other. Junwoo turned his face away. Mr. Kim was the last person he wanted to see that morning. He shut his eyes tightly as the memory of Ajin's words, "He's my first love," flashed through his mind. When he got to his teacher's desk, it was empty. Junwoo wondered if he had gone to the bathroom. Mr. Kim's voice cut through the silence. He asked Junwoo if he was here for counseling. He explained quickly that his teacher handled the girls and he would handle the boys. Junwoo felt uneasy as Mr. Kim gestured for him to take a seat. "Junwoo, right?" Mr. Kim called. He mentioned that he was a smart kid, always at the top and wouldn't be needing help with his grades. Junwoo sat stiffly, wishing this would be over so he could leave and study. Mr. Kim flipped through the records calmly as Junwoo stared, restless and reserved. Mr. Kim continued, asking if Junwoo got along with his friends. He answered quietly, almost unwilling to speak. Flipping another page, Mr. Kim tapped his chin, studying the records as Junwoo grew impatient and eager to leave. Finally, Junwoo stood, asking if he could leave since there were no more questions. Mr. Kim nodded, closing the book slowly, but then asked if he was friends with Ajin. The question threw Junwoo off guard. He rose more sharply this time, standing tall. He said she's his partner and asked why he asked. Mr. Kim smiled faintly. Seeing through him, he knew his question triggered him. Junwoo's glare burned into him. Mr. Kim folded his arms, staring back at him. He finally broke the silence, mentioning that what he was about to ask was sensitive. He asked if Ajin was being bullied. Junwoo wasn't expecting that. On the other side of the office, Cho-hui chatted with the counselor. The teacher asked if she had an older boyfriend, but she lied that her cousin flew in recently, and someone must have seen them together and misunderstood. The teacher smiled, relieved. She said she believed her and was glad it was family. Cho-hui was finally excused, stepping out of the office while some girls across the hall were conversing. She frowned, wondering who had told the teacher about her older boyfriend. Her anger was cut short when she overheard the girls talk about Jungmin, apparently. He was throwing a party that weekend. One of the girls giggled, asking if Junwoo would attend as she walked past. Cho-hui smirked at the mention of Junwoo's name. She knew that if Jungmin was throwing a party, Junwoo would be there. Elsewhere, Junwoo walked up the stairs slowly, his mind adrift in thought. As he climbed, memories of the counseling section crept back into his mind. He remembered how the art room door had been clumsily tied shut with a wire. His jaw tightened as the realization struck him. Someone must have trapped her there. He recalled Ajin mentioning that the art teacher had asked for her help, and suddenly, a face flashed through his mind. It could only be Cho-hui. The boys who wanted to attack Ajin had mentioned her name too. He couldn't wrap his head around what was really going on, but one thing was certain. Cho-hui was acting weird. She wasn't acting as a friend should. Could she actually hate Ajin? His thoughts tangled further until a voice called out his name, pulling him out of his thoughts. It was Jungmin. He wanted to talk to him about something and asked him to follow him, his expression unusually tense. Junwoo noticed immediately that Jungmin didn't seem like himself. He told him that they should talk later because he had a lot on his mind, but Jungmin grabbed his wrist firmly. Junwoo turned and there was no trace of his friend's usual grin, only cold intensity. In a low, clipped tone, Jungmin ordered him to follow him. Without another word, he led Junwoo up the stairs to the rooftop. Jungmin, although angry, was confused on what to do next. He wondered if he would punch him like in the movies. Junwoo trailed behind, finally asking what was wrong and why they were at the rooftop. Jungmin knew he couldn't let things slide. Without warning, he swung at Junwoo, his so-called punch of love. But Junwoo moved quickly, tilting aside and catching Jungmin's wrist midair. His voice remained calm as he told him to use his words, not his fists. Jungmin was left frustrated at how Junwoo stopped him so easily. The pain in his arm made him wince as he struggled to pull free. He wondered how someone who only studied was this strong. He cried out and finally yanked his arm loose, stumbling backward onto the concrete. The air between them thickened with tension. A silent battle of stares. Crawling back toward the railing, Jungmin spat out his frustration, accusing Junwoo of knowing all along that Cho-hwee liked him. His voice cracked as he continued, insisting that Junwoo must have thought it was funny, playing along and making fun of him behind his back. But Junwoo's expression stayed calm, which annoyed Jungmin further. Junwoo said quietly that he didn't have to explain everything to him. Jungmin's voice rose, shouting that Junwoo should have told him from the start. Junwoo swallowed hard, insisting that he had never mocked him, that he had turned Cho-hwee down long ago. He sat beside Jungmin, explaining that he simply had no interest in her, and he didn't tell him because he didn't want to hurt him. Jungmin flinched at the words as his anger softened. After a long pause, Junwoo added, almost hesitating, that Jungmin already knew who he liked. He just didn't want to say anything he might regret. Then, more softly, he said that Jungmin had always been the closest person to him. Jungmin's mind flashed back to old memories. The basketball court, the afternoons spent together, the day with the animals. So many shared moments. Yeah, we're pretty close. He muttered finally, his voice quieter, almost regretful. Then a small smirk appeared as he teased that he shouldn't be moving on from everything so quickly. Turning to him again, Jungmin said his parents were out that weekend and declared that Junwoo had no choice but to come to his party. No excuses. Junwoo groaned under his breath, calling it a hassle, but Jungmin pressed on, apologizing for trying to punch him. Reminding him that he was the one who'd been hurt in all of this, adding jokingly that he was sure he broke his tailbone when he fell. Junwoo said nothing, his silence heavier than any argument. He only flinched when Jungmin mentioned that their friend Ji-hoon would be bringing a signed basketball by Najodan. He added that there would be board games and even a Bluetooth speaker. After a moment, Junwoo finally muttered, "We'll see." When the weekend arrived, Jungmin's house buzzed with life. Two girls clustered together, laughing as they shared how each of them had first met him. On the couch, two other guys were gaming, shouting and joking about who would win, while Jungmin stood nearby setting the table. Across the room, Ji-hoon and three other kids sat in a small circle on the floor playing a board game. Suddenly, one of them shouted for Jungmin. Someone was at the door. One of the girls near the door asked if it might be Ajin, but the other shook her head, saying Ajin was busy baking. Curious, Jungmin walked toward the door, wondering who could be visiting in the middle of his party. When he opened the door, Cho-hwee was standing there, waving softly with a practiced smile. He asked what she was doing here. She lowered her gaze, her expression feigning regret. In a quiet voice, she said she felt sorry about how she had spoken to him last time and was hoping they could still be friends. "Friends?" Jungmin repeated, taken aback. She lifted a small box of snacks, saying she didn't know which ones he liked, so she had brought different flavors for him to choose from. She wanted to know if they could eat them together and talk. When she handed it to him, she glanced toward the noisy house and remarked that he seemed busy entertaining guests. He dismissed it easily, saying they were only friends hanging out. Still, a small part of him wondered if she had really come just to see him alone. Her lips turned downward again, her tone dripping with feigned sadness. She told him it was fine, that he should go back to his friends. Then she turned away slowly, head bowed, pretending to leave. Jungmin didn't want her to walk away like that. He remembered that Junwoo had gone upstairs to watch basketball, so he decided to keep her downstairs, away from him. Just before she could leave, he called out quickly, asking if she would like to come inside. Cho-hwee turned back, a sly smile tugging at her lips. Her plan had worked. Her little act of innocence had paid off. Inside, the party was glowing with warmth and laughter. Jungmin chatted politely with Cho-hwee, asking her to wait at the table. She glanced around, wondering if Junwoo had arrived yet. All around her, clusters of guests laughed, danced, or talked in corners. Two girls sitting nearby whispered to each other, surprised to see her dressed up as if it were a formal event. It was only supposed to be a casual party. Cho-hwee, on the other hand, smirked inwardly, finding it pathetic that some people had shown up in hoodies. She took a seat between two boys and asked Jungmin for a drink, claiming she was parched from walking all the way to his house. One of the boys turned toward her with a bright grin, greeting her, reminding her they met during the school's field trip and told her she looked pretty. Proud of her looks, she thought about how she had always been pretty, and tonight, even more so. She brushed off the compliments with mock modesty, saying she wasn't all that pretty, but he insisted, adding that she was the prettiest girl at the party. Her eyes wandered across Youngmin's house. It was surprisingly modern and stylish. She knew Junwoo was rich, but Youngmin seemed pretty wealthy also. She was curious about what his house looks like inside. Moments later, Youngmin returned with bottles of drinks, admitting he didn't know what she liked, so he had brought several options. She smiled sweetly, thanked him, and asked for a tour of the house. He hesitated, but eventually agreed. Before he could start, some friends called out, asking for drinks too. Youngmin went around handing out drinks and laughing awkwardly with his friends. In the midst of the distraction, Cho-hoi quietly slipped away through the hallway, eager to find a private spot with Junwoo. She paused when she heard faint voices coming from one of the rooms, curiosity sparking immediately. Slowly, she peeked through the small gap of a half-open door. Her eyes lit up. Junwoo was there. He sat on a swivel chair with his phone in hand. He was watching something on his phone. A smirk curved her lips. So he had been here all along. Composing herself, she pushed the door open gently and stepped inside, pretending to be casual. She told him Youngmin had said she could rest in his room for a while. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jungmin was exhausted from entertaining everyone. Hosting, he realized, was far more tiring than he had imagined. As he caught his breath, he suddenly remembered that Cho-hoi had asked for a drink also. He looked around for her, wondering where she had gone. Then someone mentioned that she went inside. "Inside?" he shouted in alarm. Panic flashed across his face. A girl beside him winced at his loud voice, covering her ears and asking why he was yelling. Upstairs, Cho-hoi leaned closer to Junwoo, her tone soft as she asked about his arm. Junwoo's patience snapped. He pulled his arm away sharply, asking her not to touch him. Then, standing firmly, he said they needed to talk. Cho-hoi only smiled, pretending to be calm, and asked lightly what he wanted to talk about. Junwoo's tone grew darker as he told her that the bullies who had broken his hand had mentioned her name. Cho-hoi froze, her face stiffening as unease flooded her chest. Questions spun through her mind. Why was he bringing this up, and what exactly did he know? He met her eyes sharply, asking why she had done it. The air between them turned heavy, tense enough to choke on. Trembling, she stammered out that it didn't matter if they knew her name. She had nothing to do with those people. Her voice quivered as she tried to defend herself, insisting that she had no connection to the bullies he spoke of. Junwoo's eyes narrowed as if piecing together a truth he already knew. Then he asked why she locked Ajin in the art room. Her eyes widened in horror as panic flickered across her face. She hadn't been caught on the security camera. How could he possibly know? Outside the doorway, Jungmin stood frozen as he overheard every word. He could still hear Junwoo's voice as he told Cho-hoi that he didn't care what she was up to, but she should leave Ajin out of it. He tried to process what he had just heard. Why would Cho-hoi ever do something so cruel to Ajin? Hearing his name being called by the guests downstairs, Jungmin turned abruptly. If he stayed any longer, others might overhear their argument. Reluctantly, he walked away, leaving behind the storm brewing inside that room. Back inside, Cho-hoi began to sob, her voice cracking as she cried that she would never do such a thing. Between sniffs, she glanced up at Junwoo with tear-streaked cheeks, trying to look innocent, repeating that she hadn't done it. Junwoo stood still, cold and unyielding, his eyes burning with quiet anger. His silence spoke louder than any words. Seeing his expression, she realized he didn't believe her. Her act, the tears, the trembling voice, none of it was working this time. Suddenly, she spun around, shouting out an apology before bolting for the door. She ran outside, leaving the house, realizing she had ruined everything. She slowed down, her steps growing smaller. Her breathing came in ragged bursts as she whispered his name. Junwoo. Behind her, laughter and chatter drifted from the house, echoing through the walls. a cruel reminder that the world kept spinning while hers was falling apart. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she realized she might never get another chance with Junwoo. She wondered how he had found out. Her mind raced, searching for someone to blame. Then suddenly her eyes widened, realization piercing through her sorrow. Of course, she blamed everything on Ajin. Her hand clenched tightly around her phone as she vowed quietly that Ajin would pay for this. Elsewhere, Ajin stretched her arm to reach a high shelf, smiling at the cute display of cookies. She couldn't decide between the lemon-flavored bear cookies and the cat-shaped ones. Both were so adorable that it felt wrong to pick one over the other. She sighed, realizing that if she kept wandering around the shop like this, she'd end up spending all her money before even getting the ingredients she came for. Turning toward the baking section, she walked down the aisle, scanning the shelves. When she reached the powdered sugar section, she stopped abruptly. The shelf was completely empty. Another customer nearby noticed her confusion. "My powdered sugar," Ajin mumbled helplessly, glancing at the lady. The lady smiled kindly and explained that the shop owner had gone to bring more from the back, noticing Ajin's flustered expression. Ajin immediately felt grateful. The lady's soft tone carried warmth, and Ajin thanked her sincerely. As she waited, she pictured herself sprinkling powdered sugar like snow over her strawberry roll cakes. The image was so pretty that it made her smile unconsciously. The lady, intrigued, asked if Ajin also baked and what she planned to make with the sugar. "Strawberry roll cakes," she replied, and coincidentally, she was making the same thing. Just then, the owner returned, holding a single pack of powdered sugar. Apologetically, the owner explained that it was already reserved for the lady beside her. Ajin sighed softly and scratched her cheek in frustration. Her schedule was already tight, and she couldn't afford to mess up now. She had already promised her followers a new baking video. Understanding the situation, she smiled politely and said she'd find powdered sugar somewhere else. The owner nodded sympathetically, saying her fans would have to wait just a little longer for her next Sweet Honey video. The lady looked starstruck when she heard Sweet Honey. The shop owner chuckled softly, explaining that Ajin ran a small baking channel online, one so popular that her featured ingredients often sold out overnight. The comment made Ajin blush in embarrassment. The lady's eyes widened with delight as she quickly pulled out her phone and confessed excitedly that she was a big fan. Ajin and the owner stared at her in surprise, caught completely off guard. She added that she actually came to buy the powdered sugar because of the post she made. She gently placed the pack of powdered sugar into Ajin's hands. She asked her to please take it, and make sure to upload the strawberry roll cake video on the bus ride home. Ajin, sitting by the window, thought back to the lady from the shop and their brief, cheerful conversation. A faint smile crossed her lips as she remembered how flustered she had been, and how they ended up exchanging numbers before parting ways. Resting her head against the cool glass, she thought to herself that she still had a lot to learn and needed to keep growing, but she was so grateful. Just then, her stop was announced. When she arrived at the city library, banners fluttered in the air announcing the 30th anniversary celebration. Ajin, with a determined look, whispered to herself, "Time to study." The building buzzed with life. Crowds filled the lobby, maybe because of the anniversary event. So she decided to borrow a book and go home. A boy from one of the stands waved, calling for her to join his event. She smiled politely and declined, saying she was only there to borrow a book. But as she started walking away, another guy suddenly turned, his eyes widening in recognition. "Ajin?" he called. She blinked in surprise. It was her teacher, Gwanghyun. He stepped closer with a smile on his face. He said her voice still sounded just like it did back in the old days. Turning toward the counter, he asked the librarian for a book while Ajin stood behind, unsure what to say. When he returned, he held out a small trinket in his palm, a tiny keychain that jingled. He handed it to her, explaining that he got it from one of the anniversary events and thought she might like it. Ajin accepted it, admiring the delicate design. It was cute and glittery, too pretty not to smile at. She thanked him softly. As they walked deeper into the library together, he asked what kind of book she was looking for. She told him she wanted one about baking. While climbing the stairs, a couple arguing playfully about what they should do next. Thinking for a moment, she asked whether his house was far away, or if maybe he was supposed to be on a date. He raised an eyebrow, teasingly amused. He came to borrow some materials he needed, then asked what she meant by a date. Realizing what she had just implied, Ajin covered her mouth and quickly apologized, saying she didn't mean it like that. He bent slightly to meet her eyes. He said he wasn't mad. The question was just unexpected, then mentioned he didn't have a girlfriend. He asked if she had a boyfriend and if he was a good guy. Ajin blurted out quickly that she was still in high school, didn't have a boyfriend, and no one would like her that way anyway. Flustered by her own honesty, she pushed his arm lightly and told him to forget the topic altogether. As they climbed further up, he mentioned that he needed to stop by the old archive room. Her hand brushed over her chest as a faint memory surfaced. How she had cried so hard a year ago when she found out he had a girlfriend. So why didn't she feel happy now that he didn't? Her thoughts were interrupted when he called her name, asking how school had been. Pointing to herself, she smiled and said everything was fine, although she didn't like studying, and that she was looking forward to sports day. He nodded, acknowledging that she didn't seem like someone who lied, then added in a gentle tone that if something ever bothered her, she could always talk to him. They continued chatting as they walked together. Ajin asked if he was attending sports day, and he laughed, saying he was in charge of running the games. But just a few steps behind them, a phone camera followed their every move. Hidden in the corner, Cho-hui stood silently, her phone raised, recording. Her lips curved into a cold smile. She had come here intending to confront Ajin, to slap her across the face. But now she had stumbled upon something far more useful. Zooming in, the photo Cho-hui captured looked far too intimate, as though Ajin and Mr. Kim were about to kiss. A wicked smirk curled on her lips as her mind twisted with dark ideas. She told herself that if she had fallen so low, she wouldn't go alone. The next day, Ajin stood by her desk, packing her bag for school. Halfway through, she suddenly froze. Something was missing. Her keyring. Her memory flashed back to when Gwanghyun handed it to her the previous day. She had set it aside, too distracted by the excitement of posting a new video for her baking channel. She glanced at her bag. The only spot for the keyring was already occupied by the bread doll, the one Junwoo had worked so hard to win for her. For a moment, she hesitated. Which one should stay? The bread doll or the new keyring? After a quiet sigh, she decided to stick with the bread doll. She zipped up her bag and stepped out into the bright morning. Ajin smiled, clutching her bag proudly. Today, they were picking their class t-shirts and activities for the big event. She couldn't wait. But before she could take another step, a pair of arms wrapped suddenly around her from behind. She turned to see it was Cho-hui. Her surprise quickly softened into a polite smile. Ajin immediately mentioned she had something to talk about. She whispered in her ears that she ran into Gwanghyun at the library yesterday. Cho-hui tilted her head, asking what the two of them had talked about. Leaning closer, Ajin whispered shyly that he had told her he didn't have a girlfriend. Cho-hui covered her mouth dramatically, teasing, "So that's why you're glowing today." Before Ajin could protest, she grabbed her by the shoulders, urging her to confess her feelings to him already. Ajin insisted it wasn't like that, but Cho-hui only pushed harder, promising she'd help her figure it out. Neither of them noticed Junwoo standing at a distance, watching quietly. His gaze fixed on them with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Inside the classroom, Sports Day was written boldly across the board, with t-shirts and activities highlighted underneath. Jungmin stood at the front. He announced it was time to choose their team shirts and plan the games. His first suggestion, a prisoner-style t-shirt, was immediately rejected by the class. Undeterred, he proposed hospital gown-style shirts next. Ajin liked the idea, while Junwoo sat silently, lost in thought. He couldn't stop replaying what he'd seen earlier. Ajin and Cho-hui seemed closer than he had thought. Still, he reminded himself that she didn't know the truth about Cho-hui yet. He needed to warn her someday. At the back of the class, a boy suddenly asked if they should get a matching t-shirt for Mr. Kim too, since he was their class teacher. The class erupted into chatter as they agreed to get for him also. Ajin looked up instinctively. Then her gaze met Junwoo's. For a moment, neither of them spoke. She broke the awkward silence and asked quietly if he had something to say. Junwoo shook his head, indicating he didn't, then asked her if she had. Ajin seized the moment, saying she had something to tell him since they were already talking about Mr. Kim. Junwoo's shoulders tensed as he asked her to go ahead. Almost in a whisper, she told him that Mr. Kim had mentioned he didn't have a girlfriend. A strange mix of emotions stirred inside Junwoo. Relief, confusion, even a trace of jealousy he didn't want to admit. Trying to sound casual, he said lightly, "Oh, really? So?" Ajin scratched her head with an awkward laugh, saying that was all. She had told him earlier that Mr. Kim had one, so she was just clearing things up. Junwoo's voice stiffened as he asked if she was planning to ask him out now. Ajin rested her chin on her hands, chuckling softly. She said her crush on Mr. Kim was old news, and she had already moved on from that. Junwoo nodded slowly. As he turned toward the board again, his eyes softened. Ever since Ajin had confessed that Mr. Kim was her first love, the thought had bothered him more than he liked to admit. But now, hearing that she no longer felt that way, he couldn't help the small warmth blooming in his chest. At the front of the class, Youngmin wrapped up the t-shirt discussion and moved to the next big topic, the sports day main event. He announced that the teacher wanted their class to win this year, and that the best performing student would receive a special prize, a 4DX movie ticket. Junwoo's mind flashed instantly to Ajin. If he won, it would be the perfect, natural excuse to ask her to the movies. The classroom erupted into noise. Everyone began shouting which activities they wanted. Dodgeball, jump rope, basketball. Jungmin called for everyone to calm down. Suddenly, Junwoo stood up, screeching his chair against the floor as Jungmin raised a brow, half-jokingly asking if he needed to use the bathroom. But Junwoo raised his hand and declared he'll be participating in all the events. Later that day, the teacher's voice echoed through the classroom. She encouraged the students, saying she believed in them. They just had to give it their all. Moments later, the announcement for the basketball match came through. The teacher told everyone to get ready, and the classroom burst into motion. Students poured into the hallway, laughing, adjusting their uniforms, and cheering. Some girls stayed behind, touching up their makeup, hoping to look cute for the boys on the court. One of Ajin's friends waved her over, offering to help her with her hair. Ajin hesitated, mumbling that she was a bit embarrassed. Her friend teased her, saying that this was her one chance to shine. She promised to make her look perfect. After a bit of convincing, Ajin gave in and sat down. The teacher, already heading out, glanced at them. She told them they were pretty just the way they are and reminded the girls not to be late, and to lock the classroom door when they finished. Ajin bit her lip nervously as her friend styled her hair. When she finally looked into the mirror, she wasn't sure if the new hairstyle suited her, but when her friends gasped and told her how pretty she looked. Outside the school, a massive banner fluttered across the schoolyard. The 20th Seorin High School One Heart Sports Meet. The basketball court was alive with noise. Boys warmed up on the court, bouncing balls against the polished floor, while students filled the stands. The announcer declared the match between Class 1 versus Class 2 was starting as the players, including Junwoo, stretched. Mr. Kim clapped his hands, asking if everyone was ready, and said the game would begin as soon as he blew the whistle. The players stretched, joked, and sized up their opponents. Junwoo rolled his shoulders, scanning the other side of the court, wondering who Class 2's ace might be. At the stands, Ajin and her friends finally arrived, a little late from fixing her hair. They found seats in the corner, close enough to see everything. As Junwoo glanced toward the crowd, he spotted Ajin. She had arrived just in time. On the court, Mr. Kim stepped forward with the whistle between his lips. The crowd began chanting, alternating between Class 1 and Class 2. Students from both classes cheered their respective teams on, but Junwoo barely noticed the noise. His focus narrowed to a single goal. To win the MVP prize, he was determined to win it no matter what it took. The whistle blew, and Junwoo jumped high, grabbing the ball midair before his opponent could reach it. The game ignited. Sneakers squeaked against the floor, voices shouted plays, and the ball zipped back and forth between hands. Ajin gasped, watching Junwoo move with a speed and precision she hadn't expected. Her friend cheered beside her. Go, Class 1. The sound of dribbling filled the court. Pass. Defense. Shoot, echoed across the gym. Jungmin caught the ball, but a defender charged at him. Without hesitation, he tossed it toward Junwoo. Junwoo caught the ball and dashed forward. Jungmin blocked the path just long enough for Junwoo to get a clean shot. Junwoo ran back, breathing hard as opponents admitted he was on another level. The crowd cheered, Go, Junwoo! Ajin's eyes sparkled as she watched, unable to look away. Just then, Junwoo's eyes meet hers. For a moment, it felt like it was just the both of them. Ajin's cheeks burned red, her heart pounding with a strange mix of excitement and confusion. She was about to whisper something to her friend when the girl beside her suddenly squealed that Junwoo had just locked eyes with her. The girls around them screamed in delight, shouting that he was handsome. And Ajin blinked, realizing with a sting of embarrassment that he might not have been looking at her at all. Down on the court, Junwoo and Jungmin bumped shoulders, grinning at each other in celebration. Their teamwork was seamless, and the scoreboard flashed their progress. Class 1 was in the lead. The teacher clapped proudly from the sidelines, her voice barely audible over the roar of cheering students. The atmosphere was electric. Jaehoon, another of their classmates, caught the ball, sprinting across the court with laser focus. From the stands, Junwoo and her friends cheered louder. Let's go. He jumped, released the ball midair, and sent it spinning straight toward the hoop. The crowd went wild. Students rose to their feet, clapping and chanting his name. Moments later, the ball was back in play. Class 2 pushed hard to even the score. But their attempt ricocheted off the backboard as Class 1's defense tightened. From the scorer's table, Mr. Kim announced it was time for a break. The score was tied, 20-20. The players gathered together, some sitting along the benches, others standing to drink water and catch their breath. Junwoo was panting heavily from the first half's intensity. Sweat rolled down his temple, but his thoughts weren't on the game. All he could picture was the movie ticket, and Ajin beside him at the theater. The thought alone reignited his drive. Across the court, Ajin approached Mr. Kim with a polite smile, offering to help him carry some equipment. From the team bench, Junwoo's hand tightened around his water bottle, watching them with silent irritation as Jungmin wondered what he was staring at. Mr. Kim asked gently if the box was too heavy. Ajin shook her head, saying she could handle it. Jungmin, noticing Junwoo's expression, grinned mischievously and nudged him, saying Ajin and Mr. Kim looked pretty close. Junwoo turned sharply, asking what he just said. His tone came out sharper than intended. Jungmin grinned, saying he didn't mean anything by it. Mr. Kim was just friendly with his students, that's all. Still looking at them, he added that Mr. Kim seemed quite popular with the girls. Junwoo scoffed, trying to sound casual, saying Ajin was just stuck running errands like a fool. But Jungmin wasn't fooled. He smirked, asking if Junwoo was feeling jealous. Junwoo swung lightly at him, warning to stop being ridiculous, but Jungmin dodged with a laugh, teasing him for missing. As Ajin handed out bottles of water to the boys, he teased that Junwoo should stop pretending. He was clearly bothered. Junwoo cracked open his water bottle, saying he didn't care. He thought Jungmin would drop it, but instead he encouraged him to be a man and ask her out. Then he walked off, saying that if he didn't act, someone else might ask Ajin out. Trying to keep his tough boy attitude, Junwoo said he should just focus on the match. After helping the boys, Ajin turned towards Junwoo, shouting and cheering him on. Junwoo froze mid-sip. His face turned bright red as he coughed, quickly turning away to hide it. He muttered under his breath that he would win, no matter what. Mr. Kim blew the whistle, signaling the start of the second half. The tension snapped back instantly as Junwoo dribbled the ball past his opponent. He dashed forward, the ball in his grip as a Class 2 defender chased him down. The students cheered wildly, their voices echoing across the gym as an opposing team shouted for someone to block him. Ajin sat in the stands, her hands clasped tightly together as she cheered with the others. Her heart thudded as she watched him glide across the court with quiet confidence. The tension grew as the scoreboard flickered. Class 2 was leading. The crowd's noise built as Class 2 students cheered their team on. Ajin and her friends watched with wide eyes as Jungmin took the ball, dribbled swiftly before calling out for Junwoo. Class 1 fans shouted encouragement, desperate for a turnaround. Time wasn't on their side. They glanced at the clock. They had only 3 seconds left. Ajin pressed her palms together, silently praying for Junwoo to make one more basket. As if he heard her, Junwoo caught Youngmin's pass. He jumped, his hand extended. The ball left his fingertips, spinning high through the air toward the net as the buzzer began to sound. The ball sailed cleanly through the air and dropped straight into the net. Ajin's eyes lit up. It was a perfect three-pointer, and it meant they had just won. The announcer's voice boomed over the speakers. He declared Class 1 of the 11th grade champions, undefeated. The stands exploded in celebration. Students jumped to their feet, hugging one another and chanting. Their teacher clapped through tears, proud beyond words, while the opposing team muttered among themselves, saying they could have won if they'd just held on for a few more seconds. Jungmin threw his arms around Junwoo, laughing breathlessly. The rest of Class 1 joined in, shouting over each other about how incredible that last shot had been. Around them, a teammate called out to Mr. Kim, yelling that they had won. Class 2 students groaned and sighed, disappointed that victory had slipped from their grasp. Amid the noise, Junwoo quietly stepped away from the crowd. Ajin noticed first. Her gaze followed him instinctively, her heart still racing. When Junwoo turned, sweat glistening on his skin, their eyes met across the distance and he smiled softly at her. Ajin's breath caught. Her face flushed pink. For a moment, time stood still. At the cafeteria, everyone was talking about how amazing Junwoo had been, how rare it was to see him score from that far away. Standing in line with her tray, Ajin remembered watching him play. He had seemed different from his usual quiet, grumpy self. As she thought about it, she was almost certain their eyes had met during the game. Her friend's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. She wanted a favor. Her friend explained that she wanted to switch partners for the dodgeball game later that day. She wanted to team up with Jaehoon instead. She added with a nervous giggle that she and Jaehoon were kind of dating now. Ajin was a bit surprised, then agreed to switch. They talked more about it as they had lunch. Then Ajin asked who her original partner was. The scene shifted to the schoolyard for the dodgeball game. Ajin stood nervously in front of Junwoo. She wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Junwoo, puzzled, asked if she had something to say to him. She shook her head quickly, saying it wasn't important. She had switched partners with her friend Yujin, but didn't know how to tell Junwoo she was his new partner. The coach announced to everyone to find their partners. The match was starting soon. Junwoo scanned the crowd looking for Yujin. He started to walk away, wishing Ajin good luck. He wondered who her partner was. As he was leaving, she asked him to wait and explained that she was his new partner. Yujin had asked her to switch. She wanted to know if it was okay with him. Junwoo blinked, processing her words. For a moment, he was confused. Then he played it off coolly, telling her to just stay out of his way. As the game was about to begin, he asked her to grab on tight and she nodded obediently. But her mind went blank immediately. Grab on? Where exactly? Before she could ask, the coach blew his whistle, asking Class 1 and Class 7 to get ready. The girls stood behind the boys, taking position. Ajin hesitated, then lightly pinched the back of Junwoo's shirt. Being that close made her heart pound. She hadn't realized before how broad his shoulders were. Then, with a sharp whoosh, the first ball flew from Class 7's side. Junwoo moved instinctively, dodging so suddenly that his shoulder brushed Ajin's cheek. He turned to check if she was okay. Ajin shook her head, flustered, saying she was fine. Another pair from Class 1 rushed forward to counterattack, but the coach's whistle blared, striking them out for letting go of each other. The same happened on Class 7's side. Another whistle, another team out. The game grew more chaotic with every second. Balls whizzed through the air as the coach shouted for them to dodge and also strike out teams. Junwoo turned slightly toward Ajin and told her he'll warn her before he moves, then asked her calmly not to let go of his shirt. He reached for her hand and placed it against his waist. Ajin's breath caught. The warmth of his skin through the thin fabric made her heart stumble. Only 4 players from Class 1 were left standing, and Class 7's team were confident that victory was theirs. Among the new players stepping forward was Cho Hui. She had claimed to be sick earlier, but her teacher didn't buy it. The heat was unbearable, and she complained about how ridiculous it was to be playing in such weather. Then her eyes found Junwoo. A bright, artificial smile spread across her face when she saw him on the field. But it faltered almost immediately when she noticed Ajin, who stood close behind Junwoo, gripping the edge of his shirt just like he'd told her to. Chohui's rage boiled over. A hot wave of jealousy surged through her. The ball rolled toward her feet and the coach called out, telling her to pass it along so they could restart play. Ajin glared at the ball, irritated, her anger clearly written all over her face. She picked it up with both hands, slowly walking forward. Ajin, on seeing her, was relieved because she hadn't seen her all day and was starting to get worried. Chohui's teammates whispered that she must still be sick, that she was probably too weak to throw the ball. Ajin, on hearing this, felt concerned. If she wasn't feeling well, why hadn't she gone to rest? A boy standing near Chohui offered to take the throw for her, but she ignored him completely. Her gaze was fixed, cold and unwavering, straight on Ajin. Ajin's stomach dropped. Why was Chohui looking at her like that? And before she could move, Chohui threw it straight at her and the ball hit Ajin squarely in the face. She stumbled backward and fell hard onto the ground, a cry escaping her lips. Junwoo turned instantly, his eyes wide with panic, sprinting toward her. Her friends rushed to her side, shouting her name as the coach blew his whistle sharply, signaling a timeout. Everyone crowded around her. Ajin sat up slowly as Junwoo dropped to his knees in front of her, asking if she was hurt. Chohui pretended to care, rushing over, asking if she was okay. Junwoo quickly suggested they go to the nurse's office. Seeing how Junwoo was concerned and caring towards Ajin only made Chohui more envious. Meanwhile, Ajin's friends turned on her, accusing her of throwing the ball on purpose. Of course, she denied it immediately, asking why she would do such a thing. She went ahead apologizing and asking if she was okay. Ajin, naive as usual, smiled, saying it's fine, suggesting it wasn't on purpose. Chohui offered to take her to the nurse, but Junwoo refused, firmly saying she was his partner and he'll take her. Ajin, oblivious to the tension, waved at her, smiling weakly, saying she'll be right back and she was okay. As Junwoo helped Ajin walk toward the stairs, Chohui stood rooted to the spot. Her plan had failed completely. Ajin's friends exchanged knowing glances behind her. They'd seen it. They knew Chohui's throw hadn't been an accident. In the hallway, the noise of the crowd faded. The two of them walked quietly, side by side, each lost in their own thoughts. Ajin's mind raced with embarrassment. She had fallen in front of everyone. How pathetic must she have looked? She should have just come alone instead of coming with him. Her thoughts broke when Junwoo spoke softly beside her, asking if she was okay. She said she was fine, but Junwoo shook his head. He mentioned that she just got hit in the face and injured her hands and knees. Ajin glanced at him, surprised by how upset he looked. Trying to lighten the mood, she said her face didn't hurt that much, just her hands and knees. But Junwoo didn't seem convinced. His brows stayed furrowed, his eyes flicking over the small bruises. Ajin opened her mouth to thank him, but instead the words that came out were, "I'm sorry." Junwoo was shocked. He turned toward her, asking why she was apologizing. She said they were out because of her and their class could have won. Junwoo stared at her in disbelief. He told her she had nothing to apologize for. Ajin hesitated. She thought Junwoo was upset because they got disqualified. Junwoo didn't reply immediately. She's the one who got hurt, he thought. And she's the one apologizing? She really is an innocent fool. Junwoo turned away, his voice dropping to a quiet murmur. He wanted to become MVP, but that ship has already sailed because of someone. Ajin froze. Because of someone? Did he mean her? She opened her mouth to ask, but before she could speak, he had already lowered his gaze to a letter resting on the nurse's desk. Ajin, he said suddenly, making her flinch. He picked up the note, explaining that the nurse wasn't around, so he would handle her first aid himself. He opened the window to let the warm afternoon air in and set the first aid kit on the edge of the bed. Sitting down, he looked at her and gently asked for her hand. She hesitated, saying she could do it herself. But he insisted. Guilt sat heavy in her chest. Everything about the day felt like her fault. She opened her mouth to apologize again, but he stopped her immediately. Her face flushed pink. She didn't know if it was his words, his closeness, or the way his hand gently enclosed hers. But her heart began to race uncontrollably. Carefully, Junwoo cleaned her wound, dabbing medicine over the scraped skin. Ajin gripped the hem of her shorts tightly, torn between the sting of antiseptic and the warmth spreading through her chest. He murmured that her injuries looked pretty bad as he pressed the cotton ball gently against the cut. Ajin flinched, squeezing her eyes shut from the sudden sting. When she opened them again, she blinked away the small tears that had gathered and whispered, "Thank you. It just hurts a little." Junwoo apologized he didn't mean for it to hurt. His words made Ajin stare at him, surprised by how gentle he sounded. He admitted it was his first time doing this, and he was trying his best to be gentle. Ajin was so nervous, her palms were sweating. She couldn't tell if it was from the pain or the way he was holding her hand. Just then, he asked for her other hand, setting the first one down. When she hesitated, he tilted his head slightly and said it looked worse than the other hand, and he needed to treat both hands. "Oh, right," she blurted. Her cheeks flushed even deeper as she wondered if he could feel how much she was sweating. Junwoo noticed her nervousness and gave a small, reassuring smile, promising to make sure it doesn't hurt. That promise, spoken so simply, made her heartbeat stumble. She turned her face away, too flustered to meet his eyes, then thanked him quietly. He took her hand again, his touch careful as he dabbed medicine over the second scrape. Their knees brushed, his legs longer, his frame larger, the difference between them impossible not to notice. She mentioned how good he was at basketball, adding that he looked so cool on the court. He brushed it off, saying he just got lucky as he fumbled with the cream container. Ajin laughed softly, saying he gave his all because he wanted to be MVP. But here he was patching her up instead. Her teasing made him freeze. His back straightened as if her words had struck something inside him. He stammered her name, then hesitated. The rest of the sentence got caught somewhere between his throat and his heart. Hearing her name fall from his lips so quietly, Ajin's breath hitched. Sparks were flying all over the room. Junwoo reached out and gently took her hand again. His gaze was steady now, no hesitation this time. He asked if she would go to the movies with him if he became MVP. Finally, our boy grew some balls. Ajin was confused at first. She pointed to herself, asking if he was referring to her. Her voice wavered. But why her? Not like she did anything for sports day. He smiled faintly, explaining that she had cheered for him more than anyone else, that hearing her voice had made him play better. And besides, she had gotten hurt because he didn't protect her. He suggested they go next Wednesday for the school anniversary. Ajin's lips curved into a small smile as she finally agreed. He nodded, satisfied, then glanced toward her knees, suggesting it was time to treat them. Just then, her mind drifted. That morning, she'd left the house in a hurry, unaware that she was wearing mismatched socks. Her hand hovered awkwardly over the first aid box as she said she would handle it herself. Junwoo reminded her that her hands were already injured, insisting she let him handle it. They both got into a struggle on who would handle it. Ajin felt he was going to make fun of her for life if he found out about her socks. In their squabble, someone had arrived at the doorway without them noticing. Inside the nurse's office, the tension grew until, in the middle of their bickering, Junwoo accidentally nudged her leg, making it sway. At that very moment, the door opened. Mr. Kim stepped inside with a smile on his face. He mentioned that he heard Ajin got hurt and was getting treated, but he couldn't have imagined what he saw next. Junwoo had lost his balance and fell directly onto Ajin. His hands caught him on either side of her, and their faces only inches apart. Mr. Kim froze at the doorway, completely lost for words. Ajin, on seeing him, quickly pushed Junwoo away from her in a fluster. Mr. Kim stepped in, cautioning them for messing around while the nurse was away. Ajin shoved Junwoo away, babbling a few words to save face, but there was no unseeing what Mr. Kim just witnessed. Mr. Kim placed a hand on the edge of the bed, leaning down to examine her hand. Ajin blinked in surprise, explaining that Junwoo had already treated her hands. Mr. Kim smiled faintly, patting Junwoo on the shoulder, thanking him for taking care of her. He was going to handle the rest. Junwoo's jaw tightened slightly as he wondered why he was getting involved. Junwoo straightened up to leave while Mr. Kim turned back to Ajin, asking her if she could place her legs on the bed. Ajin nodded quickly, saying she could manage. As Junwoo was leaving, Ajin asked how the game went, and Mr. Kim explained that their class won by a narrow margin. Junwoo stood by the door, unsure why his chest felt so tight. Mr. Kim asked in concern if she was okay. She explained that she was actually fine and it didn't hurt that much. Junwoo's mind drifted to Jungmin's earlier words about how Ajin and Mr. Kim seemed close. With everything that was happening, it bothered him more than he wanted to admit. Ajin noticed him lingering at the doorway and called out saying, "She'll be done soon." She wanted to go back together. Junwoo hesitated, then said calmly that it was fine, suggesting they meet in class. Ajin thanked him for treating her hands, but Junwoo didn't wait to listen or respond. When he stepped into the hallway, he could still hear their voices inside. Mr. Kim wanted to know if Ajin had any plans for the school anniversary next week. Junwoo flinched as Mr. Kim continued. According to him, his university was having a festival and he wanted her to stop by. Junwoo glanced through the window, silently hoping she was going to say no. She asked excitedly if celebrities would be attending, and Mr. Kim mentioned some who would be attending. Her eyes widened in surprise because she had never seen a celebrity before. But despite how tempting it sounded, she asked if it could be rescheduled for another day. Mr. Kim smiled warmly, adding that the school anniversary is the last day of the festival, so rescheduling wouldn't be an option. Junwoo clenched his jaw, admitting that they must be really close. He wondered as he walked back to his class if he was even allowed to take a high schooler to such events. Worst of all, on the school anniversary. Back in the classroom, the homeroom teacher stood at the front, passing out ice cream to celebrate their sports day victory. Students laughed, thanking her and complimenting the ice cream. Junwoo sat quietly at his desk, regretting why he didn't wait for Ajin. He wondered what was taking so long. It was just her knee. Just then, the door slid open. Ajin entered, followed by Mr. Kim. He smiled, apologizing for showing up late, and asked if any ice cream was left for them. The teacher nodded and asked Ajin how she was doing, then asked her to take a seat. She was just about to announce the MVP. Ajin beamed with joy as she took her seat next to Junwoo. She was glad she didn't miss the announcement. As she got comfortable, he asked what took her so long, and she explained that she had tried to come quickly, but the conversation with Mr. Kim had taken longer than expected. The teacher's loud bang interrupted their conversion as she called for the class's attention. It was time to announce the winner. Everyone waited eagerly. The suspense hung in the air. The teacher finally announced that Junwoo was the MVP, and for a moment he sat frozen. Then, as the words sank in, cheers erupted all around. He walked up to the teacher, took his award, and bowed as she explained that he was chosen not just for his excellent performance, but for his kind attitude in helping an injured partner. He turned towards the class as it sunk in that he had actually won, but inside he didn't feel happy. Ajin would probably be going with Mr. Kim for the festival, so what was the point? Junwoo returned to his seat, wondering if all his effort was all in vain. If he didn't go to the movies with Ajin, the tickets were practically meaningless. The thoughts weighed heavy on him as he crumpled the tickets. But on a second thought, he decided to ask instead of making assumptions. That's probably the best decision our boy has ever made. When he glanced at her, she still had her ice cream in her mouth as she scribbled something on a piece of paper. I wonder how she didn't get a brain freeze till now. She slid the note across to him as his eyes widened in surprise, wondering what she was up to this time. The note read, "I'm so glad you got the MVP award. We're going to the movies together, right?" She stared at him as he read it, unsure of how he would react. When he was finally done, he glanced at her and was met by her ever-affectionate smile. And just like that, all the anger, worry, and jealousy melted away. Then with a small, relieved smile, he said, of course they'll be going together, and Junwoo being Junwoo, added that she should just eat her ice cream, else it was gonna melt. The school compound buzzed with chatter as Ajin and Chohui walked ahead of the other students. Chohui wore her usual mask of concern, asking if Ajin was feeling better, though her tone carried false warmth. Ajin replied that she had already been treated and was fine. Inside, Chohui remembered the moment she had deliberately thrown the ball at Ajin, only to see her plan crumble. Yet even in failure, her mind continued to spin with new calculations. As they walked, Cho-hui shifted into a friendly tone, inviting Ajin to hang out at her place as a way of apologizing. But Ajin stopped in her tracks. She remembered she already had plans that day. Scratching her cheek nervously, she explained that Junwoo had invited her to the movies. The words struck Cho-hui like a slap. Ajin continued, saying Junwoo only wanted to cheer her up after what had happened, that it wasn't a big deal. Cho-hui's eyes narrowed as her thoughts raced. Something didn't feel right. What exactly was going on between those two? Before she could say anything, Ajin added that she would have loved for Cho-hui to come along, but it would be awkward, and it seemed she would be too busy. Cho-hui forced a smile and told Ajin to go ahead and have fun. Ajin kept talking cheerfully about her class winning first place, completely unaware of the storm brewing behind her. The next morning at Junwoo's house, his bedside clock ticked slowly as it seemed time had suddenly stood still. He rolled restlessly on the bed, anxious for time to pass. He couldn't bear it anymore. He got out of bed, slipped into his slippers, dragging himself to the wardrobe. Swinging the door open, he frowned. Suddenly, none of his clothes looked good enough. After staring for a while, he sighed and headed downstairs. At the kitchen, the warm scent of breakfast filled the air. His mother was at the stove, humming softly as she cooked. Junwoo greeted her and pulled out a chair. She smiled over her shoulder, commenting that he was up earlier than usual and that breakfast would be ready soon. As she sent the table, Junwoo scratched the back of his neck and asked if she could buy him some new clothes. His voice was casual, but his tone carried a hint of nervousness. Meanwhile, across town, Ajin was facing a dilemma of her own. Standing in her room, she stared helplessly at the clothes spread across her bed. Every outfit she imagined herself wearing for the day seemed either too plain or too much. She stood there in her pajamas, debating silently which would look best. Then her phone rang. She reached for it, and it was the little devil Cho-hui. She answered the phone, and Cho-hui asked if she was busy. Ajin said she was getting ready for her movie date and asked what was wrong. Cho-hui claimed she had a photo shoot scheduled that day but couldn't make it because her period pain was unbearable. Ajin immediately expressed sympathy, asking if she was okay. Cho-hui, with a devious smile on her face, asked if Ajin could fill in for her and went on to say the shoot only required hand modeling for an accessory ad and that it couldn't be postponed. Her voice trembled just enough to sound convincing. Ajin hesitated. She had promised to meet Junwoo for the movie. Would it be possible to delay it? The thought made her uneasy. Cho-hui continued to plead, saying she could go see the movie some other time. Ajin's heart twisted in indecision. She clenched the phone tightly, torn between keeping her promise to Junwoo and helping her friend. Finally, after a long silence, she agreed. A slow, satisfied smile curled across Cho-hui's lips, the kind that hid malice beneath sweetness. Her plan had succeeded. I don't know about you guys, but this girl makes my blood boil. Meanwhile, at Jungmin's house, Junwoo had just arrived. Jungmin and another guy were gaming, so Junwoo settled in on the couch beside them. The friend commented on his outfit, prompting Jungmin to ask about his plans, but he said he still had time before leaving. Every few minutes, he glanced at his phone, checking for messages. Nothing yet. Earlier that morning, he had gone shopping with his mother for new clothes. He could still remember her pointing to a shirt and saying it would suit him. While shopping, he received a text. At first, he thought it might be Jungmin texting, but then he remembered Jungmin already knew he had plans. Pulling out his phone, he saw it was actually from Ajin. She asked if they could push their movie date because she had to help Cho-hui. Junwoo placed his hand on his chin, a troubled frown crossing his face. He had a gut feeling Cho-hui couldn't be trusted. Still, he made sure to ask for Ajin's address, just in case something went wrong. Jungmin slid the game controller toward him, asking if he wanted to play, but Junwoo waved him off, declining. Jungmin sighed, remarking that Junwoo's attention was obviously somewhere else. His eyes hadn't left his phone once. Junwoo sat there quietly, clutching his phone, an uneasy feeling settling deep in his chest. He hoped that Ajin was okay. Meanwhile, across town, Ajin finally arrived at the location for the shoot, double-checking the address on her phone as she wondered if she was in the right place. She knocked on the door, asking if this was where the shoot was being held. A man inside opened the door slightly and gestured for her to come in. As soon as she stepped inside, the door closed behind her. She looked around. The room was empty. No stylists, no makeup artists, no one except the man and a setup of bright lights, cameras, and photography equipment. Ajin followed hesitantly, asking where the rest of the staff were. The man told her he didn't need any staff for this shoot. Then he pointed toward a rack in the corner and told her she could change into the clothes hanging there. When Ajin turned to look, the garments weren't clothes. They were practically underwear. Back at Youngmin's house, Junwoo was still staring at his phone. Something in his chest twisted tighter by the minute. He clenched jaw. He couldn't take it anymore. Standing abruptly, he called out to Youngmin, who was too absorbed in his game to notice. Youngmin grumbled in annoyance, but Junwoo insisted that they talk outside. Once they stepped into the open air, Junwoo explained that Ajin hadn't been answering his calls. Youngmin brushed it off, asking how he was supposed to know why. But Junwoo's voice grew tense. He mentioned that Ajin had gone to help Chohui with a modeling favor, and that he hadn't heard from her since. That got Youngmin's attention. His expression shifted from playful to serious. Junwoo asked if he could find out what Chohui was doing at that moment. Youngmin scratched his head, uneasy, saying it might be weird to ask out of nowhere. Junwoo apologized, saying he had no one else to turn to. After a moment's thought, Youngmin came up with an idea. Since he still followed Chohui on social media, he could check if she had posted anything that morning. Junwoo grabbed his arm in urgency, thanking him and telling him to check immediately. Before Youngmin could open his phone, Junwoo's device began to ring. It was Ajin. Relief and dread struck at once as he answered quickly. Junwoo froze, his heart racing as he listened. Ajin's words were shaky, almost breaking apart. She was calling from the changing room. She said she needed help. Junwoo asked her to stay calm and explain what was going on. She cried, trembling with fear as she tried to explain. She said she had come for the accessory shoot, but when she arrived, they had given her indecent clothing to wear. Junwoo asked where she was, trying to keep his voice steady even as panic clawed at him. Ajin wiped her tears, whispering that she was trapped in the changing room after the man forced her inside. Junwoo's words were calm but reassuring. He told her he would save her. He would call the cops and head over immediately. Youngmin, still standing beside him, watched in confusion. He could only hear Junwoo's side of the conversation. Junwoo assured her that it was daytime. The man wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Then asked her not to worry and just wait for him. When Junwoo ended the call, Ajin bent forward, burying her face between her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. She sniffled through quiet sobs, realizing how frightened she truly was that she didn't think to call the police. She remembered how he grabbed her hands roughly and shoved her into the changing room when she protested against wearing the outfit he gave her. She could still recall the harsh tone in his voice when he ordered her to get in. He seemed like he was going to hit her. She hugged her knees, praying Junwoo would arrive fast. Back at Youngmin's place, Youngmin was still confused. He asked Junwoo why he was calling the cops. Junwoo explained that Ajin was in danger as he dialed emergency services. When the police answered, he reported that a minor had been locked inside a room during a photo shoot and that someone was trying to take photos of her without consent. Youngmin's face went pale on hearing this. Junwoo gave the police the address immediately and thanked them while Youngmin stood behind him, checking Chohui's social media to see what he could find. As soon as the call ended, Junwoo began moving toward the door, but Youngmin stopped him just in time. He showed Junwoo his phone. He had found something. Chohui was out at a cafe, and it was clear she wasn't at any photo shoot. Meanwhile, at the villa, Ajin's nightmare continued. The man outside the changing room began banging on the door with increasing force. His voice thundered through the room, accusing her of wasting time. Inside, Ajin trembled, frozen in place as her heart pounded. Summoning every bit of courage she had left, she finally opened the door. The man's glare met her instantly, demanding to know why she hadn't changed yet. Ajin's hands shook as she stretched the outfit toward him and said she wouldn't wear it. He stepped closer, his presence suffocating, demanding to know what she thought she had agreed to when she signed the contract for the shoot. Ajin tossed the clothes to him, saying that she hadn't signed any contract, so whatever agreement he thinks they had was void. The man's hand tightened around the clothes as he called her rude. Ajin took a step back, clutching her bag against her chest like a shield. Fear surged through her body as she counted her backward steps carefully. Then, in one desperate motion, she saw a narrow opening and ran. The man shouted after her to come back, but she was determined to get out of there. Her relief was short-lived. Another man stepped out from a side hallway, blocking her escape. He grabbed her wrists roughly, yelling at the first man for almost letting her slip away. The two of them began shouting at each other, arguing over whose fault it was. The first man barked angrily that if she refused to change, the other man asked him to make her. Ajin's stomach twisted in horror. Before either could act, a sharp pounding came from the door. Everyone in the room froze. A voice from outside announced itself. It was the police. Ajin's heart leapt in disbelief and hope at once, but before she could react, the man with tattooed hands lunged forward and clamped his palm over her mouth. She tried to scream, but the sound came out muffled. He dragged her into a dark room, whispering threats for her to stay quiet. Her fingers clawed at his arm, struggling to pry his hand away, but he was too strong. The door creaked open slowly as the other man stepped out to meet the officers. A fake smile spread across his face as he asked how he could help. The police explained the report they had received, that someone was being held against their will inside. Feigning innocence, the man began arguing, insisting that no such thing had happened. He said it was a misunderstanding, that this was simply a studio for couple photo shoots. Ajin heard everything from inside but was completely helpless. Her legs kicked weakly as the tattooed man lifted her off the ground, whispering harshly for her to be quiet. Outside, the other man tried convincing the police, saying they would never keep a minor there, that it was a studio for couple photo shoots. The officers hesitated for a moment, their suspicion wavering. But then they heard a voice behind them, one filled with breathless urgency. It was Junwoo. He told them firmly that the girl was inside and that he was the one who had made the report. To prove it, he pulled out his phone and began dialing her number, praying it would ring. From inside, Ajin's phone started ringing from her pocket. The man holding her cursed out instantly, his face draining of color. The police turned toward the sound. That was all the confirmation they needed. Junwoo pushed past them without hesitation, bursting into the room and calling Ajin's name. The tattooed man barely had time to react before Ajin bit down hard on his hand. Adrenaline surged through her veins as she kicked his leg with all her strength. He yelped, releasing her immediately. Across the room, Junwoo spotted her. Ajin sprinted towards him, throwing herself into his arms. Tears poured down her face as she buried herself in his chest, realizing what could have happened if he hadn't come. He held her as if afraid to let go, his eyes lowering to her shaking shoulders. The officers ordered the two suspects to follow to the station. One of them turned to Junwoo, instructing him to take his friend home and assuring him they would contact him after the investigation. Ajin sniffled quietly, still crying as Junwoo thanked the officers. When it was finally over, he called her name gently. She looked up, her eyes swollen, wiping at her tears. He told her it was time to go home. By the time they reached her house, the sun was already setting, bathing the street in pale evening light. Standing at her doorstep, Ajin turned to him, thanked him for everything he had done, then apologized for ruining the day, for missing their movie because of her. Junwoo turned toward her and told her not to apologize. None of what had happened was her fault. Ajin's eyes lowered. She murmured a quiet thanks just as her phone chimed with a new message. She glanced down at the screen. It was from her mom. The restaurant was packed, so her and Ajin's dad would be home late. She wanted Ajin to have a good dinner. He guessed it might be her mother. Ajin smiled lightly and nodded, saying it was. She was just letting her know they'll be late. She thanked him again, her voice warm but tired, saying she could handle things from there and that he should head home safely. Junwoo hesitated, watching her quietly. He wanted to say something. There was so much he wanted to say, but the words wouldn't come. He finally turned away, taking slow, deliberate steps. Each one felt heavy, as though he was leaving something behind. Then he suddenly turned back and grabbed her hand. Ajin turned back in surprise, wondering what was wrong. Junwoo's voice came low and hesitant, his courage wrapped in restraint. He asked if he could stay with her for a while. Soon after, they were inside Ajin's house. She hurriedly slipped off her shoes and warmly invited Junwoo inside. He hesitated for a brief moment, but Ajin turned back with a bright smile and explained that aside from Chohui, he would be the very first friend to ever visit her home. Hearing that, Junwoo scratched the back of his head, feeling oddly pleased, and followed her inside. Ajin moved toward the television and picked up the remote, asking if he wanted to watch something. However, Junwoo's attention had already drifted elsewhere. His gaze lingered on a framed photograph nearby, one of a much younger Ajin clutching a doll. He hastily looked away, coughing under his breath, silently thinking that she looked incredibly cute. He then went to sit down while Ajin flipped through channels, searching for a decent show to watch. Noticing her indecision, Junwoo suggested that they watch a movie instead, since series take a while to finish, adjusting himself as he settled in. Ajin turned to him with a smile and agreed that it sounded like a good idea since they were going to watch anyway. However, just as she was about to put one on, Junwoo suggested that they save the movie for another time. At that, Ajin's expression visibly fell, though she still nodded in agreement and returned to browsing through the channels. An awkward silence settled between them. Ajin swallowed nervously, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and asked if he was hungry. Startled by her abruptness, Junwoo admitted that he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Her face immediately lit up, and she cheerfully told him that she would cook something for him. Meanwhile, at Chohui's house, her phone rang while she was lying on her bed. When she answered, she was informed that the call was regarding the OO studio case. The caller explained that an incident involving the illegal filming of minors had occurred earlier that day. Chohui stiffened and quickly sat up, her heart sinking as she realized it was the same place Ajin had gone to. The caller continued, explaining that they had contacted her because her resume had been found there, and they wanted to confirm whether she had been a victim. Chohui barely registered the question. Her thoughts were all over the place. The little demon was actually worried about Ajin. When the caller repeated her name, she snapped back to attention and clarified that she had not been present. Clenching her hands tightly in her lap, she anxiously asked whether the minor involved was safe. The caller reassured her that the girl was fine and that there was no cause for concern. Chohui released a long, shaky breath in relief. Then, almost as an afterthought, the caller added that a young man had arrived to pick the girl up. Chohui's eyes widened instantly. The call ended shortly after, leaving Chohui in a state of panic. If that young man was Junwoo, then everything would look suspicious. She feared that he would assume she had orchestrated the entire situation, and that Ajin might have already told him she was the one who suggested going there. Holding her head, she spiraled into anxious thoughts, wondering how she could possibly explain herself. It wasn't truly her fault, she reasoned. Then, all at once, an idea struck her. Her worry slowly faded and she began typing on her phone. She felt there was actually a way out of this. And just like that, her usual evil smirk was back. Back at Ajin's place, the food was finally ready. She smiled brightly as she and Junwoo sat at the dining table, urging him to eat before it grew cold. Junwoo wasn't sure what to expect, yet he picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. When Ajin asked how it tasted, he said that the food made him feel like it was washing away all the exhaustion from that day. Her face instantly lit up with delight, and she excitedly asked if he truly meant it. However, her cheerfulness quickly faded, and she scratched the back of her head, apologizing for dragging him into her mess. Junwoo responded with a gentle smile. He thanked her for the meal and continued eating. Ajin lowered her gaze, her cheeks warming as she murmured that it was nothing. Then, out of nowhere, Junwoo suddenly asked how much Chohui had been involved in the incident earlier that day. Ajin looked up at him in surprise. He wasn't trying to say her bestie was involved with what happened, was he? Noticing her reaction, Junwoo casually reached for his cup and drank from it, then explained that Chohui had been the one who suggested Ajin go there while she herself stayed somewhere safe. Ajin immediately defended Chohui, insisting that she had only gone in her place because Chohui was sick and that she was certain her friend could not have known something like that would happen. Junwoo lowered his gaze, quietly thinking that if Ajin ever discovered Chohui had not been sick at all and had gone somewhere else instead, she would be deeply hurt. Just then, Ajin's phone chimed on the table, signaling a new message. As she picked it up, Junwoo reminded her that she needed to be more careful in the future. Instead of replying, Ajin turned the phone toward him and asked him to look. Junwoo frowned when he read the message. It was from Chohui. checking if Ajin was all right and apologizing after receiving a call from the police. Ajin said Cho-hui wasn't a bad person and explained that she had been worried about her. Junwoo chose to accept the explanation without further comment and returned to his meal. They ate quietly for a while until Ajin spoke again, mentioning that she had been using the charger Junwoo had given her and that it worked really well. Junwoo wiped his mouth and replied gruffly that all chargers were basically the same. Ajin quickly insisted that she was being serious, explaining that it was the best one she had used so far, and that it charged her phone much faster than the others. Junwoo let out a small chuckle and told her to calm down, but she felt he still did not understand what she meant. Suddenly, she jumped up and told him to wait. She disappeared briefly, then returned with her bag and happily showed him the bread doll he had won for her. Junwoo was visibly surprised to see that she still had it. He told her that he understood and urged her to sit down and continue eating. Smiling contentedly, she did as told, and the rest of the meal passed in silence. After eating, the two of them sat together watching a movie. However, neither of them was truly focused on the screen. Ajin had already fallen asleep, while Junwoo found himself unable to look away from her. He felt that she must have been exhausted, and that everything she had gone through that day would not be easy to process. He watched her closely as she held tight to her pillow, then noticed the length of her eyelashes. Without realizing it, he leaned closer, before abruptly pulling back, thinking that he had gotten too close. Resting his hand on his knee, he tried to dismiss his thoughts, but Cupid wasn't done with our boy. He turned to look at her again, and I can't even lie. She looked like an angel. She looked so at peace. Junwoo had lost control of his emotions at this point. Acting on impulse, he reached out and lightly touched her lips. But at that exact moment, Ajin's eyes slowly opened. Startled, Junwoo quickly withdrew his hand. Fully awake now, Ajin sat up, her fingers brushing her lips as she stared at him, silently taking in the situation. Ajin's mind was in turmoil as she processed what had just happened. She realized that Junwoo had touched her lips. Junwoo, equally flustered, began sweating nervously. He moved closer, trying to explain himself, but before either of them could gather their thoughts, the sound of the door unlocking echoed through the house. The sudden noise startled them both. Ajin's dad stepped inside, calling out to ask if she was home. He noticed the unfamiliar pair of shoes by the entrance and asked if she had a guest. He also asked why the lights were off and immediately turned them on. He walked into the living room where he found Ajin and Junwoo already standing stiffly. He asked who the young man was, and Junwoo quickly bowed in greeting, introducing himself politely. Ajin's dad studied Junwoo with mild surprise while Ajin hurriedly explained that Junwoo was merely her classmate who had stopped by after walking her home. Her dad leaned closer to her and quietly asked whether Junwoo was her boyfriend. Ajin was instantly embarrassed and immediately denied it. Her father burst into laughter at her reaction, while Junwoo awkwardly scratched the back of his neck, visibly nervous. Trying to ease the situation, Ajin turned to Junwoo with an uneasy smile and implied that he was just about to leave. However, her father casually mentioned that he had brought home fried chicken and insisted that Junwoo was welcome to join them. Sensing her discomfort, Junwoo declined the invitation and decided to leave. Ajin's father told him to get home safely, while Ajin waved goodbye, saying she would see him at school the next day. As Junwoo walked home alone, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His thoughts drifted back to Ajin, the way she rushed to him when he found her. A small smile formed on his face as he felt relieved and fortunate to have found her before things turned worse. He rubbed the back of his neck and continued on his way. The following day at school, Cho-hui greeted Ajin enthusiastically outside her classroom, holding her hands and expressing relief that she was safe and unharmed. Ajin returned the smile, but before heading inside, she turned serious and warned Cho-hui that she had nearly been put in serious danger, then made her promise to never to take on such suspicious work again. Cho-hui apologized once more and made the promise, waving cheerfully as she headed toward her own classroom and mentioning they would meet at lunch. As Cho-hui walked away, her smile disappeared. Her intention had only been to keep Ajin away from Junwoo, but she guessed it turned out well for her. She could easily have been the victim. She sighed heavily, realizing that the high pay should have been an obvious warning sign. Now frustrated, she accepted that she would need to find another job. While passing the staircase, she suddenly heard someone calling out, saying they needed to talk. When she looked up, she saw Junwoo standing there, his expression completely unreadable. Later, in a quiet spot, Cho-hui asked why he suddenly wanted to see her. Junwoo demanded to know whether she had been aware of the true nature of the place where Ajin had gone for the photo shoot. Cho-hui leaned back casually, feigning ignorance, and asked him what he was talking about, though inside it confirmed her suspicion that Junwoo was the young man mentioned by the police. Junwoo, clearly angered, accused her of pretending to be ignorant. His sharp tone made Cho-hui flinch, but she quickly raised her voice in response, insisting that she genuinely had no idea, and claimed she was a victim as well. She clenched her fists and questioned whether he truly believed she would have sent Ajin there if she had known the truth. Junwoo stared at her impassively, stating that he had no way of knowing, which was precisely why he was confronting her. Cho-hui turned away in frustration, realizing that he did not trust her at all. She then told him that he was free to suspect her if he wished, but it would not change the fact that she didn't know. Crossing her arms, she smirked confidently and implied that Ajin would trust her over him regardless. Those words made Junwoo clench his jaw. He warned her that the truth would eventually surface and cautioned her to be extremely careful from that point onward. He made it clear that if she continued to mistreat or manipulate Ajin, he would not overlook it again. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Cho-hui standing there, watching him go and wondering what he was going to do about it. When Junwoo entered the classroom, his attention was immediately drawn to Ajin chatting with Junwoo. Without hesitation, he walked up to her and suggested that they walk home together after school. The moment brought back memories of the previous day for Ajin, and her heart began to race uncontrollably as she stared at him. Startled, she stood up abruptly, claimed that she already had plans, and hurried away. Junwoo and Junwoo could only watch in surprise as she left so suddenly. Ajin went straight to her locker and took out her book, confusion filling her thoughts. She could not understand why it felt so difficult to face Junwoo. Nothing significant had happened the day before, yet her heart continued to race loudly, betraying her calm reasoning. Soon after, the teacher entered the classroom and instructed everyone to take their seats, officially beginning the lesson. Despite sitting through class, Ajin was far from focused. Sweat formed on her skin as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. And although she scribbled notes, she barely registered what the teacher was explaining. The moment the bell rang for morning recess, she sprang up from her seat and immediately asked Junwoo to accompany her to the cafeteria, clearly trying to avoid Junwoo. Later, during afternoon recess, she stood in the hallway and spotted Junwoo approaching from a distance. Panic set in, and she quickly turned away before he could reach her. When cleaning time arrived, Ajin busied herself wiping the louvers while Junwoo stood nearby, watching her in silence. He appeared tense and troubled, clearly wondering what he might have done to make her act this way. By closing time, the students poured out of the classroom, buzzing with excitement as they headed home. After some time, she cautiously peeked back into the classroom. Ajin deliberately delayed herself, washing the rags as slowly as possible. Seeing that it was empty, she felt relieved, assuming that Junwoo had already left. As she went to return the rags, she questioned her own behavior, wondering why she kept avoiding him when neither of them had done anything wrong. Picking up her bag, she walked out of the classroom and muttered to herself dismissively, trying to brush off her thoughts. At that moment, a voice beside her asked what she meant, and she froze in shock when she realized Junwoo was standing right there. Nervous sweat broke out as she asked why he was still around, and he calmly explained that he had been waiting for her. They walked down the hallway together, the air between them thick with tension. Ajin swallowed nervously, feeling awkward being alone with him like this and unsure of his intentions. As they passed a window, she glanced outside and spotted Mr. Kim. Seizing the opportunity, she let out a small laugh and mentioned that she had not properly completed her art assignment and needed to ask him something before leaving. Without waiting, she hurried off. Junwoo remembered the other day at the clinic when Ajin was smiling alongside Mr. Kim. The memory unsettled him, and a faint frown formed on his face. He called out to Ajin, making her stop in her tracks. She turned back to face him, waiting for what he had to say. For a moment, neither of them spoke, simply staring at one another as the silence stretched on. Junwoo expressed the feelings he had kept to himself for far too long. He finally admitted that he liked her. He went on to confess that his feelings for her were far deeper than she seemed to realize. Hearing this, Ajin froze in place, her heart racing violently in her chest. He explained that he was aware she was inexperienced with emotions like this, yet he could not understand how she had failed to notice something he believed he had made painfully obvious. His voice grew tense as he stepped closer, frustration and sincerity mixing together. Ajin's face burned red as her thoughts spiraled out of control. The realization that Junwoo liked her was something she had never once imagined. She struggled to form any kind of response, her mind racing in every direction while he continued to look at her, waiting. Overwhelmed, she lowered her gaze. She had been feeling awkward all day because of what had happened the night before. She found herself unable to meet his eyes any longer. Panic set in, and before she could think further, she turned around and ran, blurting out that she had to leave and that she would see him the next day. Despite hearing him call after her, she only ran faster. Left behind, Junwoo stood still, clenching his jaw as he watched her disappear. A heavy feeling settled in his chest as doubt crept into his thoughts. He wondered if he had acted too hastily, replaying the moment over and over as disappointment weighed on him. Guys, why does love have to be so frustrating? Later that evening, Ajin lay on her bed at home, hugging her doll tightly as she replayed the confession in her mind. She was certain she had not imagined it. He had said it clearly more than once. Yet she could not understand why someone like Junwoo, who was smart, athletic, and handsome, would like someone like her. Her face remained flushed as her thoughts drifted into anxious fantasies. She imagined watching him play basketball, cheering silently, only for him to wink at her. In her imagination, the other girls quickly turned hostile, mocking her and questioning her worth. The image made her bury her face into her doll in embarrassment. She was convinced that kind of situation was inevitable. Groaning softly, she wondered how she was supposed to face him at school the next day. Meanwhile, Junwoo spent the evening practicing basketball, but no matter how many times he threw the ball, it refused to go through the hoop. Frustrated and exhausted, he finally dropped to the ground, wiping sweat from his face. His mind kept drifting back to the moment Ajin ran away. A sinking feeling took hold as he questioned whether her reaction meant rejection. Gripping the ball tightly, he wished she felt the same way about him, but admitted to himself that even if she did not return his feelings, he doubted he would be able to stop liking her. The next day at school, Ajin sat quietly reading when she heard a familiar voice greet her. Recognizing it immediately, she flinched before forcing herself to respond casually, commenting on the pleasant weather and how warm it had become. Junwoo took a seat beside her and observed that she looked tired and asked her if she had not slept well. She denied it, but he made it clear that she knew it would only make him worry the more. And just like that, her nervousness got heightened. Her face heated up again as she reached a conclusion. She could not remain beside him like this. Abruptly, she stood up, claiming she needed to use the bathroom, and hurried out. By lunchtime, the cafeteria buzzed with noise and excitement as students lined up with their trays. Ajin, however, kept her head down, sighing quietly. She had been deliberately avoiding Junwoo since the previous day, and the tension was exhausting. Suddenly, she felt a flick against her hair and turned to see him standing there. He said he wanted to talk and suggested they eat together. The girls nearby immediately noticed, their excitement barely contained. One of them nearly spoke up, but the other stopped her, urging Ajin to go. Her face flushed intensely, and she lifted her tray slightly to hide it. Eating alone with him would only draw attention. Frozen by indecision, she groaned inwardly, unsure of what choice to make. Later on, the two of them finally sat down to eat together. Junwoo called Ajin's name, prompting her to lean closer and quietly warn him that whatever he was about to say, he should keep his voice low. He leaned in as well and asked why she had been deliberately avoiding him, pointing out that it was not like he had officially asked her out. At those words, Ajin flinched and coughed lightly before leaning back in embarrassment. Junwoo straightened himself and repeated the question more calmly, asking again why she was acting that way. Ajin, folding her hands tightly on her lap, explained that it should have been obvious. She could not understand how he expected her to behave normally after hearing something like that, especially when no one had ever confessed their feelings to her before. Hearing this, Junwoo clenched his fist against the table in frustration, realizing that he had rushed things far too much. Ajin then looked at him carefully and admitted that she simply wanted to be sure he was not joking. Junwoo responded by asking whether he looked like the type of person who would joke about something so serious. She replied that she found it difficult to believe. Lowering her gaze, she explained that the idea felt unreal to her. When Junwoo asked what she meant, she nervously toyed with her food and pointed out that the two of them were very different people. Junwoo immediately rejected that notion, stating firmly that he had never once thought of them as different and urged her not to speak that way about herself. Ajin could only stare at him, unable to find the words to respond. Sensing her discomfort, Junwoo softened and told her that she did not need to give him an answer. All he wanted was for things to return to how they were before. Hearing that, Ajin smiled faintly in relief. Unbeknownst to them, Cho-hui had been watching the entire exchange from a distance, her expression dark with anger. After school ended that day, Ajin and Cho-hui walked home together. Although they were side by side, Ajin's thoughts lingered on everything that had happened earlier. She felt relieved that Junwoo had gone back to treating her the same way as before, as she had feared things would become unbearably awkward between them. Her thoughts were interrupted when Cho-hui suddenly mentioned that there was something she wanted to talk about. Ajin encouraged her to go on. Cho-hui stared ahead, nervously biting her nails as she admitted that she felt a little embarrassed. Ajin looked at her in surprise, having never seen her friend so hesitant before. Trying to ease the tension, Ajin smiled warmly and reassured her that whatever it was, she would help however she could. After all, they had been friends since elementary school, and she urged Cho-hui to speak freely. Inside, Cho-hui smirked to herself, convinced that her act of hesitation was working perfectly. Maintaining a light tone, she confessed that there was someone she liked, turning to Ajin and holding her hand. Ajin immediately brightened, excitedly asking who it was, why she had not mentioned it sooner, and whether she knew him. She expressed genuine happiness for her friend. Cho-hui then leaned in closer and quietly revealed that the person she liked was Junwoo. In that instant, Ajin felt the world go cold. Cho-hui's grip on her hand tightened as she asked for her help, reminding her that they were friends and should support each other. Ajin did not know what to say. All she could manage was a quiet promise that she would try. Cho-hui beamed at her, calling her the best as she wrapped her arms around Ajin in a tight hug, telling her how much she loved her. As Cho-hui held her, an evil smirk curved her lips. At the very least, Ajin would understand that her role was to always help her. God, Cho-hui knows exactly how to make my blood boil. Later that night, Ajin scrolled aimlessly through her laptop, but her thoughts refused to settle. Cho-hui's voice echoed in her mind, confessing that she liked Junwoo. What was she supposed to do? She had promised to help Cho-hui, yet Junwoo's own confession resurfaced just as clearly, and Ajin sighed heavily, sinking back into her chair. The question repeated itself until it ached. What would she do? The next day at school, her book lay open in front of her, untouched. Though the classroom buzzed with quiet studying, Ajin's mind was elsewhere, restless and overheated. She had not slept at all the night before. Junwoo noticed almost immediately. He asked if something was wrong, if she was feeling unwell. Ajin flinched and stammered that she was fine. Her reaction only deepened his concern. He pressed gently, pointing out that something was clearly wrong. She laughed nervously and confessed that she had not slept enough. Junwoo studied her face, unconvinced. Then he asked if something had happened between her and Cho-hui. Ajin stiffened, flinching hard. She waved her hands quickly, insisting they were friends and that nothing had happened. Junwoo nodded and said that was good, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. Before he could say more, the classroom door opened. The teacher stepped in, apologizing for being late due to a long school meeting. She asked whether the students had been studying quietly as she walked fully into the room. Then she casually suggested switching seats before the lesson began. The class erupted in protest. Some students groaned and a few even pretended to cry. The teacher laughed, amused, and teased that she thought they wanted to change seats. She asked if they had already grown attached to their partners. Murmurs spread across the room until she clapped her hands, ordering them to quiet down and clear their desks. Throughout it all, Junwoo and Ajin stared at each other in silence. Later that day, Ajin sat alone outside. Maybe this was for the best, she thought. At least now they would not have to sit so close to each other. Cho-hui's confession replayed in her head, and she groaned aloud, running a hand through her hair. This was too difficult. She wanted it all to stop. Her phone vibrated beside her. A message from Cho-hui lit up the screen. She wrote that she had seen Junwoo at lunch and that her heart nearly burst every time she looked at him. Ajin stared at the message, realizing with a heavy sigh that Cho-hui truly liked him. She pressed the phone to her chest, exhaustion washing over her. She should help her. That was what she promised. Then something cold suddenly touched her cheek. She was startled and turned around to see Junwoo holding a bottle of banana milk. He told her he had been looking everywhere for her. She accepted it, thanking him softly, fidgeting with both the bottle and her phone as she asked why he had been searching for her. Junwoo sat down behind her and spoke quietly, a trace of sadness in his voice. He said they were no longer partners, which meant he would have to make time just to talk to her. Ajin turned to him in shock, her heart racing. She quickly faced forward again, clutching the milk and her phone tightly against her chest. She closed her eyes in frustration, wondering what she was supposed to do. He went on to say that if she ever needed help studying, she should tell him. He could help during lunch or make time some other way. She thanked him, her voice barely steady. He continued talking, and Ajin turned to watch him as she listened. He added softly that it was too bad they were no longer partners. Silence settled around them. They simply stared at each other, the unspoken words between them carrying meanings neither of them dared to say aloud. Later that day at home, Ajin rested her head dejectedly against the table. Chohui and Junwoo were both important to her, and she didn't want to lose either of them. Her phone vibrated beside her, reminding her that it was time to film her banana bread baking video. She straightened quickly, clutching the phone as if it could pull her thoughts back into order. At this rate, she would spend the entire weekend trapped in her head. And when her thoughts tangled like this, she knew one thing always helped. Nothing beats baking. She mixed the eggs with more force than necessary, her frustration bleeding into the motion. She considered pairing banana bread with meringue cookies for a prettier thumbnail. The contrast would look nice. But even her thoughts betrayed her, the bananas in her head chatting and flirting when she needed silence. She needed to heat the oven. Ajin hurried over and turned the knob. Nothing happened. Her chest tightened. She tried again. Still nothing. Fear crept in as she remembered her mother complaining about the oven, suggesting it might be time to replace it. She pressed her palms to her head, shoulders slumping. Was it really broken? She had already posted the upload notice. Her viewers would be waiting. After a long pause, she pulled out her phone and posted an apology instead, her expression heavy with disappointment. The next day, Saturday, Junwoo picked up his phone and stared at the screen, wondering what Ajin was doing. He almost sent her a message, but hesitated for a second, then decided against it. He headed for the door and told his mother he was going out. She asked if he was heading to Youngmin's place, and he nodded. She followed him, smiling brightly, and mentioned that she had a special guest coming over, so there was no need for him to rush back. He simply nodded, slipping on his shoes. She asked him if the guest could stay for a while, and he said that he was fine with it. Once he left, his mother hurried into the kitchen, laid out utensils, wondering if it was enough. Since the guest was making the effort to come, she wanted everything to feel intentional. She was about to bring out new plates when the doorbell rang. She smiled to herself and rushed to answer it. At the door, she asked if her place had been difficult to find. The person replied that the place was closer than she thought and thanked her for inviting them. When the face of the guest came into view, it was actually Ajin. As she led Ajin into the house, Junwoo's mom spoke excitedly. She mentioned that it was an honor having her over and explained that she had been looking forward to baking together so much that she could barely sleep the night before. Ajin, on the other hand, had rushed over. She wondered how things had escalated to this point. A few hours earlier, after posting an apology about her broken oven, she had been thinking about buying a new one when a message suddenly popped up. The sender turned out to be the woman she met at the store a while back. She had seen the post and kindly offered to let her use her kitchen to bake. That unexpected message had led to the present situation. Back in the moment, Ajin hesitantly asked whether her visit might inconvenience the woman's family. The woman reassured her with a smile, explaining that no one else was home and that she was free to use the kitchen as she pleased. Ajin couldn't help but think about how warm and friendly she was. She thanked her with a small laugh, then asked how she should address her. The woman responded cheerfully, telling her to simply call her Clara. As Ajin rummaged through her bag, she expressed her gratitude again and pulled out a small container of decorative sprinkles. She explained that she had ordered them from overseas and wanted to offer them as a token of thanks. Clara looked genuinely touched and insisted that Ajin didn't need to bring anything, admitting that she had always wanted those sprinkles after seeing her use them. Feeling relieved and happy that the gift was appreciated, Ajin smiled and offered to show her the overseas shopping app she used. Clara leaned in with interest as Ajin guided her through it. She mentioned how impressive it was while Ajin patiently explained. Meanwhile, at Jungmin's place, the atmosphere was far louder. Jungmin shouted enthusiastically about Saturdays being reserved for football and snacks, but Junwoo seemed completely detached. Noticing that Junwoo wasn't reacting with his usual energy, Jungmin turned to him and asked why he seemed so uninterested. Junwoo didn't respond and only stared off into space. Startled by his silence, Jungmin shook him firmly, demanding to know what was wrong. It became obvious that he didn't just come over to hang out. Junwoo finally admitted that he had confessed his feelings. Jungmin immediately reacted in shock, asking if it had been to Ajin and expressing his disbelief. He promptly grabbed the remote and turned off the television, declaring that this was no longer the time for sports. Sitting back down, he pressed Junwoo for details, wanting to know when it happened and what had prompted it. Junwoo let out a quiet sigh and rested his hands on his knees, responding that there was no special reason. Jungmin swallowed nervously and asked how it went, anxiously clutching his snacks as he asked whether Ajin had accepted. Junwoo fiddled with his fingers and explained that he had told her she didn't need to give him an answer immediately, as he didn't want to pressure her or rush things. Hearing this, Jungmin leaned back with a sigh of relief, remarking that the situation wasn't as bad as he had expected, and casually noting that Ajin had always been a timid person. Junwoo eventually admitted that there was still a problem. Jungmin immediately pressed him for answers, insisting that there was no way Ajin would outright reject him. When Junwoo remained silent, Jungmin's thoughts drifted back to the day Junwoo had abruptly rushed out to find Ajin after the photoshoot incident. Realizing the connection, he cautiously asked whether Chohui was involved. Junwoo did not respond right away. Sensing his hesitation, Jungmin reassured him, explaining that he was fine now and that Junwoo didn't need to hold anything back. After a moment of hesitation, Junwoo finally spoke, admitting that it was only a suspicion, but he strongly believed that Chohui was behind everything that had been happening to Ajin. The room fell quiet as Junwoo leaned back against the chair, visibly drained. He confessed that, deep down, he was almost certain of it, but he had no idea how to handle the situation. Ajin still trusted Chohui completely, and telling her the truth would only hurt her. Sensing the heaviness of the moment, Jungmin tried to lighten the mood by joking that with that much tension, it sounded almost like fate tying Junwoo and Chohui together. Junwoo immediately shut that down, clearly not in the mood for humor. Jungmin laughed it off and reassured him that even if Junwoo chose not to interfere, Ajin would eventually see Chohui for who she truly was. Junwoo rubbed his temples tiredly, admitting that he hoped so, since Ajin was far too trusting for her own good. Jungmin grinned and grabbed Junwoo by the shoulders, teasing him about how much he had grown up, pointing out that he now had a crush and had even gone as far as confessing. Junwoo shot back weakly, questioning what Jungmin was talking about, and Jungmin quickly suggested returning to their game so they could finish it properly. Junwoo sighed but agreed, though he made it clear that he couldn't stay out too late. At Junwoo's house, the atmosphere was entirely different. Clara admired the freshly baked cookies, saying they looked great, but Ajin seemed unconvinced and commented that it was a bit plain. After some thought, she suggested that adding chocolate might improve both the flavor and appearance. Clara immediately lit up at the idea, praising it enthusiastically and heading toward the cupboards to retrieve some leftover cocoa powder. As she stretched to reach it, her legs suddenly wobbled. Ajin offered to help, but Clara insisted she had it under control. Unfortunately, when Clara tugged at the container, a bag of flour positioned in front of it tipped over and spilled directly onto Ajin's head. Startled and apologetic, Clara quickly ushered Ajin toward the bathroom, repeatedly expressing her regret and explaining that she had thought everything was properly secured. Ajin calmly brushed it off, blaming her own suggestion for the mishap. Clara promised to leave a fresh set of clothes outside the bathroom door and encouraged Ajin to take her time. Ajin thanked her with a small smile before closing the door, while Clara still looked guilty. At that very moment, Junwoo returned home. As soon as he noticed an unfamiliar pair of shoes by the entrance, he wondered whether his mother still had a guest over. He stepped inside and greeted her while she was cleaning. She confirmed that the guest was still there and suggested that he relax in his room for the time being. As Junwoo climbed upstairs, his mother stopped him and warned that the guest was using the upstairs bathroom, advising him to use the downstairs one if needed. He acknowledged her and continued on his way. As he climbed the stairs, a warm, appetizing scent drifted through the house, making him suddenly hungry. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Ajin found herself thinking that the pleasant smell of the shampoo was strangely familiar. Reaching the top of the stairs, Junwoo briefly regretted not staying at Jongmin's place for dinner. At the same time, Ajin decided she had stayed in the bathroom long enough and didn't want to keep Clara waiting. Just as Junwoo reached the top of the stairs, Ajin opened the toilet door. She stepped out hurriedly, and as she did, her shirt she was holding dropped from her grasp. She looked up in shock, almost like she had just seen a ghost. Junwoo stood just as still, staring back at her, equally stunned by the unexpected encounter. Ajin, still shocked, asked Junwoo what he was doing there. He explained that it was his house, which made her gasp and ask if Clara was his mother. Junwoo clarified that he didn't know who Clara was, but he was certain it was his house. Ajin hummed uncertainly, lowering her head in thought and scratching the back of her head as she realized the truth. Clara was his mother. Clearing his throat and looking away, Junwoo asked what she was doing there, noting that she was wearing his shirt. Ajin immediately felt embarrassed on hearing that. She bent down to pick up her shirt she had dropped earlier, claiming she didn't realize it was his. She hurriedly said she would go and change immediately, mentioning that there had been a small incident while baking. Junwoo noticed the flour droplets on her shirt and casually told her she could keep it since it was new, adding that it looked good on her. Ajin, momentarily at a loss for words, quickly insisted she would return the shirt, but Junwoo simply told her again that she could wear it. At that moment, Clara interrupted, explaining that she had come upstairs after hearing something. Seeing how close Junwoo and Ajin were standing, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked if they knew each other. Both remained silent, staring at each other while Clara squealed loudly, her happiness clearly evident. Later that night, Chohui sat on her bed at home, fuming as she stared at her phone. Ajin had promised to give her an answer, yet she hadn't sent a single message. Chohui worried that Ajin might be angry because she had confessed her feelings for Junwoo. Threw her phone onto the bed in frustration and muttered that there was nothing Ajin could do about it. Just then, her phone dinged and she saw a message from Dojin, saying he had booked her favorite restaurant and would pick her up the next day at 10. As she replied, her mind raced with thoughts of how she would break up with him, feeling that even responding was a waste of her time. Once she replied to him, she flopped back on the bed in exasperation, finding the situation deeply annoying. Meanwhile, back at Junwoo's house, Clara and Ajin were done cooking. Clara, happily munching on the cookies, said she was surprised that Ajin and Junwoo were friends. It really was a small world. Ajin and Junwoo sat close together in silence, while Clara smiled and called it fate. Junwoo warily asked his mother what she meant, and Clara explained the improbability of her favorite idol turning out to be his friend, addressing Ajin respectfully as Miss Ajin. Ajin smiled, feeling nervous, and asked her to simply call her Ajin. Clara enthusiastically encouraged her to treat her home as a friend's house. She asked her to swing by often so they could bake together, and mentioned that her Matfair baking supplies she had ordered overseas would be arriving soon. Ajin gasped at the thought. They were professional French baking tools. She was thrilled at the opportunity, and thanked Clara excitedly. Junwoo, on the other hand, said nothing. He simply picked up a cookie, ate it, and grinned to himself, quite satisfied that things seemed to be working out in his favor. After some time, Ajin looked outside and noticed it was getting late. She mentioned that she needed to leave since she had some editing to do. Clara suggested that it would be a shame for her to leave just like that and proposed that they have dinner together. Ajin waved her hands frantically, expressing her gratitude for being allowed to use the kitchen. Junwoo then stood up, surprising his mother, who asked what was wrong. He explained that it was quite late and that he would walk Ajin to the bus stop. Clara smiled excitedly, praising him as her boy, and reminded him to make sure she got on the bus safely. With that, Junwoo and Ajin left. As they walked, Ajin told Junwoo that he didn't need to accompany her to the bus stop, but he replied that it wasn't far, and that friends could see each other off, and there was nothing wrong with it. Ajin agreed, acknowledging that he was right. The walk was quiet, and Ajin thought she should say something. She mentioned that while baking, his mother had told her that her son was gruff, and she guessed that must have been him. Junwoo responded casually with a simple, yes, which made Ajin feel awkward. She realized he really was gruff, and she could understand why his mother might feel a little hurt. Feeling bold, Ajin walked faster and lightly grabbed his shirt. When he turned to her, she asked if he could take his mother out once in a while, suggesting that even a simple lunch would make her happy. Junwoo faced her fully, and she laughed sheepishly, telling him to thank his mother on her behalf for letting her use the kitchen. She explained that when her oven had broken earlier, she had panicked because her head was already a mess. Junwoo immediately asked her what she meant by that and why her head had been a mess. Ajin hesitated, unsure how to answer. They stared at each other for a moment before Junwoo said he hoped it had been because of him. He began walking closer, making Ajin's heart race. She told him he might have to wait a while and apologized, but Junwoo simply stared at her, sadness in his eyes, and they both stood there in silence, staring at each other. Back at home, Ajin started sending her video to her system for editing, thinking about her fans and how she wanted to do better than usual since they had been waiting. 3 hours later, her baking video was ready, thanks in part to Clara's help. When she checked the comments, she was pleased to see that people seemed to like it. She smiled, lying on her bed, glad she had uploaded the video that day. She sighed tiredly, reflecting on how much had happened. Her gaze fell on the shirt hanging nearby, a reminder of Junwoo. Her phone then vibrated. When she opened it, she saw a message from Cho-hwee. Ajin gasped, realizing she had forgotten to reply earlier amidst the hectic day. She began typing a response, but froze as she remembered Junwoo's words from earlier. She quickly deleted the message she had been writing and composed something else instead. The next evening, Junwoo and his mother sat at a restaurant. His mother was genuinely smiling, surprised that he had invited her to dinner, something he had never done before. Junwoo, meanwhile, mumbled quietly to himself while looking at the menu, his thoughts drifting to Ajin and the moment she had suggested he take his mother out more often. He mentioned to his mother that Ajin said she'd like it, and she looked taken aback. After processing his words, she gasped, covering her mouth and leaned closer, asking if there might be something between him and Ajin. Junwoo quickly cut her off, returning his attention to the menu and insisting that it wasn't what she was thinking. His mother smiled sheepishly, commenting that his denial made it sound even more suspicious, which made him insist again that it wasn't like that. She laughed, saying, "Not yet," and Junwoo called her out loudly, which made her laugh even more. Later, Cho-hwee and Dojin entered the same restaurant. The host greeted them warmly and led them to their table after Dojin mentioned that he had reserved it in his name. Dojin asked what she thought about the place, adding that getting a window seat was difficult, but he pulled it off. Cho-hwee replied that the place wasn't bad as she unknowingly walked past Junwoo. He immediately recognized her, and his unease grew when he realized her table was directly behind him. Cho-hwee and Dojin sat down, and Junwoo could hardly believe he had run into her there. While browsing the menu, Cho-hwee felt Dojin's hand touch hers, and he mentioned that he would take some good photos of her with the food when it arrived. Cho-hwee removed her hand, joking that he needed to let go or she wouldn't be able to choose a dish, though inwardly she was fuming, feeling disgusted and anxious that someone she knew might see her. Dojin then ordered lobster for himself and asked Cho-hwee what she wanted. She sighed angrily, wishing he would stop using her name, and told him she would have the same. After placing the order, Dojin asked her about Ajin. Cho-hwee rummaged through her bag and asked him why he was bringing that up, saying she didn't want to discuss unpleasant memories in a nice place. Junwoo flinched on hearing Ajin's name mentioned. Dojin smiled, explaining that he was interested in everything about her, and added that he had heard the police had called her, while Junwoo listened attentively. Cho-hwee waved it off, saying it didn't matter, and quickly changed the subject by reminding him about a concert he had invited her to. At that moment, Junwoo's mother smiled and mentioned that he should ask Ajin to come hang out again, and he agreed he would. Cho-hwee froze at the mention of Ajin, and recognizing the voice, glanced back nervously and saw Junwoo, who was still eating casually. She faced forward, hoping he hadn't overheard their conversation, and wondered how his mother knew Ajin. Junwoo's mother then showed him her phone, noting that the banana bread they had baked together had been posted and that Ajin's Instagram account was popular among bakers. Cho-hwee's hands trembled violently as she processed the information. She realized Ajin had been at Junwoo's house and imagined her feeding him cookies, and recalled that she had told Ajin that she liked him. Cho-hwee's mind raced with anger as she concluded that Ajin had lied to her and met Junwoo behind her back, acting friendly in front of her while flirting with him privately. Dojin, noticing her distraction, waved his hand frantically, asking if she was listening and if she would take photos of the food. At that moment, Junwoo stood up, saying he was going to the bathroom. Chohui watched him leave while Dojin suggested they take photos before they eat their food. Noticing Junwoo glanced back slightly. Chohui realized that Junwoo already knew she was there and quickly decided to excuse herself to the bathroom as well, taking her bag with her. Chohui had run quickly and called out to Junwoo, claiming that she knew he was aware of her presence, laughing as she noted his sly side. She confessed that she knew he liked Ajin. She took out her phone, asked if he knew that Mr. Kim had been Ajin's first love. She turned the phone toward him, showing the photos, and asked him if he knew how much first love meant to Ajin, which took him by surprise. She smiled mischievously, insisting that she didn't want to show him the photo, but was only telling him for his own good, urging him to keep it in mind. Junwoo, however, turned to look away, remarking dryly that anyone who went around taking such photos must have nothing better to do. Chohui, taken aback, flared up, questioning if he could really say that after seeing the photos. Junwoo turned back and, in a firm tone, told her that he had only one thing to say. She should never dare harass Ajin with that, adding that it wouldn't change anything. Shocked by his tone, Chohui shouted that he shouldn't act so special, and as he entered the bathroom, muttered that looks weren't everything if he knew, before covering her mouth and looking down, realizing that someone had heard her. Inside the bathroom, Chohui glared at her reflection in the mirror. She blamed Ajin for everything. If it weren't for her, Junwoo would have chosen her instead. Ajin had good parents, a nice home, and everything else. So why did she want to take this away from her? Chohui reminded herself of the things she possessed, her bag from Dojin and the heels from Sangyun, things Ajin could never have. She believed she had won. Yet, staring at her own reflection, she felt a sudden emptiness, realizing that despite being better than Ajin in many ways, she still felt miserable. Her frustration culminated as the makeup she was holding fell to the floor. The next day at school, gossip spread among the students, particularly the girls, who claimed they had seen Junwoo and Chohui together at a department store. One of the girls gasped, suggesting that the pair looked good together and speculated that they might become the school's hottest couple. As Junwoo walked past, another girl commented on the striking combination of their appearances, only to be shushed by her friends. Junwoo's eyes widened as he spotted Ajin nearby. He clenched his jaw and quickly approached her, then began explaining that he had run into Chohui at the department store and apologized for not informing her sooner. Ajin flinched and stepped back, asking what he meant. Junwoo clarified that nothing had happened between him and Chohui, emphasizing that they had not been on a date. Ajin, confused, pressed him, stating that it seemed random since she hadn't heard anything from anyone. Junwoo smiled nervously, glancing away and brushed it off, telling her not to worry. Curious, Ajin asked what date he was referring to, but Junwoo quickly denied any involvement. She stepped closer, pressing for an answer, but he remained at a loss. Finally, Ajin whispered to confirm if the date he was talking about was that he had taken his mother out, and Junwoo relaxed, admitting that he had. The conversation hung in the air, tense and heavy, before Junwoo surprised her by asking her out on a date. The night before the date, Ajin stared at a text from Junwoo, reminding her that the movie would be starting by 12, so they had to meet up by 11:30. The reality of it finally sank in. She couldn't believe how quickly the moment had arrived. Remembering how she had backed out of their plans the previous time, she became determined not to repeat that mistake. Her gaze lingered on the dress she had already prepared, and with a long, nervous sigh, she reminded herself that she needed to sleep. The following day began in chaos. Ajin rushed toward the theater, breathless and flustered, unable to believe she had overslept on a day like this. She tried to console herself by thinking it was not entirely her fault. She had been awake until morning, desperately trying to fall asleep, and as if that was not enough, her phone had chosen that exact day to break. No matter how many times she tried to turn it on, it remained dead. She remembered the moment it slipped from her hand while boarding the bus and berated herself for her clumsiness. By the time she finally arrived at the theater, her nerves were frayed. Without a phone, everything felt inconvenient, and she had no way of knowing whether Junwoo had already arrived. When she spotted the time display, her heart lifted. There were still 5 minutes left. She had made it early. Relief washed over her, and she silently thanked God before sitting in a visible spot near the front, certain Junwoo would pass by there. Looking down with a shy smile, she let herself feel excited. Elsewhere, Junwoo was having a very different kind of morning. At the hospital, he repeatedly tried to call Ajin, only for each attempt to fail. After yet another unsuccessful call, he leaned his head back against the wall in frustration. He wondered why she wasn't picking up. He checked the time and realized the movie had already started. Without the tickets, Ajin would not even be able to enter. With a tired sigh, he walked over to his mother and tried to reassure her, reminding her that the doctor had described the surgery as simple. His mother, however, was barely holding back tears, admitting that she had feared the worst when his father collapsed. When she asked about his plans that day, he hesitated. Leaving her alone did not feel right, especially with his father still in surgery. Although the doctors had said it would not take long and that they could see him by early afternoon, Junwoo decided to stay. He told his mother that his plans had been canceled and promised to remain with her until his father woke up. Grateful, she squeezed his hand and expressed how glad she was to have him there. Back at the theater, time dragged on mercilessly. By 12:45 p.m., Ajin was still alone. Around her, people reunited with those they had been waiting for, laughter and relief filling the space. She remained seated, feeling small and forgotten. Her lips pressed together as her earlier excitement slowly dissolved, leaving only uncertainty behind. At the hospital, Junwoo's father finally regained consciousness. Both Junwoo and his mother called out to him at once, their voices filled with relief. His father reached for his wife, asking if she was all right and whether he had frightened her. She clung to his hand, assuring him that everything was fine now and admitting how worried she had been. Junwoo smiled at the sight, but there was a distant urgency in his eyes. When his parents noticed his expression, he explained that now that his father was awake, he needed to step out briefly. His mother was surprised, reminding him that he had said his plans were canceled. But before she could say more, Junwoo rushed off, explaining that he had made new ones. By the time it was nearly 1:30 p.m., Ajin was still sitting in the same spot. The movie was almost over, yet she had not moved. She wondered why she was still waiting, but a stubborn part of her believed Junwoo would still appear. Her eyes stung as tears threatened to fall, and she felt rooted to the seat. She felt that something must have happened to him. Leaving now felt impossible, especially since he would not be able to reach her with her broken phone. She decided to wait just a little longer. When someone suddenly stopped in front of her, her heart leapt, and she looked up with fragile hope, only for it to collapse when she realized it was not Junwoo, but Mr. Gwanghyun. Meanwhile, Junwoo ran through the streets, lungs burning as he checked the time again. It was already 1:40 p.m. Logic told him she would be gone, yet he refused to give up. He scanned the area, changing direction again and again, searching every place he could think of. Gripping his phone tightly, he continued to look around, unwilling to stop, driven by the hope that he might still find her. Elsewhere, Ajin found herself seated across from Mr. Gwanghyun, who said that running into her there had been unexpected. She responded lightly, agreeing that it was indeed a coincidence. When he asked why she was at the theater and whether she had come alone, she visibly stiffened. After a brief moment of hesitation, she fidgeted and explained that she had been waiting to meet a friend. Mr. Gwanghyun looked taken aback by that answer and asked why she was sitting by herself if she had plans to meet someone. Ajin was just about to clarify when she suddenly felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. At the same time, her name was called, and she immediately recognized the voice. Her heart skipped as she lifted her head and saw Junwoo standing there. He looked at her with clear relief and concern, asking whether she had been waiting long and offered an apology for arriving so late. Junwoo took a seat beside Ajin as she finally began eating, her earlier tension easing as she focused on the food in front of her. Mr. Gwanghyun glanced between the two of them and asked whether they had been planning to meet, and if his presence was an interruption. Ajin immediately denied that, explaining that he was not bothering them at all and adding that they were grateful, especially since he had treated them to such a good meal. Junwoo remained silent, and Ajin shot him a brief sideways glance. Noticing this, Mr. Gwanghyun laughed lightly and suggested they all eat while the food was still warm. He added that it was nice seeing Ajin again now that his student teaching period was almost over, admitting that he had been genuinely surprised to run into her at Seorin High. Ajin smiled and replied that she was happy to see him too. When he asked whether she still had the portable charger, Junwoo visibly stiffened. Ajin sighed and explained that the charger had worked really well but had eventually reached the end of its lifespan, so she had let it go. Mr. Gwangyeon simply smiled, commenting that it had lasted quite a long time. Ajin agreed, saying she had used it for a good while. While the conversation flowed easily between them, Junwoo simmered quietly, gripping his glass of juice tighter than necessary. His thoughts drifted back to the time Ajin had been so insistent about the importance of that charger, demanding he bring it to her the very next day. Unwanted memories followed, including the photo Cho-hwee had shown him. He found himself wondering whether Ajin still harbored feelings for him. When Mr. Gwanghyun casually asked Ajin whether she still planned to study abroad, Junwoo froze. Ajin answered thoughtfully, saying that France was far, but if she were to go, she would want to study in the most renowned place possible. Junwoo interrupted, saying that he had thought studying abroad was merely a hobby. Caught off guard, Ajin explained that for aspiring pâtissier, studying abroad was almost a given. She dropped her fork in her urgency, emphasizing how serious she was about it. Realizing how his words had come across, Junwoo clarified that he had not meant to belittle her ambition and added that she was already quite popular online. Ajin responded firmly that popularity was not her goal. She wanted to be truly skilled at what she did. The two of them locked eyes, neither backing down until Mr. Gwanghyun stepped in with an easy smile, commenting that they seemed to get along very well. Only then did they both remember his presence. Ajin hastily explained that they were just friends, a description Junwoo found himself strongly disliking what she had just said. Outside, Mr. Gwanghyun returned to join them. Junwoo and Ajin had been waiting for him. He apologized for the delay and revealed that he had gone to pick up a few things for them. Ajin told him it wasn't necessary, but both she and Junwoo accepted the bags, thanking him. He said his goodbyes, mentioning that he would see them on Monday, and reminded Junwoo to walk Ajin home before waving and leaving. Once they were alone, Ajin turned to Junwoo and apologized again, saying that they had missed the movie because of her, and that if her phone hadn't broken, they wouldn't have missed each other in the first place. Junwoo clenched his jaw and corrected her firmly, insisting that the situation had been his fault. Surprised, Ajin listened as he explained that he had been called to the hospital because his father had needed emergency surgery. Alarmed, she asked if his father was all right and how serious it had been. Junwoo reassured her that it had been an appendectomy and that he had already seen his father in recovery. Ajin let out a deep breath of relief, expressing how glad she was to hear that. Even so, Junwoo's thoughts drifted again to the photo Cho-hwee had shown him. He reasoned that even if Ajin still had lingering feelings for Mr. Kim, it didn't change how he felt about her. It wasn't something that could make him stop liking her. Suddenly, Ajin grabbed the side of his shirt, concern clear on her face. It took him a moment to realize she had been calling his name. His heart raced as he admitted that he had been worried something might have happened to her when he couldn't reach her. Still, he had come rushing over, driven by the feeling that she might be waiting. Ajin continued to look at him, her hand still clutching his shirt. When he added that he hadn't wanted to keep her waiting, she smiled softly and told him that she was glad she had waited. As they walked home together, Ajin mentioned that they had still ended up missing the movie. Junwoo responded by calmly asking what she meant. Ajin kept her eyes forward and didn't answer, but inwardly she felt disappointed. To her, it felt like a missed chance, and the silence between them made it heavier. Junwoo quickly caught up to her and poked at her gently. He pointed out that it wasn't the only movie available and that they could always watch something else. Ajin nodded in agreement, though she didn't want to just go straight home just like that. As they continued walking, Ajin noticed a dessert shop along the way. She stopped and turned toward Junwoo, asking if he wanted to get dessert. Her face lit up as she added that she would treat him. The wide smile she gave made it clear that she genuinely wanted to spend a little more time together. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Cho-hwee was holding a man's phone while he asked her whether she didn't trust him. She asked if there was something on the phone that she wasn't supposed to see. He assured her that there was nothing like that, claiming he had nothing to hide. As she went through his messages, she said she had believed he was clean, but in truth, she had heard rumors about him meeting younger girls. He laughed nervously and repeated that there was nothing suspicious. As Cho-hwee continued checking the phone, she noticed that all the blocked accounts belonged to girls. That detail immediately unsettled her, making her feel that something was off. Her attention was drawn to one particular woman, and she held up the phone to ask who the person was, casually commenting on how pretty she looked. He let out a loud sigh and explained that she was someone he had met the previous year, but that she had suddenly changed and caused him trouble. He added that it had been a long time since they last met, and claimed that all he wanted now was to spend time with his princess, Chohui. Chohui handed the phone back to him, apologizing and saying that there didn't seem to be much on it. She then excused herself, saying she needed to use the bathroom. Once inside, Chohui scrolled through her own phone endlessly. The woman she had seen earlier looked young, and curiosity pushed her to check her recent posts. She froze when she came across a photo of the woman holding a scholarship certificate, with a caption revealing that she was a freshman. A slow smirk spread across Chohui's face as the realization settled in. To her, it was now clear that the rumors she had heard were true after all. Later that night, a car stopped near a mall, and Chohui stepped out. She thanked the man for the shoes he had bought for her, lifting the bag while forcing a polite, artificial smile. The man told her that he would call her, and after she shut the car door, the vehicle sped away. The moment it left, the smile dropped from her face and a frown returned. She groaned softly, still staring at the shoes as she began walking home, deciding that she would wear them to school the next day. Unbeknownst to her, 3 girls seated nearby had been watching her closely, quietly questioning among themselves if she was really Chohui. As she continued walking home, she kept glancing anxiously at her phone, wondering if the woman had seen her messages and why there had been no reply yet. When a new notification suddenly appeared, a satisfied smirk slowly formed on her face. The woman had finally replied, and the message confirmed exactly what Chohui had already suspected. The next day in class, as Ajin stood up to leave, she lowered her gaze and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Her mind drifted back to what she remembered as their outing together. She recalled the moment before they started eating when she had nervously insisted on taking a picture first, while Junwoo had simply stared at her quietly. She remembered the time they played a game together, and the moment she had accidentally fallen asleep on his shoulder on the bus. She had tried to straighten up out of embarrassment, but he had gently indicated that she should rest instead. Back in the classroom, her heartbeat grew louder, and she wondered if it had been too much for her to think of it as a date. The thought startled her, and she quickly straightened, mentally questioning herself. At that moment, her friend Ajin rushed into the classroom, calling out to her urgently. Ajin asked if she had heard the rumors spreading around school. Caught off guard, Ajin asked what the rumors were about, though her thoughts were already drifting elsewhere. Ajin then revealed that people across the school were saying that Chohui had a sugar daddy. The shock left Ajin momentarily speechless as she processed the information. Elsewhere, Chohui stood partially hidden behind a wall, quietly listening to students gossip about her. One student remarked that she was much lamer than they had expected, while another said they had always assumed she was extremely rich. Hearing this, Chohui let out a quiet, almost hysterical laugh to herself. She convinced herself that they were simply jealous, deciding that they could continue talking as much as they wanted without affecting her. Soon after, she heard someone calling her name. Ajin came running toward her, slightly out of breath, explaining through strained breathing that she had been searching everywhere for her. Chohui, wearing a small smirk, asked why Ajin had been looking for her so urgently and whether something had happened. Ajin approached her and indicated that nothing serious had happened. Standing beside her, she gave Chohui a genuine smile and suggested that people often like to gossip about others, especially when the person in question seemed to be doing well. Chohui leaned closer, seeking confirmation that Ajin truly believed she was doing well. Ajin responded with a wider, reassuring smile and a small nod, encouraging her not to worry too much about what others were saying. Chohui stared at her silently for a moment, her face unreadable, before suddenly pulling Ajin into a tight hug. The sudden movement caught Ajin off guard, her body stiffening slightly in surprise. Still holding on to her, Chohui admitted that she had been worried Ajin might believe the strange rumors about her. Ajin, steadying herself in the embrace, reassured her that she would not believe such things. She told Ajin that she was grateful to have her. After a short pause, something seemed to occur to her, and she mentioned that she hoped Junwoo would not misunderstand anything, adding that she genuinely liked him. Pulling Ajin slightly away from the hug while still holding on to her arms firmly, she warned her not to break her heart since they were friends. When she noticed the shift in Ajin's expression, she reminded her quietly that she was the only friend she had. Ajin, caught off guard by the weight of those words, could only respond with a small, quiet agreement. As Ajin walked back toward the classroom, she released a soft, heavy sigh. She thought about the promise she had made to help Cho-hui get together with Junwoo. Pressing her palm tightly against her face, she felt regret creeping in for the first time since making that promise. Suddenly, someone called out to her, startling her out of her thoughts. It was Junwoo, who quickly reassured her not to be frightened after noticing her tense expression. Seeing that it was him, Ajin relaxed slightly. Junwoo then extended a banana milk drink toward her. While scratching the back of his head in a slightly awkward manner, he asked when she would like to go watch the movie. Hearing this, Ajin stiffened and looked away, her cheeks warming. She told him that she would check her schedule and let him know later. Junwoo's gaze dimmed slightly as he watched her, noticing the faint beads of sweat forming on her face. He gently patted her head and told her not to feel pressured, explaining that there was no time limit or urgency. Ajin let out a small, startled sound as she clutched the banana milk tightly, fully aware that he was affecting her emotions more than she wanted to admit. Later that day, it was time for PE class. The teacher explained that they would be timing a long-distance run. He instructed that the boys would run first, followed by the girls. Noticing the reluctant expressions on some of the boys' faces, he added that even walking would earn them points as long as they finished, encouraging them not to give up. Some of the girls waved and cheered for the boys, wishing them luck before the race started. Before the run began, Jungmin suggested to Junwoo that they run together and match their pace, and Junwoo had agreed. However, the moment the final whistle blew, Junwoo sprinted forward without hesitation. Jungmin shouted for him to slow down and wait, but Junwoo continued running ahead of everyone. Jungmin struggled to keep up until they finally reached the finish line. Junwoo stood there casually drinking from his can of water, even though sweat soaked through his shirt, while Jungmin collapsed onto the ground, looking like he might faint. Between breaths, he threatened that Junwoo would pay for abandoning him. Junwoo responded calmly that he had earned a point thanks to him, but he argued loudly that he would have gotten the point regardless. Junwoo's attention soon shifted elsewhere while Jungmin weakly asked him for water. The girls' race had already started. Junwoo tossed the water can toward him and said he would be right back. Jungmin looked up in confusion, asking where he was going. Meanwhile, Ajin was running while struggling to control her breathing. Suddenly, Junwoo appeared beside her and called out to her. Surprised but still focused on running, she said she thought he had already finished. Junwoo glanced at her and explained that he assumed she might take a while, so he decided to run beside her. Ajin turned toward him in surprise, though part of her wondered how he could still run after already finishing the race. Facing forward again, she wiped sweat from her face and told him she could run faster and had only been catching her breath. Trying to increase her speed, she insisted that she could manage on her own. Junwoo, still facing forward, commented that she looked like she was jogging in place. Ajin stared at him in disbelief, her expression sour. Junwoo turned to her with a small smile and asked if she planned to keep staring at him the entire time. Embarrassed, she quickly looked away as they continued running. After a while, she asked if he was not tired, and he responded that he was not particularly tired. Then, he moved ahead slightly and commented that she was very slow. Ajin sighed and tried to run faster, explaining that she was only pacing herself. Junwoo replied that it was a good strategy. Ajin shot him an annoyed look and asked if he was just there to tease her. He responded casually that he was. She stared at him in shock as he ran ahead, while she called after him, already feeling irritated. In Cho-hui's classroom, the bell rang loudly. While her classmates busied themselves with other activities, Cho-hui stood near the window, her posture stiff and unmoving. She watched Ajin and Junwoo running together outside, her fingers slowly curling into a tight fist. Her thoughts turned bitter as she questioned what Ajin was doing. To her, this was typical of Ajin, acting kind and supportive in front of her while getting close to Junwoo behind her back. She began convincing herself that Ajin was two-faced and silently decided that she would make sure Ajin paid for it. After PE class ended, the students dragged themselves back into the classroom, exhaustion visible on every face. Ajin lowered herself into her seat with relief, silently grateful to finally sit down. Her legs felt extremely heavy and sore. As she replayed the earlier run in her mind, she remembered that Junwoo had run beside her even after already finishing his own race. Concern surfaced within her, and she wondered if he was all right. She turned slightly in her seat to glance at him. Seeing him sitting quietly, she noted to herself that he was probably tired from all the running. Junwoo, unaware of Ajin's lingering gaze, simply sat and looked out the window, his posture relaxed but distant. Ajin quickly turned back to face forward, as if she had never looked at him at all. Just then, her phone vibrated softly against her desk. When she checked it, she saw a message from Chohui. In the message, Chohui expressed that she was upset about the rumors and mentioned that she hated people who lied. Ajin immediately assumed that Chohui was referring to the rumors about her having a sugar daddy. Feeling sympathy, Ajin thought that Chohui must be having a hard time dealing with everything. Remembering how emotional Chohui had seemed during their hug earlier, Ajin quickly typed a reply, saying that she understood and that she also did not understand why people lied. When Chohui read the reply, her expression hardened. To her, Ajin's response felt shameless. In her mind, Ajin was getting close to Junwoo while pretending to be supportive. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She thought about how Ajin had promised to help her, yet the moment she was not around, Ajin and Junwoo would laugh and spend time together. After thinking carefully, she decided on her next move. She then sent another message, telling Ajin that she had a shoot coming up at a new location that Saturday. She added that she felt she would perform better if Ajin was there to support her and asked her to come along. After sending the message, Chohui felt satisfied with herself. In her mind, this would ensure that Ajin would not be able to meet Junwoo during the weekend. Saturday arrived faster than expected. The camera shutters clicked repeatedly as Chohui posed, moving her body exactly as instructed by the photographer. At one point, the photographer even commented that Chohui seemed to be in an unusually good mood that day. Standing off to the side, Ajin watched Chohui with a soft smile. To her, seeing Chohui so focused on something she loved was admirable. It almost felt like she was watching a completely different side of her. Quietly, Ajin hoped that one day people would look at her the same way. She held the box of macarons tightly in her hands, careful not to drop them. Before long, Chohui was given a short break. Hearing this, Ajin called out to her excitedly and waved slightly. Chohui immediately rushed toward her. The moment she reached her, Ajin praised her enthusiastically, saying that she had been amazing. She then extended the macarons toward her, explaining that she had made them for her to give her strength. Unnoticed by both girls, a man nearby had been observing them. After a short moment, he walked toward them and asked Chohui if Ajin was her friend. His first remark was that Ajin was pretty, which immediately caused Chohui's expression to dull slightly. Chohui confirmed that Ajin was her friend, while Ajin politely greeted the man. The man then told Ajin that she could easily become a model. Hearing that, Ajin felt her face grow warm with embarrassment. The man handed his business card toward her, telling her to contact him if she was interested. Meanwhile, Chohui's emotions were boiling beneath her calm exterior. She could not understand how the man could make such a comment about Ajin becoming a model. Without hesitation, she quickly took the macarons from Ajin's hands and began guiding her toward the exit in a hurry, not even giving her a chance to take the business card. She told Ajin that outsiders were not allowed inside and explained that since she would be busy there for a while, Ajin could go ahead and leave first. As Ajin stepped outside, Chohui thanked her for coming and mentioned that she would text her later. Still flustered from everything that had happened earlier, Ajin could only mutter a small acknowledgement. A voice then called out to Chohui from inside the studio. Chohui gave Ajin a final goodbye, and Ajin offered a few words of encouragement before Chohui turned and hurried back inside. After Chohui left, Ajin's shoulders dropped slightly and she began to sulk. She had really wanted to watch Chohui's shoot. Preparing to leave, she slipped her hand into her pocket but froze when she couldn't find what she was searching for. Panic quickly set in. She pulled both pockets inside out, her movements growing frantic, but her wallet was nowhere to be found. With no other choice, she decided to go back into the studio area. As she walked, she hurriedly sent Chohui a message, explaining that she had lost her wallet. Anxiety continued to build as she wondered what she would do if the wallet wasn't inside the studio. Then she remembered Chohui mentioning that outsiders were not allowed inside. Her expression soured as she hesitated, unsure if it was okay to enter. she didn't want to interrupt the shoot. Just then, she noticed that the studio door was slightly open. Seeing an opportunity, she carefully approached and peeked inside. When she spotted Cho Hui, she started to call out to her as quietly as possible. However, her voice caught in her throat as the scene unfolding in front of her froze her in place. Cho Hui opened the macaron box that Ajin had given her and dumped every single macaron into the trash bin. Ajin had not expected that at all. Standing nearby was the same man who had earlier tried to give Ajin his business card. He commented that the macarons looked perfectly fine. Cho Hui replied firmly that while they might look fine on the outside, they were rotten inside. With a dramatic sigh, she added that Ajin had been practicing baking and had probably just dumped the leftovers on her without caring whether she got sick or gained weight from eating them. The man reacted with exaggerated surprise, saying that it was mean, especially since Ajin had seemed nice on the outside. Cho Hui then said that even though Ajin was her friend, she didn't know when the macarons were made, so throwing them away was safer. The man agreed, saying it was better than risking a stomachache and adding that it must be difficult having a friend like Ajin. Meanwhile, Ajin heard every single word. There were no clear words to describe how she felt at that moment. But Cho Hui still wasn't done. She continued by saying that Ajin didn't have any friends, which was why she had spent time with her in the first place. She added that since then, Ajin had become overly attached, even going as far as giving her useless trash. And she kept going, continuing to speak badly about her without stopping. Later, Ajin sat quietly on a bench at a bus stop, staring blankly at her phone. The message thread between her and Cho Hui was still open, showing Cho Hui thanking her for the macarons. Ajin remembered how hard she had worked to make them. A sad thought crossed her mind. If she had known, she would have simply shared them with her family instead. Slowly, she pressed the side button and locked her phone. At that exact moment, someone approached and called her name, asking what was wrong. When she looked up and saw Junwoo, she sniffed loudly and softly called his name. Sometime later, the two of them sat inside a small espresso shop. Ajin asked what he was doing in that area, and he reminded her that his father's dental clinic was nearby. She let out a quiet sigh. Junwoo then gently asked what was really going on. Ajin paused for a long moment before finally speaking. With clear pain in her voice, she explained that she had seen Cho Hui throwing away the macarons she had given her. She added that Cho Hui had called them useless trash. Lowering her head, she quietly wondered aloud if Cho Hui hated her, admitting that she had truly believed they were friends. Junwoo, however, reacted differently. Instead of looking surprised, he seemed almost relieved by this development. He called Ajin's name, lightly tapping on the table to get her attention. After clearing his throat, he prepared to tell her things about Cho Hui that he felt she deserved to know. After some time, Junwoo finished explaining everything he knew. Ajin could only stare at him, her eyes searching his face as if silently hoping he would suddenly say it was all a lie. Her hands trembled slightly around the cup she was holding, the faint shaking betraying how overwhelmed she felt. The realization that everything had been Cho Hui's doing felt impossible for her to fully accept. Junwoo let out a low groan, admitting that he felt uncomfortable sharing all of it. To him, it felt like he had been tattling. Ajin slowly thanked him, a sad, restrained smile forming on her lips. She wondered how she had failed to notice any of it when Cho Hui had been her closest friend. Then another thought surfaced. Maybe she had noticed, but had chosen to ignore it because she had been afraid of losing her. Later, as they walked home together, Ajin quietly admitted that she guessed she had been the only one who truly believed that she and Cho Hui were real friends. Hearing this, Junwoo stopped walking immediately, his body going still as Ajin continued a few steps ahead. She felt foolish for believing so strongly in something that now seemed one-sided. Junwoo's jaw tightened as he instinctively reached his hand out toward her, wanting to stop her or comfort her. However, Ajin stated that she would walk the rest of the way alone. He slowly pulled his hand back, rubbing the back of his neck as he stood there, silently watching her figure grow smaller as she walked away. That night at home, Ajin lay on her bed, her thoughts twisted and tangled. Just then, her phone vibrated, signaling a new message. She picked it up and opened it, only to find a message from Cho Hui thanking her for the macarons and assuring her that her wallet had been found. Her fingers loosened around the phone, and she dropped it back onto the bed before turning to the other side, rustling frantically against the sheets. A dull ache pulsed through her head, making her squeeze her eyes shut as she pressed her face into the pillow. Her head really hurt. At Junwoo's house, he tried his best to focus on the study video playing in front of him. The bright screen reflected in his eyes, but his attention kept drifting back to Ajin and the way she had left earlier. After a while, he slowly raised his head, a frustrated sigh leaving him as he felt like the one who had been stupid. He leaned back into his chair, running a hand through his hair as he stared blankly. The next day, Sunday, the weather forecast predicted clear skies and bright sunshine, but Ajin's mind was anything but clear. She sat moodily on a chair at home, her shoulders slightly slumped, lost in thought. Her phone vibrated again. When she checked it, she saw a message from Cho-hui asking what she was doing. Immediately, her mind flashed back to the moment Cho-hui had thrown away the macarons she had given her, along with every harsh word she had said about her. Her grip tightened around the phone unconsciously. The sound of her mother's voice pulled her out of her spiraling thoughts. Her mother asked if she could help pick up a bottle of bulgogi sauce since she planned to make bulgogi for dinner. The request seemed to snap something inside Ajin back into place. She quickly got up and ran to her mother, wrapping her arms around her from behind in a back hug, forcing a big smile onto her face as she mentioned that she would also buy ice cream for herself. Her mother agreed and told her that her card was inside the bag hanging by the front door. As Ajin prepared to leave, her mother reminded her to be careful while crossing the road. Ajin replied that she would be back soon. She deliberately left her phone behind. After buying everything she needed, Ajin stood by the roadside, preparing to cross. Her mind drifted again, replaying memories of her friendship with Cho-hui. It had felt so beautiful back then. A groan slipped out of her as the emotional pain hit harder than she expected. Lost in thought, she almost stepped onto the road without checking. A bike sped past her at full speed, the wind from it pushing against her body. She wobbled, nearly losing her balance, when a hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. A voice asked if she was okay. It was Junwoo. She turned quickly, surprise spreading across her face as she saw him standing there. She asked what he was doing there, noting that the place was very close to her house. Junwoo stared at her for a moment, seemingly unsure of what to say. After a pause, he explained that since she had not been answering, he became worried and decided to come by. Ajin clenched the shopping bag tightly in her hand and asked what he would have done if he had not run into her. Junwoo responded casually that he would have simply gone back home. She could only silently wonder if he really would have left after coming all that way. Meanwhile, Junwoo gave her a small smile and said that since he now knew she was okay, he should get going. As he turned to leave, Ajin quickly reached out and grabbed his shirt, stopping him. She lifted the shopping bag slightly and asked if he wanted to have some ice cream with her. After a while, both of them were seated on a swing at the town's playground, each holding ice cream in their hands. The metal chains creaked softly as the swing moved slightly under their weight. Ajin began explaining that she had not wanted to look at her phone. She admitted that after hearing everything Cho-hui had said, she did not want to deal with anything related to it. Junwoo turned slightly to glance at her, his brows faintly furrowed as she continued speaking. She said that she knew Cho-hui must have had her own reasons for doing what she did, but no matter how much she thought about it, she simply could not understand those reasons. The ice cream in Ajin's hand had already started melting, dripping slowly down her fingers, but she did not seem to notice. She kept talking, explaining that she kept replaying memories from the past in her mind, yet all she could think about was what Cho-hui had said the previous day. She admitted that she had considered asking Cho-hui directly why she had done those things, but she just could not bring herself to do it. After that, silence settled between them. When she did not hear Junwoo say anything, she let out a soft sigh and told him that he probably thought she was stupid. Junwoo immediately responded that he did not think she was stupid at all. He told her that no matter what she did, he would always be on her side. Hearing that made Ajin's heart beat faster. At that moment, something inside her shifted. That was the exact moment her feelings for him changed. Even if she could not be sure about anyone else anymore, she knew one thing for certain. Junwoo would not let her down. Nearby, children ran into the playground, laughing loudly as they chased each other around. The lively noise seemed to pull Ajin back into the present. She broke into a wide smile and suddenly stood up from the swing. With sudden excitement, she told Junwoo that she was going to push him on the swing. Junwoo looked surprised, but she quickly walked over to him and told him to hold on tightly. She pushed with all her strength, her arms straining slightly, but the swing barely moved. Junwoo commented that he was not moving and laughed lightly, telling her not to worry about it. Instead, he stepped down from the swing and told her to sit so he could push her instead. Ajin insisted that it was fine, but Junwoo remained persistent, and eventually she sat down on the swing. He told her to hold on tightly before pushing her forward. He pushed her so high that Ajin felt her stomach drop, thinking she might fall. As the swing came back toward him, Junwoo reminded her that he had told her to hold on tight. Before she could protest, he pushed her high again. She screamed loudly that she was scared, squeezing her eyes shut tightly. But when she finally opened them again, her gaze lifted toward the sky, where a beautiful sunset stretched across the horizon. Maybe it was the beauty of the sunset, or maybe it was the way Junwoo believed in her without hesitation. But somehow, in that moment, she found courage. The next day at school, Ajin stood firmly outside Chohui's classroom. Her posture was tense, her fists lightly clenched at her sides. She swallowed hard before finally stepping inside and calling out to Chohui. Chohui glanced at her briefly and asked what she wanted, pointing out that Ajin had been ignoring her texts. Ajin responded instead that she had heard everything she had said about her at the photo shoot the other day. Ajin added that she wanted to understand why Chohui had said those things and whether she had truly meant them. Chohui had not expected her to confront her so directly, and she immediately realized that she had been exposed. She turned her face away, letting out a mocking laugh under her breath. After a moment, she turned back toward Ajin and remarked that Ajin had a lot of nerve to say that after ignoring her messages all weekend. Ajin responded by saying that she had always considered Chohui her best friend and had believed that Chohui felt the same way. She asked if all of that had simply been her imagination. Her eyes filled with quiet hope. At that point, Chohui decided there was no need to pretend anymore. She burst into loud, hysterical laughter and confirmed that it had all been Ajin's imagination. She asked why it had taken Ajin so long to realize it. Growing visibly irritated, Chohui slowly stood up from her seat and walked closer to Ajin. Leaning toward her ear, she whispered that Ajin was extremely easy to manipulate, which was why people kept playing her. She described her as painfully oblivious. With a smeared, almost cruel tone, she added that Ajin had believed every lie she had told and had even gone out of her way to be kind to her. She admitted that she had intended to keep using her, but it was unfortunate that Ajin had found out so soon. Pulling back, she told Ajin that since she now understood the truth, she should stop acting clingy. Ajin stood frozen, unable to believe what she was hearing. She had not expected much, but this was far worse than anything she had imagined. Still, she continued speaking. She told Chohui that she had liked everything she did and had enjoyed every moment they spent together because she had truly considered her a dear friend. Chohui flinched slightly at those words. For a brief moment, she wondered if Ajin truly understood what had just been said. Then irritation returned, and she questioned why Ajin sounded so confident when, in her mind, Ajin was still a loser. 5 years earlier. Back then, Ajin had been surrounded by a group of girls who were bullying her when Chohui suddenly appeared. Chohui had shouted fiercely at the girls, ordering them to leave Ajin alone. The bullies, recognizing Chohui, quickly scattered. As they ran, Chohui continued shouting after them, warning them never to mess with Ajin again. She then ran toward Ajin and asked if she was okay. Ajin had given a small nod, but almost immediately she had broken down into loud sobs, thanking Chohui over and over again. At that time, to Chohui, she had been such a loser. A few years later, while still friends, the two of them had been walking together at school when another student had commented that Ajin looked very cute without her glasses. 2 boys behind them had started whispering. One had asked if Ajin was not cuter than Chohui, while the other had agreed, adding that Ajin was beautiful and even had a cute name. To Chohui, Ajin was supposed to stay beside her and make her look better by comparison. So why had Ajin started becoming beautiful and standing out? Looks were the only thing Chohui believed she had. She could not afford to lose that. Back in the present, Ajin told Chohui that she finally understood how she truly felt and thanked her for being honest. Chohui hated that response. To her, Ajin's calmness was unbearable. She told Ajin bluntly to stop acting nice and naive. Just then, more students began entering the classroom. Noticing this, Cho-hui suddenly raised her voice, asking if Ajin thought she did not know all the things Ajin had been doing behind her back. She pulled out her phone and began tapping quickly before turning the screen toward Ajin. The color drained slightly from Ajin's face as she looked at it. Cho-hui then announced that she knew Ajin had been flirting with a teacher. The statement immediately caught the attention of the girls who had just entered the classroom. Cho-hui then showed the phone to them. On the screen was a photo of Ajin and the teacher standing in what looked like a compromising position. With a cold expression, Cho-hui added that Ajin was the real bitch there. The girls moved closer to get a better view of the photo, and one of them asked what was happening. Cho-hui smirked, noticing that she had already captured their attention, and explained that she and Ajin had grown close because of a guy. Turning toward Ajin, she accused her of thinking that no one would notice her constant flirting with boys. Ajin's face tightened, and she looked as though she might cry on the spot. Ajin asked if Cho-hui had taken the photo herself, but Cho-hui brushed it off, saying that what mattered was that the photo was real. She looked at Ajin with satisfaction, questioning if she would still pretend to be better than everyone else, and implying that she should just cry to show how much of a loser she really was. Ajin, however, responded calmly, suggesting that someone must have taken the photo deliberately, and argued that if the person had truly seen what happened at the time, they would know she was innocent. So she didn't care. Cho-hui, refusing to relent, raised her voice and accused Ajin of knowing that she liked Junwoo Park, yet stealing him from her. The other girls in the classroom murmured among themselves. One said she had seen Ajin spending a lot of time with Junwoo, while another claimed she had seen Cho-hui and Junwoo on a date at the department store, which made it appear as though Ajin had flirted her way into taking her friend's boyfriend. Meanwhile, other students entering the classroom noticed the commotion. Cho-hui sat back in her seat, feigning sobs, and declared that she didn't want to talk to Ajin anymore. One of the boys who had just come in asked one of the girls what had happened. She explained that Ajin had stolen Cho-hui's boyfriend, even though she was supposed to be her friend, and had shamelessly flirted with the teacher. Another girl added that she felt bad for Cho-hui. All of this visibly upset Ajin, and she clenched her fists tightly. She turned toward Cho-hui, saying that she had nothing more to say, and began to walk out of the classroom. Cho-hui watched her retreating figure with a look of satisfaction. Ajin had not made it far, however, before two boys stepped in front of her. One demanded that she apologize, while the other insulted her, saying that she was so ugly on the inside. Ajin had walked past them, muttering that she didn't want to apologize since she had nothing to apologize for. One of the guys, amused by her defiance, remarked aloud that she was so feisty. The other girls gasped in reaction as he grabbed her hand with a grin, declaring that he liked feisty girls. Ajin tried to pull her hand away, insisting that he let her go, but the guy's attention lingered on her body. He then asked her how far she had gotten with Junwoo and whether she intended to do the same with him. Ajin shook her head fiercely, shutting her eyes tightly. The other guy scoffed, claiming that Ajin didn't want him because he was ugly, which drew laughter from everyone nearby. The moment of mockery was abruptly cut short when someone grabbed the first guy's hand and squeezed it tightly. It was Junwoo. He had wasted no time, pushing the guy back with full force and slamming his back hard against the board. Leaning in closer, his voice dropped to a dangerous edge as he demanded to know what the hell he had just said. The boy, visibly frightened, immediately apologized. Junwoo, still looming over him, firmly ordered him never to speak to Ajin like that again. The boy responded nervously that he would never speak to her again. Ajin had quickly rushed forward, holding Junwoo's hand and assuring him that she was okay, and that they should leave. Junwoo had just stared at her for a moment, and Ajin, forcing a small smile, had told him that they should simply go back to their class. Outside the classroom, a crowd of students had already gathered by the door, murmuring among themselves. Junwoo had held Ajin's hand tightly as they walked past, and the other students had stared, some speculating whether they were dating, while others had thought that Junwoo and Cho-hui were the ones dating. The boy whose back Junwoo had slammed against the board breathed a sigh of relief as a friend checked if he was all right. The girls nearby had whispered about how cool Junwoo was and expressed envy toward Ajin. Meanwhile, Cho-hui was furious. She had felt humiliated that someone as insignificant as Ajin had dared to embarrass her, and she silently vowed that she wouldn't let it slide. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, yet Junwoo and Ajin remained outside. Ajin, glancing at him, had asked if he wasn't going in since class had already started. Junwoo, however, had something else in mind. He slowly told her that it was all right for her to cry in that moment, allowing her a space to release all the tension and frustration she had been holding in. He assured her that no one would come there, which took her by surprise. When she asked what he meant, he explained that she didn't have to hold it in anymore. Understanding his words, she looked down and clenched her fist tightly, insisting that she was okay. Junwoo, however, continued to watch her quietly, remaining still. It didn't take long before tears began to fall, and noticing them, he lifted his hand to gently wipe them from her face. Overwhelmed, she ran into his embrace, resting her head on his chest and crying even more. She had wanted to release her emotions for a long time, and in that moment, she thanked Junwoo silently for his understanding. Her thoughts briefly went to what Chohui had said to her, but then a memory surfaced of Chohui giving her a birthday present. The memory stung, and she wondered why, after hearing something so cruel, her mind could only recall the kind moments, making her cry even harder. Junwoo responded by slowly patting her hair, letting the silence stretch as the minutes passed. Eventually, they returned to the classroom, and shortly after, school ended. While other students talked about going to the convenience store, Junwoo packed his bag, his mind preoccupied with concern for Ajin. He had bought some sugary snacks that had recently become popular, thinking they might help lift someone's spirits. Glancing at Ajin, he saw her still lying on her desk. Her seatmate, who had already stood to leave, called out, asking if she was feeling unwell as she had been lying on her table for a while. Junwoo felt that it might have been better if she hadn't returned to class, as trying to maintain composure in front of everyone seemed to make things even harder for her. The next day, the teacher entered and began taking attendance, noting that Ajin was absent due to being sick. Junwoo appeared surprised at first, but after a moment, he seemed to understand why she hadn't been able to come to school. Once the teacher finished calling names, she instructed the class to pay attention. At that moment, two girls began murmuring, commenting on how unusual it was that Ajin wasn't in school that day. When one of the girls asked what the other meant, she suggested that maybe the rumors were true, that Ajin and Chohui had fought the previous day, and that Ajin had supposedly hit on Junwoo and Mr. Kim. Junwoo, who was sitting behind them, interjected sharply, insisting that Ajin would never do such a thing. One of the girls countered, saying that everyone was talking about Ajin being a boyfriend stealer, and that photos were even circulating. Yujin, speaking loudly, declared that Chohui was the actual boyfriend stealer, prompting the boy beside her to shriek as she had screamed directly into his ear. Meanwhile, Junwoo, who had been trying his best to focus on his homework, eventually dropped his pen onto the book and gazed out the window at the sky. The sight seemed to calm him slightly, allowing his thoughts to settle. The next day, Ajin announced that she was heading to school and began making her way out of the house. On her walk, she worried about facing Junwoo, remembering that she had cried over his uniform the previous day and had even left traces of snot on it. As she walked, she spotted Junwoo ahead and called out to him. She rushed over, asking what he was doing in her neighborhood. Junwoo simply said that he wanted them to go to school together. Surprised by his response, she asked if something had happened. He replied that nothing had occurred, aside from her absence from school the previous day. As they walked together, he told her to hurry up or he would leave her behind. Ajin paused, recalling the message he had sent her the day before, asking if she would come to school, to which she had replied that a short break had helped her feel better. She quickly caught up to him and asked cheerfully if he had come because he was worried about her. Junwoo, however, continued walking faster ahead, repeating that she should hurry or they would be late. Watching him move ahead, Ajin paused, taking a deep gulp, probably wondering why his behavior seemed to have changed so suddenly. As they arrived at school, Ajin cautiously asked Junwoo if he wouldn't come to pick her up the next day as he had that morning. Junwoo replied that he didn't know. Just then, 3 girls passed by and began whispering among themselves, one asking who she was, another asking if it was really her, and the third asking if they had seen the photo of her kissing Mr. Kim. Ajin's expression immediately dulled. Noticing the change, Junwoo quickly shifted the conversation, asking if she had tried the new snack that was all the rage at the moment. Mala chocolate chip cookies with cilantro flavor. Interested, Ajin admitted that she had heard people talking about it some time ago. Junwoo let out a small sigh and looked away. Seeing this, Ajin laughed softly, telling him that she always enjoyed trying new snack flavors and hadn't realized he liked that kind of thing too. Junwoo simply replied that he had only checked them out. As they continued walking, Junghwa, standing ahead, called out to Ajin, asking if she was all right, while Jungmin beside her waved at them. Seeing Junghwa, Ajin rushed forward, exclaiming that she had missed her. As they embraced, a voice behind them whispered that she was talking to boys again. Junwoo's eyes narrowed, and he cast a deadly glare toward the whisperers. The girls behind them immediately flinched at his look. Later, Junwoo was seen sitting alone in an empty classroom. As he gazed ahead, a figure appeared at the door. Quickly locking his phone and putting it away, he watched as Mr. Kim entered. Mr. Kim, noting the unusual circumstance, asked what was going on, since it was unlike Junwoo to request a counseling session. Without hesitation, Junwoo told him that he needed his help. The next day, the students were in the art room, where Mr. Kim reminded those who hadn't finished their work to hurry, noting that they had just 10 more minutes. For some students, the practical assignment was proving challenging, while others were almost done. Seeing this, Mr. Kim smiled, pleased that several students were nearly finished. One of the girls sighed sadly, mentioning that it was his last day. The boy beside her asked why she felt that way, joking that there was someone else who seemed even sadder, laughing and saying it must be a real shame for that person. Ajin, sitting not too far away, tried to maintain a neutral expression, while Yujin glanced at her. The girl sitting opposite the talkative boy sternly told him that it was enough. When he asked if he had said something wrong, Mr. Kim clapped his hands to get the students' attention. Once the room quieted, he reminded them that it was indeed his last day and thanked them for always paying attention in his class. All the students listened intently, and Junwoo appeared hopeful for something. Mr. Kim then mentioned that they were probably curious about his girlfriend, which immediately caught Ajin's attention. The students murmured, wondering if it was about Ajin and if she was really his girlfriend. Ajin clenched her fist tightly on the table as Mr. Kim explained that he was usually shy and tended to hide such things, but today he would be brave since they were curious. He picked up a book from the side and flipped to a page, showing the drawing of the woman he loved. Most of the students immediately stood, eager to get a better look, asking who she was and how he had met her. Mr. Kim laughed, asking them to calm down and take their seats, assuring them that he would pass the drawing around so everyone could see it. As the students returned to their seats, he began explaining the story. She was a senior he had a crush on when he first started at the university. They shared the same major and club activities, which he had followed her into. Once his training period ended, he had planned to ask her out. Hearing this, the students responded with, "Woes," and Mr. Kim laughed, telling them to wish him luck and not to misunderstand. They all chorused that they would. The drawing was then given to a male student to pass around carefully so it wouldn't tear. As the students admired it, the boy commented on how pretty she was, prompting a female student to scold him for hogging it. The students took turns studying the picture, and as they did, Junwoo glanced toward Mr. Kim and gave a small nod, which the teacher returned with a smile. After art class, the truth was out. The rumors were fake. The talkative student approached Ajin to apologize, begging her to forget everything he had said. Ajin simply told him that she would, and as he walked away, Yujin glared at him, remarking that he shouldn't have crossed the line if he was going to apologize. Younghwa, holding on to Ajin's arm, suggested that they return to the classroom. As they walked, they discussed Mr. Kim's drawing and the beauty of the woman in it, and Ajin silently hoped that things would work out for him. After the break, they returned to the classroom. Yujin held her stomach, feeling full from eating too much, while Younghwa noticed a note on her table. Curious, she picked it up and, after reading it, shared it with the others, explaining that Jungmin had promised her snacks if he scored a goal in soccer. Ajin, who had already applied toothpaste to her toothbrush, was momentarily unsure what to do. Yujin patted her hair lightly, telling her to just brush her teeth since she doubted Jungmin would actually score. Younghwa then asked Yujin if she would accompany her, and when Yujin agreed, Ajin smiled and waved them goodbye. As Ajin walked toward the bathroom to brush her teeth, she overheard two girls talking ahead. One remarked that Chohui had been the one to spread the rumor, while the other called Chohui a sugar baby, yet noted that she had still spread rumors. The second girl laughed, dismissing it as immature behavior. Entering the bathroom, Ajin was relieved that few rumors were circulating about her, though Chohui's situation continued to attract attention. She felt a pang of compassion for Chohui, despite everything. Ajin brushed her teeth vigorously, repeating to herself that she didn't care. Suddenly, the door behind her flung open and Chohui appeared. Ajin trembled slightly at the sight of her. Chohui huffed in annoyance as she walked past, colliding with Ajin's shoulder, and muttered that it was so irritating before slamming the bathroom door hard. Ajin had to lean against the sink for balance, letting out a long sigh. She realized that handling this was going to be difficult. In the evening, as Ajin and Junwoo walked home, a long silence stretched between them. Finally, Ajin remarked that Mr. Kim must really like the woman, seeing that he had even announced it publicly. She smiled faintly, looking away, and added that thanks to him, the rumors about her had finally died down. Junwoo smirked at her comment and asked if she wasn't sad that Mr. Kim was leaving. Ajin quickly replied, questioning why she would feel sad. Junwoo suggested that it was because she was close to him, which made Ajin laugh softly, saying he was just someone who looked out for her. She turned her gaze away, taking a small step, then muttered slowly that although it was a bit sad that he was leaving, she still had Junwoo. The statement shifted the atmosphere immediately. Junwoo walked closer to her, speaking slowly as he asked if he could take her words as an answer to his question about asking her out. Ajin fidgeted with her hands, gripping them tightly, as she finally faced the truth she had been desperately avoiding. After a long pause, she slowly nodded. She realized she had only hidden her feelings out of fear. As Junwoo leaned closer and kissed her, she acknowledged that he had finally responded to her long-held emotions, as if it were perfectly natural. As they continued to kiss, Ajin squeezed Junwoo's hand softly. He pulled back slightly, and they held each other's gaze, their eyes meeting with an intensity that spoke more than words ever could. After a moment, he drew her closer again, deepening the kiss with more passion than before. Eventually, the couple walked home together, their hands intertwined. Along the way, Ajin told Junwoo that they should keep their relationship a secret for the time being. When Junwoo asked why, she explained that although the rumors about her had died down, some students still believed them. Junwoo paused, looking at her attentively. Ajin added slowly that she didn't want to risk ruining his reputation, recalling what some female students had said in the hallway at school just days before. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. Junwoo responded by squeezing her hand a little tighter and telling her that it didn't matter whether others knew. Ajin felt a quiet relief at his words. Later that night, Ajin lay on her bed, clasping her feet together as she stared at her phone. She tapped gently, making small adjustments to how she had saved Junwoo's name, and soon finished. The realization hit her fully. As she and Junwoo had grown closer in secret, they had confirmed their feelings for each other and taken on the role of his girlfriend that so many had speculated about. Overcome with joy, she buried her face in the bed, the happiness and excitement swelling inside her. He was truly her boyfriend. The next day at school, the math teacher shouted at the students, asking if no one could solve the question on the board. He glanced toward the back and called Junwoo up, giving him a thumbs up. Junwoo got up and walked to the front, carefully dropping something onto Ajin's desk as he passed. Curious, Ajin glanced at the folded note. When she opened it, she saw Junwoo had written that they should take a walk near the gym after lunch. Her cheeks flushed, and she looked around nervously, wondering if anyone had noticed. As Junwoo solved the question on the board, she leaned on her hands, captivated, unable to take her eyes off him. Later, as they walked together, Ajin asked quietly why he had to do that during class. Turning slightly away, she murmured, wondering what would have happened if someone had seen. Junwoo replied casually that it didn't matter. As he continued walking forward, Ajin hurried to catch up, asking if he had done it on purpose, their hands brushing slightly as they moved. Eventually, they were both holding hands behind the storage building. Ajin fidgeted with her feet, then admitted that she still felt a little uncomfortable in the classroom, but felt much better when it was just the two of them. Turning to Junwoo, she thanked him softly. Just as Junwoo was about to respond, they heard a voice nearby shouting about basketball. Peeking out cautiously, they saw male students, one of them coughing from the dust in the room they had just exited. Ajin, panicked, whispered to Junwoo, asking what they should do. One of the boys declared that he would find the basketball himself, despite all the effort they had already put in. Ajin gasped, realizing that the boys were moving closer. As they continued walking, one of the students commented on how disorganized the storage unit was. When the others refused to enter with him, he decided to go in alone to find the basketball. The door creaked open, and he stepped inside, scanning the surroundings while coughing occasionally. Ajin and Junwoo stayed hidden, but it was clear that Ajin was the more nervous of the two, her eyes wide as she imagined what would happen if they were caught. Worst of all, Ajin's heart was racing so loudly that she feared Junwoo might hear it. Their hands slowly met on the floor, fingers intertwining as they shared a conscious, intimate glance. Junwoo squeezed her hand softly, drawing her closer to him. The approaching student began searching the area where they were hiding. When he finally spotted the basketball, his attention was momentarily drawn to something else behind it. Junwoo holding Ajin close to himself. As the others shouted from outside, complaining that he was wasting the entire lunch break and urging him to hurry, Jungmin called back that he was coming. Sneaking a glance over his shoulder, he wondered what was happening in the corner. Once he left, Junwoo continued to hold Ajin close, keeping her pressed gently to himself. They gazed at each other for a moment before Ajin pulled away, coughing softly. She said carefully that the student had left and added that they would need to be more cautious at school. After a quiet pause, Junwoo admitted that he didn't mind the risk of being caught. Turning toward her, he explained that they couldn't go on a date at school and suggested that they go out on a day like Sunday, when there were no classes. Ajin nodded happily, agreeing with his suggestion. Near the classroom on the staircase, Ajin told Junwoo that he should enter the classroom a little later, after she had settled in. Junwoo asked cautiously if it was really necessary, and she insisted that it was. She then walked into the classroom, leaving Junwoo as he rubbed the back of his neck, waiting for her to settle first. As Ajin opened the classroom door, Junghwa immediately called out, asking where she had been since there were new flavors to try. Jungmin glanced at her curiously, wondering why she had come in alone, as he had been certain he saw her with Junwoo in the storage unit. Moments later, Junwoo entered the classroom, and Jungmin chuckled quietly to himself. Even though they had deliberately entered at different times, he had seen through their plan. As Junwoo approached, Jungmin smirked, telling him that he had seen everything. Junwoo simply told him to move aside, explaining that he needed to get ready for class. Jungmin stood a little straighter, leaning closer and teasing Junwoo smugly, confirming that he had indeed seen him with Ajin in the storage unit. Junwoo remained silent, only meeting his gaze. Jungmin laughed, noting that he knew Junwoo was surprised but reassured him that he would keep the secret. As the conversation continued, Jungmin remarked that it looked like Ajin had already agreed to go out with Junwoo, and Junwoo quietly confirmed it. Watching Ajin with her friends, Junwoo could only smile. Seeing this, Jungmin realized that even if he kept his mouth shut, others would eventually find out. Playfully sniffing, he wished Junwoo happiness. Sunday arrived sooner than expected. Junwoo stood at the bus station, checking his watch, wondering if he had arrived too early. Just then, he heard Ajin call out to him. Looking up, he thought she looked unusually beautiful that morning. Rushing to him, Ajin smiled and remarked that it was good she had come early, since he had also arrived ahead of time. She explained that for some reason she had woken up easily that morning and wanted to be the first to wait for him, but he had beaten her to it. Junwoo simply stared at her, slightly lost in the moment. She asked if he had waited long, and turning away to clear his throat, he said he had just arrived as well. At that moment, the bus arrived. Inside the bus, they sat close, holding hands. Soon, they arrived at the location for their date and headed first to the photo booth. Ajin wore the cat ears for Junwoo, holding hers in her hand. After she had adjusted them, she went to another side of the room and asked what they should use for the background color. Before long, they were ready for their photos, though Ajin realized they hadn't planned their poses. After the first photo click, she teased that they should have decided on a pose beforehand. Turning to him, she suggested they try a heart-shaped pose, and he agreed. Soon, click after click captured their images. After finishing the photos, a voice announced a bonus shot. Ajin panicked slightly, unsure of what pose to strike. Junwoo gently grabbed her shoulder and pulled her close, and just like that, they captured a perfect photo together. Exiting the photo booth, Ajin commented that the photos were nice and asked Junwoo if he wanted a copy, which he agreed to. At that moment, a familiar voice, Junghwa, asked what they were doing there. Seeing her, Jiwon, who had been ahead, muttered that Junwoo had already been caught even before a week, and quickly covered his mouth as he realized he had spoken too loudly. Junghwa turned to Jungmin, asking if he had known, but he vehemently denied it. She then went to Ajin, shaking her lightly. Ajin laughed and apologized for not telling her sooner. Junwoo came closer, suggesting they should move on, noting that Junghwa and Jungmin also seemed to be on a date. Junghwa immediately denied it, explaining that they only knew each other from class. Jungmin agreed, saying they were just hanging out as friends. Seeing them all together, Jungmin suggested they hang out since they had bumped into each other. Junghwa, excited, proposed an escape room, and Ajin agreed that it sounded fun. With that, they all began to enjoy their day together. Elsewhere, in an elevator, Chohui rubbed her toes, exhausted from standing all day due to her modeling job. Her phone rang, and even though she didn't recognize the number, she answered as she stepped out of the elevator. She froze as she listened to the caller. A&C Entertainment were offering her an audition for a movie. She happily confirmed her availability and agreed to attend. When the call ended, she smirked widely. She had always known that with her looks, it was only a matter of time before she became a celebrity. Walking toward her door, she felt certain that her days as a model and her previously difficult life were finally over. Entering the house, Chohui greeted her mother and asked if she had arranged the house because of the boxes piled up in front of her. Her mother called out, saying that she needed to talk to her about something. Chohui, however, just passed by, assuring her mother that she was listening as she entered her room. Her mother followed her in, asking her to look at her, but Chohui, weary, told her she was tired and asked her to keep it short. Her mother then broke the news. She and Chohui's father were getting a divorce. She remarked that Chohui herself had once said it wasn't better to live with someone who spent his time with another woman. She remained silent, staring at her mother as the words sank in. Her mother went on to explain the decision she had made. Both of them were to go and live in the countryside. Chohui froze, her chest tightening. In alarm, she asked her mother what she meant by saying they should go live in the countryside. Her mother explained that it was where her grandmother lived, which Chohui knew, and added that everything was already prepared for their move. Hearing this, Chohui's frustration boiled over. She raised her voice, demanding what her mother expected her to do in the countryside. Clenching her fists tightly, she told her mother that she should have gone through with the divorce sooner. The memory of the audition call for a movie suddenly came to mind, and she shouted even louder, refusing to go. The divorce shouldn't have come at that moment. Ajin didn't just survive. She got stronger. And she finally chose Junwoo. But Chohui? Chohui just lost everything. And the most dangerous person is the one who has nothing left to lose. Part 6 is next. Subscribe and turn on notifications, because what Chohui does next will change everybody's life. The title of this manhwa is Ugly Duckling Complex, and today's recap covered the story up to chapter 49.